Hey guys, tonight we drift into the candlelit corners of science history, the kind that smells faintly of melting beeswax, dusty parchment, and just a pinch of philosophical heresy. You're not jumping into a typical classroom timeline tonight. This is where the gears of rationality grind just softly enough to let something strange slip through. Imagine a low-lit room in 17th century Europe, shadows of quill pens twitching on the wall, and in the margins of your math notes, a pentagram. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you're cozy where you are, drop your location and the time in the comments. Let's see who else is drifting off across the world tonight. Now, dim the lights, maybe open the window for that soft wind blow, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You uncork the lid on a dusty old century, the Enlightenment specifically. Candlelight flickers on brass instruments as you lean in, elbow brushing a scroll covered in strange diagrams. Newton's laws are etched beside alchemical suns, and on another table, a jar of phosphorescent powder glows with ghostly light. You're surrounded by thinkers who whisper in Latin, but doodle in symbols no one at the Academy wants to admit they understand. Sir Isaac Newton, our physics poster child, spends his nights decoding the Book of Revelation. That's right, he's juggling calculus by day and hunting the Antichrist by night. Historians still argue whether Newton's obsession with biblical prophecy diluted or deepened his scientific insights. But here, in your sleep-soaked mind, it's all the same swirl. You rub your eyes, and the Principia becomes a grimoire. Alchemy and science weren't always enemies. Before the periodic table marched into classrooms, metals were believed to possess hidden souls, and tucked inside the alchemist's ambition was something Luciferian, literally light-bringing. In fact, the Latin Lucifer simply means light-bearer. When scientists first isolated phosphorus, glowing eerily in the dark, they called it the devil's element. You swirl a flask, and it casts pale arcs across the ceiling, like a second moon. You're watching a scientist scratch a circle into chalk, then a triangle inside it. His powdered wig bobs thoughtfully as he calculates planetary orbits and mutters about divine geometry. Some of these men believed God spoke in math. Others suspected something. Older, you might find a drawer in this room filled with sigils mistaken for scribbles. A sideways figure 8, the infinity symbol, wasn't just a math trick. It resembled the ancient Ouroboros, the snake that eats its own tail. A reminder that even in scientific loops, mysticism slithered through. You move past rows of books labeled Naturalis Magica and Philosophia Occultae. One particularly strange volume, bound in cracked red leather, has a compass rose etched alongside a six-pointed star. One corner of the room is colder than the rest, as if all the heat has receded from the glow of forbidden knowledge. They didn't burn witches here, no, too refined for that. But reputations caught fire easily. If your discoveries stirred too much curiosity, too much light, you risked being labelled not just wrong, but dangerous. And yet, some pursued the edge gleefully. They called it illumination. One sleepy anecdote: Athanasius Kircher, the Jesuit polymath you've never heard of but definitely would have followed on TikTok, claimed he could decipher Egyptian hieroglyphs through divine inspiration. He built giant sound machines, worshipped volcanoes, and invented a projection system that used light and shadow to conjure spirits in a darkened room. Like a Baroque PowerPoint for summoning ghosts. Back in the study, ink blots form shapes that feel intentional: triangles, rays, and eyes. Some of these diagrams look suspiciously like the back of a dollar bill. But don't worry, the men here weren't plotting shadow governments. They just really liked triangles. Maybe too much. There's an odd, squeaky laugh from a corner table. Robert Boyle, of gas law fame, is showing someone how his vacuum chamber can suffocate a mouse without flame. Chilly, right? But he also spent decades writing about the invisible realm of spirits and demons that might lurk just outside perception. He believed in air pressure and angels. You drift across a globe made of blackened brass. There's no Australia yet, and the stars above are drawn as lions and sea serpents. Astrology and astronomy are still holding hands. Historians still argue whether the separation of the two was clean, or if celestial maps carried hidden intentions, charts not of fate, but of knowledge forbidden too long. Let's not pretend Enlightenment thinkers were all beacons of reason. They were messy, dramatic, and often very sleep-deprived. The light they chased wasn't always metaphorical. Sometimes, it was literally glowing phosphor or a mystical lantern in an underground lab. And if something exploded, even better. Now imagine you're curled up in the corner of this study, half asleep. The candle flames bend towards you as if listening. A breeze flickers through open shutters and flips a page. On it, an eye stares up, stylized, centered in a triangle. You blink once. Maybe it's just a watermark. You wonder, if light equals knowledge, and Lucifer means light-bringer, then were these old thinkers chasing science or something more symbolic? Are you even supposed to be reading this part? Is that a warning label or just fancy Latin? Caveat lector. Read carefully. As you lean back, the whispers fade into equations. The candles snuff one by one, as if someone gently pinched each flame. You're left with a gentle glow from that same phosphorus flask, now cradled in your palm like a miniature sun. Somewhere between science and sorcery, you fall into the next chapter. You drift sideways through time, still cushioned by the soft fog of candle smoke and vellum dust, and find yourself reclining in a chair that smells of velvet, cigar ash, and secrets. The room is warmer now, fireplaces crackle softly, and someone in a powdered wig is pouring brandy by the crystal tumbler. Welcome to the 18th century salon, where the devil wears silk, quotes Plato, and possibly just gave you a little nod from the corner. You glance around and realize the discussion tonight isn't just about astronomy or ethics or the newfangled steam engine. No, these men and women sit politely while sketching obscure symbols in the margins of their notebooks. They're talking about Lucifer, not the red-horned cartoon villain, but Lucifer the metaphor, Lucifer the rebel, Lucifer the spark that dares to challenge divine order. Historians still argue whether these gatherings were genuinely heretical or just theatrically philosophical. Either way, you're here now, and someone's just handed you a pamphlet titled "The Light of Reason adorned with..." Oh look, an eye in a pyramid. Again, that's the thing about this period. You can't swing a compass without bumping into symbolism. A lot of it seems suspiciously occult-flavored. But here's the sleepy catch. Many Enlightenment thinkers use the figure of Lucifer not as a deity or demon, but as an allegory for the pursuit of knowledge. A Promethean archetype, a light-bearer. Sound familiar? You sip brandy as a debate unfurls across the room. The question on everyone's lips: is mankind meant to know everything? Or are we trespassing with each discovery? A man in a waistcoat claims that Lucifer represents intellectual freedom. A woman with ink-stained fingers counters, or hubris in disguise. There's laughter, then silence. Then someone mentions Freemasonry. Oh yes, here we go. You follow a quiet gentleman with a silver lapel pin, shaped like a compass and square. He leads you through a bookshelf that isn't really a bookshelf. Behind it lies a spiraling stone staircase, and the sweet, earthy scent of damp brick. A lodge, lit by torchlight. Beneath a painted ceiling of constellations, men in robes mutter pledges. On the floor, a checkerboard pattern mirrors the duality they speak of: light and dark, sun and moon, reason and faith. Freemasonry wasn't just a boys' club with secret handshakes. It was a playground for Enlightenment ideals, sprinkled with ancient symbols: the all-seeing eye, the blazing star, the twin pillars. Historians still argue whether these motifs were leftovers from lost Egyptian cults, borrowed Renaissance drama, or just creative metaphors that got way out of hand. The goat doesn't show up here, not yet. But you do hear someone quote Lucifer as a being who fell for daring to defy tyranny. Again, it's framed not as evil, but as a philosophical stance. You lie back on the cool marble floor and let the symbols blur into geometry. Here's a fringe tidbit to curl up with. Some early Masons believed that architectural symmetry echoed divine perfection, and some quietly entertained the idea that Lucifer, as the ultimate rebel architect, had simply been misunderstood. They didn't worship him. They empathized with the archetype. You imagine him as the first scientist who asked, "But why?" and got kicked out of heaven for not raising his hand first. You stir as the scene around you shifts. You're now in a tiny bookshop that smells like crushed roses and tobacco. The proprietor, one eyebrow raised, one candle flickering, offers you a leather-bound book with no title. Inside, essays, drawings, and a very serious debate over whether Lucifer is a metaphor for enlightenment or a trap dressed in torchlight. These essays claim the serpent in Eden gave knowledge, not death, that Prometheus and Lucifer are the same myth in different hats, that fire, stolen or gifted, always costs something. You start to nod off and imagine a courtroom drama, Lucifer on trial, Newton as a witness, Voltaire as his defense attorney. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury," Voltaire smirks, "if thinking is a crime, then let us all be damned." There's applause somewhere far away, or maybe that's thunder. Hard to tell. Here's where it gets even cozier. Certain salons in Paris were rumored to host Luciferian dialogues behind closed doors. Nothing overt, just gentle explorations of taboo ideas. You picture a woman in a red velvet mask reciting a passage about fallen angels being misunderstood astronomers. The room nods in agreement. Then they return to sipping espresso from porcelain cups. It's around this time that painters get in on the act. Romantic artists start depicting Lucifer not as a monster, but a tragic hero with great cheekbones. Pre-Raphaelite drama meets theological fan fiction. There's an especially dramatic canvas of Lucifer curled on a rock, pondering a globe, like a celestial Hamlet asking, "To burn or not to burn?" You start to doze. In this sleepy blur, you wander through a marble hallway where Enlightenment thinkers float like holograms. They're quoting Milton now, which seems to be the bedtime story of choice for secret heretics. "Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven," one of them mouths before dissolving into mist. A little melodramatic? Sure, but you can't deny the aesthetic. Before you go, one last curious gem. A small group of 18th century German intellectuals once formed a secret club where they debated the morality of Lucifer as a symbol of ethical rebellion. They called it, wait for it, the Order of the Illuminati. Cue soft gasp. Though their goals were political and philosophical, the iconography stuck. Even if their members just wanted to reform monarchies, they accidentally gave birth to every future conspiracy theory ever. Now you're floating backward through a long corridor of velvet drapes and flickering candlelight. The lodge, the salon, the bookshop, they all bleed into each other like watercolor. You feel a warm little buzz in your chest, the kind you get when a forbidden thought finds just enough room to settle in. You close your eyes. In the darkness behind your lids, a star flares briefly. A light. A question. You don't answer it, not yet. You open your eyes, and everything is humming, softly, electrically, like the way fluorescent bulbs buzz when the room is too quiet. The air smells like copper wires and wet ozone, and your fingertips tingle as if you've just rubbed them across velvet and static. You've drifted into the age of electricity, and it's bright, too bright for comfort, like someone lit a star and forgot to put a lampshade on it. You stand in a cluttered lab where glass tubes crackle and coils pulse with eerie, glowing veins of energy. A man in a bow tie and wild hair gestures enthusiastically at a tower of humming metal, and you realize, Nikola Tesla's awake again. You're in the middle of one of his late-night experiments. He doesn't see you. He's too busy talking to lightning. Electricity, the literal light bringer. You're watching scientists harness power once thought divine, and yet, right here in the heart of rational science, Lucifer peeks through, not with horns, but as metaphor, myth, mood. Historians still argue whether Tesla's obsession with wireless transmission was science or dream-soaked mysticism. And that's the thing. This era didn't banish symbols. It rewired them. Look closely. The light wasn't just about illumination. It was about power, control, rebellion. Even in the pure language of voltage and current, you hear whispers of older, stranger currents. Take Alessandro Volta. His voltaic pile, the ancestor of the battery, was more than just metal and acid. It was a philosophical puzzle. Where does energy begin? Is it summoned? Is it stolen? People joke that he was summoning spirits from inside the zinc. You're not so sure they were entirely joking. Here's your quirky tidbit. In some fringe circles of the early 19th century, people believed electricity could reanimate the dead. Mary Shelley didn't invent Frankenstein in a vacuum. She was riffing off real science chatter. Some even said the spark of life might be the same spark Lucifer brought when he fell. Cute bedtime idea, right? Makes you want to turn your nightlight on. As you float through these humming labs and smoky lecture halls, you start to notice the language. So many light metaphors. Enlightenment, illumination, lucidity. The very word Lucifer comes back again, not shouted in panic, but whispered in admiration. As if the more humans mastered lightning, the more they empathized with the one who first dared to steal fire from the gods. You pass a chalkboard covered in equations. One corner has a doodle, a flaming torch crossed by a serpent. A joke, a warning, or just someone drawing too late at night. There's a room nearby filled with turn-of-the-century seances. You hear static on a radio that hasn't been invented yet. Thomas Edison once claimed he could build a machine to talk to the dead. He didn't finish it. Or maybe he did. Either way, the blueprints were lost. And that seems suspiciously poetic. The Victorians were in love with electricity, but not just as a power source. They believed it connected this world to others, like a cosmic telephone wire. You peer into a parlor where mediums sit with electrodes gently pressed to their temples. Outside, gas lamps hiss with golden halos that cast long, twitching shadows across cobblestone streets. One medium opens her mouth, and you swear the voice isn't hers. This age worshipped progress, but under that polished brass optimism, the Luciferian archetype evolved again. No longer a fallen angel, now he was an icon of unshackled curiosity, of dangerous knowledge sparking in glass. His new altar, the lab bench. Tesla himself once said he received visions of inventions fully formed, as if delivered from beyond. He wrote about light beings, communication with Mars, and a cosmic core of information no one could quite explain. Scholars still debate whether he was visionary, eccentric, or just sleep-deprived on a dangerous diet of stress and voltage. You float past a scene at a World's Fair pavilion. Huge metal towers covered in electric arcs, with audiences gasping like it's sorcery. And it sort of is. One ad shows a robed figure holding a glowing orb, captioned, "Electricity, master of light and time." Looks a bit like a wizard, or an archangel, or, well, you get the idea. Down another hallway, a librarian gently pulls out a patent record. The symbol etched on the cover, a six-pointed star crossed with a lightning bolt, looks oddly ancient. But it's dated 1892. Coincidence? Conspiracy? Collective subconscious playing dress-up again? Here's a detail you can snuggle up to. Early electricians were often called light doctors, and in fringe health circles, electricity was believed to cast out darkness from the body. Lucifer as light bringer, now in the form of a jolt to your nervous system. No big deal, just lie still and breathe. You tiptoe into a quieter room, an observatory this time. Someone's scribbling constellations and radio signals, arguing that stars aren't just celestial fires, but transmitters of energy. A sleepy scholar claims that knowledge flows from heaven like light waves, and we're just slowly tuning our human receivers to catch it. Another mutters that the first angel to tune in got banished. You sit in a plush armchair and let the hum wrap around you like a weighted blanket. Everything in this era buzzes, lab equipment, philosophical debates, even the wallpaper seems to vibrate with potential. The scientific revolution wasn't clean. It crackled, and in every brilliant spark, a little shadow flickered behind it. You remember that early metaphor? Fire stolen from the gods, the modern Prometheus. They weren't just talking about the novel, they were naming a mood, a myth remixed by copper and wire. Before you leave this electric lullaby, glance once more at the old lab bench. The coil glows with a low, steady light. It's not warm, exactly, but it wants to be. And deep inside, you feel the thrum of it, the same energy that lit up the darkness in those first brave minds. Not evil, just forbidden, tempting. You blink. The lights dim. The coil sighs. And you drift on, wired, curious, quietly glowing from the inside out. You're drifting now, through velvet twilight, and into a chamber lined with crimson wallpaper and heavy velvet curtains. The air smells of wood polish, incense, and something faintly metallic, like antique coins left too long in a drawer. A golden phonograph plays in the background, something slow, orchestral, haunting. Welcome to the fin de siècle, Paris, London, Vienna, the late 1800s and early 1900s, when symbolism bloomed and Lucifer found a new wardrobe. You find yourself at the edge of an artist's studio. Candles flicker low, casting looping shadows across canvases that scream with drama. Half angels, half devils, all cheekbones. These aren't Sunday school illustrations. These are decadent. You get the sense that everyone here reads poetry late at night and hasn't eaten a vegetable in weeks. Lucifer, in this era, becomes beautiful. Not monstrous, not grotesque, but tragic, desirable, melancholy. A fallen star wrapped in velvet. You sit on a stool, watching an artist in a paisley vest, mix crimson with midnight blue, to paint a version of the morning star reclining on a shattered column, gaze fixed upward, feathered wings in ruins. Historians still argue whether these artistic interpretations were symbolic expressions of repressed rebellion, or just fashionably blasphemous attempts at edgy relevance. But either way, the figure had shifted again. Lucifer wasn't just a metaphor now. He was a muse. Your foot nudges a book on the floor. Baudelaire's Les Fleurs du Mal stares up at you. One of the first poets to openly flirt with Lucifer as a kind of existential anti-hero. Not to worship, but to understand. To embody alienation, beauty, sorrow. You turn the page and find verses where angels fall not out of sin, but out of freedom. Now that's French. Across the studio, someone mentions theosophy. Ah yes, Helena Blavatsky enters the chat. You walk through thick velvet curtains into a drawing room perfumed with amber and eucalyptus. A woman in a high-collared black dress stands at a lectern, eyes blazing. She's describing cosmic hierarchies, hidden masters, and a concept that makes you blink twice. Lucifer, she insists, is not the enemy of man, but the liberator of souls from ignorance. Your fringe tidbit. In Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine, Lucifer is reframed as the force that awakens consciousness. Less evil overlord, more spiritual software update. Not everyone bought into her claims, but the symbolism stuck. This wasn't church doctrine. This was mysticism meeting science fiction before either had proper names. The wallpaper shimmers as you pass into a new room. A society ball. Strings are playing softly in the background. Gowns shimmer like oil on water. On the wall hangs a painting of Lucifer as the bearer of the torch, a dandy in a tailcoat holding a lantern. There's even a bit of wink to it. The upper crust may wear pearls and gloves, but they're flirting with the forbidden like it's a parlor game. You see little signs, rings with twin snakes, cufflinks shaped like pentagrams, a brooch with a morning star carved into onyx. It's all subtle, or at least it thinks it is. One gentleman leans in to tell you about Lucifer magazine, which was actually a real thing, founded in 1887. Not a tabloid of the damned, but a theosophical journal. Its goal? Illuminate spiritual truths and challenge dogma. Bold choice of name though, no? You drift on into a smoky room where Oscar Wilde holds court with cigarette holder in hand, declaring that Lucifer fell for love, not pride. Someone snorts, but someone else nods solemnly. The joke, the pain, the symbolism, they're all tangled together now. A soft murmur of rebellion disguised as wit. It's not just writers and painters. Architects get involved too. You walk through a Gothic building, towering spires, stained glass windows full of strange geometries. A a fallen angel sculpted into the trim, gazing down not in menace, but quiet resignation. Historians still debate whether these were coded messages, or just artisans flexing their imagination. Either way, the impression lingers like perfume on lace. Someone is trying to tell you something, sideways. There's a salon downstairs with golden lamps and books stacked in spiral shapes. A whispered conversation unfurls about the Luciferian archetype as a metaphor for psychic evolution. A soft laugh floats in the air. If God is the status quo, someone murmurs, Lucifer is the question mark. You don't write it down, but the words settle in your chest like warm brandy. By the time you reach the next room, the candlelight has grown warmer, the scent heavier. You're in a perfumery. Bottles of violet glass with names like Infernal Bloom, Seraph's Fall, and Divine Rebellion. You dab one on your wrist, notes of smoke, sandalwood, and citrus. You breathe it in and imagine an angel pausing at the edge of heaven, glancing backward with a smirk. Here's something soft to fall asleep to. Even the tarot got involved. The card originally called the Morning Star became the devil in popular decks, but not always. In certain esoteric variations, it's still the bringer of light, the challenge of truth, the flame that says, "Are you sure you want to know?" You glide now toward the opera house, a final decadent performance. On stage, a dancer twirls in crimson silk, portraying Lucifer not as destroyer, but as seducer of truth, drawing mortals not to fire, but to self-awareness. The music swells, the curtains fall. The audience claps politely, but their eyes are wide and quiet. And there you are, once again, alone in the hallway. Your reflection in a gold-framed mirror looks a little more curious, a little less afraid. You touch your collarbone and feel a warmth there, like the residue of a light just snuffed out. You've seen Lucifer's new shape now, romantic, poetic, almost sympathetic. He doesn't growl, he sighs, he doesn't conquer, he questions. And you, dear dreamer, are learning to do the same. The marble floor beneath your bare feet feels colder now, smoother, like you've wandered into a space between temples and theatres. The air is heavy with incense and the distant echo of whispered Latin. You look around and realize you've entered the golden-lit world of secret societies. Everything smells like wax, wine, and the slow burning of ancient ideas trying to act casual. The first thing you see is a symbol, a compass and square, locked together like a puzzle, hovering above an eye that doesn't blink. You're standing at the threshold of a Masonic lodge, not a conspiracy theory, but the quiet, candlelit sanctuary where symbols speak louder than sermons. Everything here hums with purpose, from the checkerboard floor to the way every chair seems to face both inward and upward. Tonight, Lucifer doesn't arrive in flames. He steps in dressed as a metaphor. In Freemasonry, there's a long and winding debate about the so-called Great Architect of the Universe, a term intentionally broad. Not God necessarily, not God either, just intelligence, light, structure. Historians still argue whether the Masons viewed Lucifer as a symbol of enlightenment or rebellion. Some even whisper that to climb the highest degrees of initiation is to come face to face with knowledge too pure for public eyes. You drift through the chamber, and symbols press themselves into your periphery. The blazing star, the letter G, the twin pillars of Boaz and Yakin. In the hazy candlelight, the star sometimes gleams like an open wound, sometimes like a lighthouse. One initiate stands before it with closed eyes, reciting a vow that feels older than language. There's your mainstream fact. Albert Pike, a 19th century Masonic philosopher, did write of Lucifer in his dense poetic treatise Morals and Dogma. He described him not as Satan, but as a force of intellectual awakening. Misunderstood, maybe even misnamed. This wasn't devil worship, it was more like intellectual iconography. But of course, the nuance was lost on panicked outsiders. And here's your quirky gem. In some obscure 19th century lodges, initiates performed rituals that reenacted Lucifer's fall as a metaphor for shedding ignorance. They wore blindfolds, followed mazes, and emerged into blinding light, dripping with allegory and candle wax. They said it was about illumination. You wonder if anyone ever flinched at how literal that word feels. Down another corridor, the air thickens with pipe smoke and velvet drapery. You've entered the Rosicrucian salons now, more mystical than the Masons, more cryptic than they are organized. You hear discussions of alchemical transmutation, of hidden codes in the architecture of cathedrals, of ancient wisdom guarded by bloodlines and sigils. One woman lifts a silver goblet and murmurs, "Lucifer is not the devil. He is the herald of transformation." The room nods, as if they've heard this 1,000 times. And maybe they have. You glance at the walls, portraits of angels with broken halos, staircases that spiral into stars. The line between religious and symbolic feels intentionally blurred. These aren't devil worshippers, they're metaphor worshippers. If that sounds equally dangerous, you're not alone in thinking so. Outside, lightning flickers. A storm is passing, or perhaps arriving. You find yourself in a study with shelves stacked to the ceiling, books bound in cracked leather, titles gilded and secretive. The Lost Word, The Blazing Star Unveiled, Codex of the Infinite Temple. A cat with copper-colored eyes slinks past your ankles without a sound. You pull one book open. A diagram, a pyramid, an eye, a flame in the middle. The margins are filled with notes in faded ink. Not evil, necessary. The price of thought. Someone has underlined the word Lucifer and written beside it, bringer of perspective. You take a deep breath and feel something else shift. Lucifer, in these societies, wasn't a figure to worship. He was a cipher, a keyhole, a reminder that light always casts shadows, and only the brave ask why. Another soft detail for your dreams. Some of these secret societies claim descent from ancient Egypt, from mystery schools that revered Thoth and Hermes, gods of knowledge, magic, and liminal truths. Some even equated Lucifer with Prometheus, that old rebel who brought fire to mankind. Fire, electricity, knowledge. It's always the same flame, burning in different languages. Now, you step through a pair of carved oak doors into a temple lit only by moonlight streaming through stained glass. The images aren't biblical. They're mythic. A serpent entwined around a staff, a man reaching toward a sun that looks half human, a child holding a torch. It's all strangely serene, like the story is being told backwards, from fall to ascent. A figure stands at the altar, reading from a scroll. To know, they say softly, is to fall from comfort. To fall is to rise in awareness. The congregation nods in silence. No candles, just moonlight and breath. It doesn't feel sinister. It feels serious. You sit for a moment, cross-legged, tracing symbols in the air with your fingertip. Everything's quieter now, less theatrical. Less about rebellion, more about initiation, inner awakening. You still don't know if it's truth or elaborate theatre. Maybe both. Maybe neither. The floor hums slightly. You feel it through your spine. You think of that checkerboard floor from earlier, the interplay of light and dark. Not at war, but in a kind of dance. A balance. That's what these societies are chasing. Not chaos, not submission, just understanding. You start to float backward, away from the temple, past the candlelit rituals, past the echoing vows, and back into the still, dark hallway between ideas. Somewhere in the distance, a choir sings a low, haunting note, like a bell ringing inside your ribs. Lucifer, in these hidden chambers, has no tail or pitchfork. He holds a lantern. He asks questions, and sometimes, just sometimes, he answers them. Your steps now echo against old concrete, soft with dust, as you emerge from candle-lit chambers into something colder, more metallic. Gone are the velvet chairs and whispered Latin. Here, the walls buzz with circuitry. The air smells faintly of soldered copper and ozone. You're walking into the 20th century, dreamer, where Lucifer doesn't just wear robes or feathers anymore. He starts to flicker on screens, grin from posters, and slip between sound waves. This is the era when pop culture wakes up, stretches its arms, and realizes it likes to shock people. And who better to shock them with than Lucifer? The floor becomes a stage. Bright lights click on overhead. You squint as spotlights carve silhouettes in the dark. There's a band tuning up, a guitar hums, a bass thuds low like an approaching storm. Welcome to the birth of rock and roll rebellion, where angels trade harps for leather jackets, and the morning star picks up a microphone. Let's set the scene. It's the 1950s. Elvis Presley is gyrating hips on national television, and somewhere in the Bible Belt, a pastor clutches his pearls. By the 1960s, the counterculture stirs, a boiling mix of psychedelics, poetry, and political unrest. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, artists begin dabbling in darker motifs, not out of worship, but out of metaphor, out of performance. And here's your mainstream moment. The Rolling Stones release Sympathy for the Devil in 1968, a song that casually frames Lucifer as a worldly, cultured observer of humanity's worst moments. He doesn't cause the chaos, he witnesses it. The outrage is immediate, but the message lingers. Maybe the devil isn't just red horns and pitchforks. Maybe he's us, refined and amused. Now your quirky fact. In the early 1970s, David Bowie introduces his alter ego, Ziggy Stardust, an alien rock star touched by cosmic knowledge and doomed by fame. In backstage interviews, Bowie flirts with Luciferian imagery, sometimes referencing fallen angels, sometimes claiming he'd seen God in a taxi. Whether it was performance or belief, the effect was electric. Glitter, eyeliner, and existential dread wrapped into one dazzling persona. You drift past a reel of old TV footage. A grainy broadcast shows Aleister Crowley's face, yes, the self-styled magician and ceremonial rebel who declared, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law." Historians still argue whether Crowley was an agent of chaos, a spiritual seeker, or just a Victorian troll with great branding. But one thing's certain, pop culture ate him up like candy. Crowley appears on the cover of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, staring past Lennon's round glasses and into the living rooms of suburban families. That's no accident. The Beatles, along with dozens of artists, were tapping into something that was bigger than music. They were reviving the aesthetic of forbidden knowledge. You wander past more album covers now. Black Sabbath's self-titled debut, All Doom and Thunder. Led Zeppelin's mystical symbols etched into vinyl sleeves. Occult references bloom like mushrooms, some deep and layered, others tossed in for spice. But the symbols stick. Pentagrams, serpents, inverted crosses. They're not always used correctly, but they look great on t-shirts. The hallway flickers again. And now you're standing in a video set. Fog machines hissing, lights rotating. Music videos enter the mix. Visual storytelling begins to dance with symbolism. You see Madonna writhing on a church altar, wearing a crucifix the size of a dinner plate. In Like a Prayer, the lines between sin and sanctity blur deliciously. People protest, of course. Pepsi cancels a sponsorship. But the iconography sells, because at the end of the day, it isn't Lucifer they're reacting to. It's what he implies. Transgression, independence, agency. Now you float into a movie theater. The screen goes black, then flares to life. A child whispers in Latin. A head spins. The 1973 release of The Exorcist catapults Satan, and by extension, Lucifer, back into the public imagination. But this time, he's not the suave poet from French salons. He's the ultimate villain. Pop culture now dances between two poles, Lucifer as the rebel rock star, and Lucifer as the literal face of evil. And yet, even here, there's complexity. You watch The Devil's Advocate, where Al Pacino, equal parts charming and terrifying, explains that his version of the devil is an enabler of choice. He isn't dragging anyone to hell. He's offering contracts, and humans sign them willingly. There's your scholarly debate. Psychologists and cultural theorists still argue whether this shift in depiction reveals a fear of outside control, or an anxiety about our own agency? Is Lucifer the antagonist, or is he the shadow side of progress itself? You catch your breath as the lights fade again. Neon signs flicker into view. You're strolling down Sunset Boulevard in the 1980s now, shoulder pads and synthesizers humming around you. Satanic panic rises like steam from the sidewalks. Parents panic, talk shows churn, and music is blamed for everything from bad grades to missing kids. Yet most of the accused bands weren't even sure what symbols they'd printed on their merch. It was theater, market-tested rebellion. But the panic gave those images real power. The kind that lingers in the back of your mind as you're trying to sleep. You walk past a display case with a curious object inside. A vinyl record said to contain a backmasked message. Play it forward, it's rock. Play it backward. Someone insists it says, "Serve Satan." You chuckle softly. The human brain, ever hungry for patterns, sometimes finds fire in the noise. Now you're back on the soundstage. A director yells, "Cut!" and the scene resets. Lucifer, through the lens of pop culture, has become flexible. A villain, a rebel, a reflection. Sometimes taken seriously, sometimes played for laughs. Like in South Park, where Satan has relationship problems and a sad pout. Or Lucifer on Netflix, where the morning star runs a nightclub and solves crimes between therapy sessions. In these modern versions, he isn't terrifying. He's relatable, flawed, a little tired, and you, watching from the velvet seat of your dream theater, realize something subtle. Lucifer isn't just a symbol of evil anymore. He's a character arc, one that's constantly rewritten. You lean back in the theater chair, your eyes heavy now. The screen goes dark, only the whisper remains. What if the fall was the beginning of flight? The theater chair you've been sinking into slowly melts beneath you, replaced by velvet shadows and a wide, buzzing stage. The curtains part without sound, and suddenly you're backstage again. But this time, you're behind the glitz. You're in the dressing rooms of the 21st century, peeking into makeup mirrors where mascara smudges mix with sigils and runes, where celebrity becomes modern mythology, and Lucifer doesn't just cameo, he headlines. Welcome to the era of aesthetic Satanism, the part of the dream where you stroll through a scrolling feed of music videos, fashion shows, Super Bowl halftime performances, and TikTok soundbites, each tinged with a wink and a shadow. Here, Luciferian symbolism isn't whispered in lodges, it's hashtagged. Your first stop is a concert. Not just any concert, this one pulses like a heart. Pyrotechnics erupt, dancers descend on wires. A performer struts onto the stage with horns, wings, or sometimes both. You blink. Is that supposed to be the devil? Or is it just branding? There's your mainstream fact. Pop stars like Lil Nas X have leaned directly into Luciferian aesthetics. In 2021, he released Montero, Call Me By Your Name, in which he pole dances into hell and gives the devil a lap dance, before snapping his neck and taking the throne. The internet erupted. Conservative groups protested. The artist, meanwhile, sipped tea and sold Satan-themed sneakers. It wasn't just shock, it was strategy. Because in a media-saturated world, controversy is currency, and your quirky detail. A limited edition of those sneakers, produced in collaboration with a streetwear collective, reportedly contained a single drop of human blood in the sole. Whether it was real or not didn't matter. The idea went viral. The line between metaphor and meme blurred completely. You smile, because nothing says modern ritual like going viral. The dressing room door creaks behind you. You step into another corridor filled with perfume and flashbulbs. Celebrities and influencers pass by in slow motion, their outfits stitched with serpents, goat heads, and inverted stars. Not because they're summoning demons, but because they're summoning attention. You float into a Met Gala, where gothic glamour and biblical motifs walk hand in hand. One guest arrives in a blood-red cloak with a golden crown of thorns. Another dons wings made of black feathers and mirrors. You glance up at a chandelier shaped like an open eye. Somewhere, Someone whispers, Illuminati confirmed. But are they serious? Are you? That's the trick of it all. This modern iconography wears irony like cologne. Heavy, layered, fashionable. Now you're drifting past a studio set. A music video is filming. The lead wears glowing contacts and holds an apple shaped like a heart. The aesthetic is clear. Temptation, fall, power. But it's all set to a beat you could dance to in a club at 2 a.m. You realize Lucifer doesn't need cathedrals anymore. He's in the filters, in the choreography, in the way people remix the old stories until even the serpent starts to sound like the protagonist. Historians still argue whether this wave of symbolism reflects a genuine shift in belief or just an endless appetite for provocation. Are we more secular now, or just more self-aware about our spectacle? Is Lucifer just a metaphor for personal empowerment, for going against the grain, for the kind of beautiful defiance that looks amazing in a GIF? You find yourself outside again, under a sky lit with drones spelling out brand logos. Somewhere nearby, a pop-up exhibit invites people to walk through the underworld in 7 stylish rooms. A few of the visitors are dressed like demons. Some are dressed like saints. Most are just here for the selfies. But every room features a mirror, and each mirror is etched with a phrase, "Know thyself." You glance in one, and for a moment, your reflection flickers. Horns, wings, flames, then just your sleepy face again. You laugh, soft and slow. That's the thing with these symbols. They reflect whatever you're already bringing with you. Now you drift through a podcast studio. The mics are warm, the hosts are sharp. They're discussing the rise of Lucifer in pop media, casually bouncing between Jungian archetypes, comic book villains, and philosophical takes on the fall. Maybe, one says, Lucifer is the perfect character for a post-truth world. Not evil, not good, just aware. You nod, because the lines keep smudging the more you look. The room changes again. You're in a Netflix writer's room. Whiteboards are filled with arcs and notes. Lucifer, despair therapy. God as absentee father. Demons with PTSD. You grin. The show Lucifer, once a fringe DC comic, has been reimagined into a primetime darling, where the devil owns a nightclub, solves mysteries, and works through emotional trauma. It's not blasphemy, it's relatable. And that's the twist. Lucifer today often symbolizes not domination or destruction, but autonomy. Rebellion with eyeliner. Awareness with a killer wardrobe. The morning star, reborn as an icon of choice. Even self-care. You hover now over a cosmetics aisle. The names of the products sing like incantations. Infernal Red. Temptation Noir. Seraphim Highlighter. The branding is elegant, luxurious, and soaked in subtle subversion. Everything sells rebellion now, and rebellion sells very well. You pass a billboard, a streaming ad, a lyric video. The layers are endless. Lucifer as meme, Lucifer as metaphor, Lucifer as mythological protagonist in an age desperate for meaning with good lighting. And here's the lingering question. Is the saturation of these symbols hollowing them out, or charging them with something new? Scholars, spiritualists, and skeptics circle that idea like moths around a neon pentagram. Maybe it's not about belief anymore. Maybe it's about aesthetic theology, how we style our existential crises. You walk through one final velvet curtain and find yourself in a room filled with mirrors, each reflecting different Lucifers. One wears a halo, one wears headphones, one looks like you, one smiles gently and says nothing at all. You stand quietly, taking them in, not as threats, not as idols, but as stories. Because in this new world, Lucifer doesn't have to scream. He just needs a good soundtrack. Your steps now fall silent on a smooth obsidian floor, polished to the point of dreamlike reflection. The mirrors behind you dissolve into the darkness, and you're left with screens, rows of them, glowing faintly. They flicker with static and half-loaded thumbnails. Welcome to the streaming age, where Luciferian symbolism seeps in not with a roar, but with a carefully orchestrated algorithmic nudge. This is where Lucifer lives in your recommendation queue, nestled between a period drama and a true crime binge. You don't notice him at first, until you do. You reach out, and one of the screens plays a show. Maybe it's Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, a teenage witch reboot with a distinctly devilish twist. The Dark Lord is no longer just a shadow in the corner. He's a central character, fully formed, with horns, rituals, and a throne of skulls. But here's the twist. It's campy, glossy, marketed. Teen angst meets cosmic rebellion, wrapped in a color palette curated for Tumblr GIFs. The story blurs morality. Sabrina wrestles not with temptation, but with institutions, with agency. Her Satan isn't a tempter. He's a bureaucrat with a contract. There's your mainstream moment, once fringe, now streamed globally in HD. The quirky detail? In the show's early run, producers were sued by the Satanic Temple for allegedly copying a specific statue design of Baphomet, the goat-headed androgynous figure often associated with occult symbolism. The legal battle was real, but more fascinating? They settled. Which means the image of Satan is now, literally, intellectual property. You glide past the episode list. More titles shuffle into view. Good Omens, with David Tennant's snarky demon Crowley sipping wine and gardening while trying to prevent the apocalypse. The Sandman, with its quiet, ancient Lucifer, played with a chilling stillness that feels more celestial than sinister. And of course, Lucifer himself, Tom Ellis, all charm and therapy sessions, making confessions under chandeliers. Historians still argue whether these portrayals represent a cultural softening toward traditionally evil symbols, or simply a thirst for morally complex characters in an age where black and white narratives no longer resonate. After all, what's more compelling, a perfect saint or a fallen angel trying to self-regulate? Your feet now drift past digital avatars, animation reels, and the kind of edgy thumbnails designed to grab thumbs mid-scroll. You pass a YouTuber mid-rant about the occult in Disney films. Another insists that Beyoncé is part of an Illuminati bloodline. The tone wavers between satire and sincerity, which somehow makes it all feel more viral. And that's the point. You don't need belief anymore. You just need engagement. You stop beside a screen replaying old clips from MTV. Music videos that once pushed boundaries now feel almost quaint. But symbols still glow. The ever-present eye, the serpents, the flashes of red, the masks. It's a visual vocabulary that's been recycled so many times it's become part of the design language. Like the minor chord in a pop song, it signals danger, mystery, power. A new screen loads. It's TikTok this time. Clips under Mai's Witch Talk. Young creators casting spells, drawing pentagrams in glitter, lighting candles with ring lights overhead. Some wear Lucifer-themed merch from Hot Topic. Others quote Jung while adjusting their LED lights. You smirk. This is spiritual rebellion with a side of influencer marketing. You glide through threads and comment sections, past digital incense and virtual altars. The devil, once summoned in darkened chambers, now appears as a filter, a tongue-in-cheek challenge, a meme. But the symbols still hum with charge, especially when worn by people who've been told not to. That's where it clicks for you. The draw isn't just rebellion, it's reclamation. Because for many, Lucifer isn't a literal figure at all, but an icon of resistance. A character that says, I see your rules, I just don't accept them. You float now into an indie game environment, a dungeon crawler where demons are NPCs, and one of them offers emotional support and self-help advice. A visual novel where Lucifer falls in love. A mobile game where you manage the levels of hell like a startup. It's ridiculous, it's meta, it's oddly soothing. You pick up a controller. A cinematic plays, The Fall of the Morning Star, not in fire, but in soft piano and poetic monologue. A reminder that every generation reinterprets the fall in its own aesthetic. For some, it's about ambition. For others, injustice. And for a growing digital audience, it's about the right to question. And there's your scholarly thread. Digital humanists and media theorists continue to explore whether Lucifer in streaming media functions as satire, empowerment, or simply a narrative device to vent cultural anxiety about power. In a world where institutions feel opaque and algorithms dictate fate, the idea of defying celestial order starts to look oddly relatable. You look up. The screens ripple again. A news anchor speaks solemnly about a pop star accused of satanic imagery in a live show. Cut to audience reactions. Some shocked, some thrilled. The outrage loops into promotion. Controversy becomes commodity. Behind that, a documentary series queues up. Symbols of the occult, decoded. The tone is calm, British, reverent. Footage of ruins, ancient scrolls, glowing sigils. You watch as they trace the history of Lucifer from Mesopotamian myths to Black Sabbath album covers to Netflix's top 10. It's strangely hypnotic. You feel the weight of time in your shoulders. Not heavy, just aware, a kind of historical vertigo. Because now you're not just seeing symbols, you're seeing how they're used, over and over. Reinvented, resold, reabsorbed. Lucifer isn't static. He evolves with the medium. He shifts, pixel by pixel, to suit the screen. You take a seat, finally, in a room lit only by tablet glow. The playlist continues. Dark wave synth, spoken word poetry, whispered Latin remixes. Nothing overt, just atmosphere. You're not afraid, you're intrigued, because you understand now. Lucifer in streaming culture isn't a call to evil. It's a wink, a mirror, a challenge. You lean back, your eyes soft, the music pulsing gently in your ears. There's no fire, no brimstone, just the slow rhythm of stories, retold for new screens, new fears, new dreams. The final screen fades to black. A faint reflection of your face lingers, and a voice, barely audible, says, "Play next." You're reclining now, not on a throne, not on a cloud, but in a soft leather armchair with the quiet purr of a library all around you. It smells of paper and dust, but not the old kind. This is curated dust, vintage, the kind that lives on the spine of books that haven't been touched since the Cold War. Welcome to academia, where Lucifer doesn't headline concerts or trend on TikTok. Here, he wears footnotes and haunts conference panels. The air is heavy with polite debate and dry humor. A projection flickers ahead of you, displaying a title that stretches across the screen. Lucifer as Enlightenment Allegory in 19th century scientific literature. A whisper from a professor with elbow patches cuts through the quiet. He's the original symbol of epistemic rebellion, she says, sipping tepid tea. You smile, because even here, between the ivy and the indexes, the devil still stirs. This section of the journey is all about how intellectual circles, especially during the Enlightenment and beyond, recast Lucifer not as a villain, but as a symbol of reason, of light, of refusal to bow to ignorance. After all, what is Lucifer's name but a linguistic gift from Latin? Lux, light, and fere, to bear, the light bringer. You remember your mainstream fact. In John Milton's Paradise Lost, Lucifer's fall is rendered with almost tragic nobility. He questions God's authority, declares better to reign in hell than serve in heaven, and becomes the central voice of defiance. Despite Milton's Puritan intent, many readers sympathized, not with heaven, but with hell's eloquent exile. He became an icon not of evil, but of autonomy. Now, during the 18th and 19th centuries, thinkers like William Blake, Percy Shelley, and Lord Byron all flirted with Lucifer as a Promethean figure, a rebel who dared challenge tyranny. He wasn't summoning demons, he was summoning thought. Blake went so far as to say that Milton was of the devil's party without knowing it. You chuckle softly at the idea of a poet accidentally cosplaying a revolutionary. And here's your quirky gem. In 1830s France, a radical journalist named Alphonse Esquiros actually published a book called L'Évangile du Diable, the Gospel of the Devil, casting Lucifer as a misunderstood revolutionary, complete with poetic praise and political satire. It was banned, naturally, but its ideas fluttered through Parisian salons like perfume, bold, seductive, and just dangerous enough to excite. You drift through a long oak corridor lined with busts of philosophers. Descartes furrows his brow. Voltaire smirks from beneath his wig. You pause near a chalkboard where someone's drawn Lucifer, not as a beast, but as a torchbearer beside Newton and Galileo. The implication: knowledge can be just as heretical as sin. Historians still argue whether this romanticized Lucifer was simply a literary metaphor or a deeper philosophical pivot. Did the thinkers of that time genuinely revere the morning star, or were they just using him to poke the clergy with a clever stick? Was it belief or branding? A bell tolls softly above, and now you're in a reading room where students are highlighting passages from Nietzsche. One quotes aloud, "The devil is the spirit of gravity." You try to figure out if that's profound or just German. Either way, it fits. Because as science advanced, defying old religious models of the universe, the role of Lucifer morphed again. He became an avatar for progress. A little dangerous, yes, but thrilling. Like standing too close to lightning. The next scene slips into view like ink soaking into parchment. You're inside a Masonic lodge, but not the spooky kind. This one smells of pipe smoke and powdered wigs. Papers are being read, diagrams unfolded. You catch snippets about symmetry, mathematics, and the divine architect. Some theories link Lucifer to Venus, the morning star, associated with both beauty and rebellious visibility. After all, Venus rises early, outshining all but the sun. She knows how to arrive before the curtain. And then, a detail that curls at the edge of your mind like steam. In certain strands of theosophy and early occult science hybrids, Lucifer was portrayed not as a devil, but as a cosmic principle, a being of wisdom. Blavatsky, the 19th century mystic, argued that Lucifer was a symbol of enlightenment, not depravity. She said, he gave us reason, intellect, even the thirst to know the stars. A celestial dissenter turned spiritual guide. You walk past a cracked globe. It rotates slowly, continents painted in muted gold. A pin marks where Giordano Bruno was burned for, among other things, suggesting the universe had no center, and that there were infinite worlds. You can't help but wonder, did he see Lucifer not as a demon but as a kindred mind? Your footsteps echo again. You find yourself in a classroom filled with diagrams of DNA, telescopes, and circuit boards. The instructor, without breaking eye contact, says, "The devil's in the details." The class laughs. But it's not just a phrase anymore, is it? Lucifer, once a roaring beast of medieval imagination, now creeps between the fine print, between what we see and what we dare to ask. This is the quietest form of rebellion. No horns, no flames, just thought. As you move forward, you pass a series of paintings. The angel before the fall, wings pure and expression proud. Then another, post-fall, cast out, wings scorched, eyes still burning with something unrepentant. And finally, Lucifer not weeping or raging, but writing. Always writing. He's become the patron saint of thinkers, artists, outcasts, who'd rather risk exile than repeat the script. You exhale, slowly, because the dream is coiling in strange, elegant ways now. The devil doesn't shout anymore. He lectures, he publishes, he teaches seminars. The lights dim in the library. Books close themselves. And before the room fades completely, you hear one final whisper, half lecture, half lullaby. Lucifer fell not for pride, but for asking why. The library dissolves around you now, not in fire, but in gold. Every surface shimmers with wealth. Not the loose coin clatter of pocket change, but the whisper of rare metals, secret vaults, and the shimmer of black credit cards you'll never hold. You're not in hell anymore. Well, not the old one. You've stepped into something slicker, shinier, a penthouse of quiet power. Welcome to the financial elite's Lucifer. He doesn't lurk in dungeons here. He negotiates from corner offices with panoramic views. You walk across marble floors in shoes you didn't bring, passing glass sculptures shaped like horns, just abstract enough to pass as modern. The receptionist offers you a smile like a business card. It's all very polite, very global, very soulless. Lucifer, in this dimension, wears a suit tailored by the invisible hand. He doesn't tempt you with apples. He offers investments. He whispers in quarterly earnings calls. You spot a Forbes cover on a nearby table. The rise of the rebel CEO. The photo's backlit to give him a faint halo. Unintentional, surely. The mainstream breadcrumb here? Well, ever since the 1980s, pop culture has made a cozy nest for the satanic executive. Think Gordon Gekko's infamous "greed is good," or Patrick Bateman's bloody obsession with status. In both fiction and whispered conspiracy, Satan's become shorthand for unchecked capitalism, a stand-in for a system where profit justifies anything. And here comes your quirky historical footnote. In the 1920s, an obscure religious pamphlet accused the Rothschild banking dynasty of being agents of Lucifer, complete with diagrams, financial records, and speculative maps. It wasn't accurate, obviously, but it spread. These pamphlets eventually bled into modern conspiracies about the Illuminati, New World Orders, and demonic banking cabals. And now, these same tropes echo in half-baked YouTube essays and late-night Reddit threads. Different format, same fuel. You glide into a silent boardroom now. At the head of the table sits a man, or is it? His face obscured by light, voice deep and soothing. He speaks not in threats, but in percentages. Our projections for influence have grown 14%, he murmurs, sliding a chart across the table. The graph is shaped like a pitchfork. Not a coincidence. Historians still argue whether this overlap between Lucifer and capitalism emerged from genuine fear of wealth's corrupting force, or if it's a convenient narrative to mask deeper systemic issues. Is the devil really in Wall Street, or is he just a scapegoat for structures too complicated to decode at bedtime? You move again, now through a gala. Wealth swirls like perfume. People wear crimson accents, pocket squares, lipstick, cufflinks, all part of a trend that no one acknowledges but everyone follows. One woman's gown glimmers like molten gold, and on her necklace, a tiny inverted star nestled beside diamonds, a fashion statement, or a wink. A waiter offers you a champagne flute. You notice the label. It's a boutique brand, Morningstar Reserve. You take a sip. It tastes like indulgence with a finish of irony. Nearby, a conversation drifts into your ears. Oh, I just adore the devil aesthetic lately. It's so unapologetic. Yes, it's like finally someone owns their ambition. You can't tell if they're joking. You're not sure they can either. Next, a panel discussion begins. The topic? Rebellion as a brand. Influencers on stage talk about how edginess sells, how shock equals shares. One screen flashes luxury ads featuring subtle satanic motifs, horns disguised as hairdos, pentagrams rebranded as starbursts. You spot a perfume ad titled Fallen. The model gazes into the camera like she's already been damned, but in the coolest way possible. And there it is. The devil, once the ultimate outsider, has been bought, repackaged, and sold back to us as an aesthetic. Edginess for sale. Rebellion on a payment plan. Even Lucifer bows to consumerism now, because that's where the real power is. But deeper still, beneath the marketing, beneath the mockery, you sense something else. A current of fear. A feeling that maybe, just maybe, some of these symbols still hold a charge. Like plutonium in a velvet box. Pretty. Deadly. You pass a storefront now, its mannequins draped in crimson robes and glittering horns. No text, just a symbol. A goat's head rendered in chrome. People line up to buy. Not because they believe, but because it looks like they might. You pause at a bench made of black glass. A stock ticker runs along its edge. Instead of numbers, it scrolls Latin phrases. Lux in tenebris, fiat voluntas mea, non serviam. Light in darkness, let my will be done. I will not serve. A low chuckle vibrates through the air, digital, echoing. It doesn't scare you. You've heard worse in ad campaigns. but it lingers. And now, the scholarly whisper. A professor of semiotics once claimed that modern Luciferian imagery functions like cultural jazz. Improvised, referential, symbolic, without always being sincere. "We don't worship the devil anymore," she said. "We just wear him like a leather jacket, cool, rebellious, slightly musty. You rise, brushing imaginary ash from your sleeves. You walk past a mirror and catch a glimpse, not of horns, but of ambition. That's what Lucifer is here. Not evil, just drive. Untethered, unapologetic, beautiful and maybe a little dangerous. You exit the tower, finally. The elevator hums softly. As the doors close, you notice the floor button is marked not with numbers, but symbols. A star, a flame, a serpent. You press the last one, descending now. No flames, just a low synth beat, and the whisper of silk on polished stone. You emerge from the elevator into a tunnel. It's not dark, not exactly, but lit by a strange glow that doesn't have a source. The walls are covered in glossy screens, and each one plays something different. A scene from a cartoon, a rap video, a fashion show, a toothpaste ad. You recognize all of it, even if you can't name a single title. This is where the devil became background noise, because here, in this cultural crossroads, Lucifer isn't lurking in shadows or delivering grand monologues. He's lip-syncing in music videos, posing on magazine covers, blinking in the corner of memes you scrolled past too fast to notice. The morning star is now an algorithm-friendly motif. Palatable, market-tested, filtered. You walk slowly, hands grazing the smooth edge of a screen showing a pop idol with a serpent coiled around her arm. She winks, and the serpent flickers, almost as if it recognizes you. There's no fire here, just mood lighting. No pitchfork, just props. The mainstream moment hits fast. The 2014 MTV VMAs. You remember? That performance, the one with devil horns, a flaming set, and backup dancers in robes. It made headlines, think pieces, YouTubers with thumbnails like "Elite Symbolism Explained." And yet, behind all that buzz, the stage was just a set, the devil just a costume, the outrage just another metric. And that's the trick, isn't it? The more we use Lucifer as a visual punchline, the less he frightens. He's been declawed, memified. When you see Satan in a cereal ad, the exorcism's already happened. He's just branding now. You pass a screen looping scenes from children's shows. A cutesy goat with little horns. A song with the line, "Better to lead than to serve," tucked between bubblegum verses. Subtle, but not accidental. Here's your quirky tidbit. A few years ago, a kids' cartoon actually aired an episode where the villain literally quoted Milton's Satan, verbatim. "It is better to reign in hell than serve in heaven," said a robot overlord made of recycled parts. The writers later claimed it was just a nod. But was it? Historians still argue whether the prevalence of Luciferian motifs in mainstream entertainment is intentional, subliminal, or just the result of creatives reaching for the oldest, most dramatic archetype available. Is the devil's image actually being pushed, or is he just the best prop in the warehouse? You sit in a plush red chair, the kind you find in boutique theatres that sell craft soda. A trailer plays. The protagonist, a charming anti-hero with a pentagram tattoo and a backstory involving betrayal, exile, and misunderstood brilliance. He's cool. He's clever. He has a tragic playlist and a British accent. Audiences love him. You chuckle, softly. It's always the same beat. The devil, but make him relatable. That's the new formula. Sprinkle in sympathy, add trauma, shoot it with expensive lighting. Boom. He's not evil. He's just misunderstood. Another screen plays a commercial. A high-end sneaker ad. The camera pans down to show the soles are red, bright red. A whisper of inverted crosses stitched in. The voiceover promises unapologetic power. You blink. Just a shoe, right? Then a music video flashes. The singer wears horns, dances on a fiery stage, then descends into the underworld on a stripper pole. You remember the internet frenzy, the think pieces, the outrage, the hashtags. But you also remember the streams, the charts, The sales spike. Satan sells. Next, a fashion line. The brand is subtle, but the themes aren't. Black leather, sigils stitched onto sleeves. A model struts with wings, not angelic, but sharp. Someone says the look is devilcore. Someone else says, it's just camp. The phrase repeats in your head like a sleepy lullaby. It's just camp. It's just camp. Until it's not. Because as you glide past more glowing screens, you realize something odd. Each time the devil appears, on stage, in a logo, as a costume, he's not there to terrify. He's there to provoke, to glitter, to make you click. He's not the villain anymore. He's the content. A professor's voice hums in from somewhere off screen. We're no longer afraid of the devil. We're afraid of irrelevance. You don't know who said it, but it fits. You lean against a wall plastered with concert posters. All of them feature flames, goats, crimson fonts, and stars turned just slightly sideways. Not enough to sue, just enough to suggest. You start to wonder if rebellion's been fully gentrified. In a quiet alcove, a panel shows a timeline. The 1960s, satanic panic. The 1980s, metal bands and backmasking hysteria. The 2000s, emo rebellion. The 2020s, he's a fashion trend, a Halloween filter, a vibe. And here's something eerie. In a 2022 survey, nearly a quarter of Gen Z respondents said they viewed satanic symbolism in pop culture as just edgy fun, not moral concern. It's not the end of the world, but it might be the end of the devil's mystique. You walk now through a corridor lined with Funko Pops. Even Lucifer can be molded into a bobblehead. A final screen lights up. A sleepy-eyed TikToker explains the aesthetic of the morning star. They use a soft voice, ring lights bouncing in their pupils. It's not like about evil, they say. It's just like energy, you know? Transformation. Their room glows red. You hear wind chimes. And maybe that's the strangest part. The devil, once a figure of eternal damnation, now lives in ring lights and reposts. He's a TikTok audio, a Spotify aesthetic, a Pinterest mood board labeled Dark Academia, but make it sexy. You reach the end of the tunnel, the screens dim behind you, and ahead, there's nothing but a stage, empty, lit by soft red. A mic waits in the center. It's your turn. But don't worry, you don't have to say anything. Just walk slowly, own the moment, look good doing it. That's what he would do. The stage falls away behind you, dissolving like ash on the wind, and suddenly you're walking through a cathedral, not of God, but of spectacle. Its arches are made of stadium lights. The stained glass windows replay Super Bowl halftime shows. Choirs chant in auto-tune. And at the altar, a single camera, always watching, always rolling. You're in the church of media now, and here, Lucifer is no longer a character. He's a rhythm, a formula, a glittering pattern behind the pixels, looping endlessly through remakes, controversies, and viral hits. You can't see him, but you feel his influence in how stories are told, which faces get famous, and which rebels are carefully curated. You pass a marble pillar etched with movie posters, each one louder than the last. A hero with glowing eyes, a villain who isn't really a villain, a tagline promising, "Dare to disobey." You've seen it before, haven't you? Not that exact one, but something close. There's a template. Lucifer's silhouette is stitched into it like a watermark. And here comes your mainstream moment, 2015's Lucifer, the TV show. A dapper devil leaves hell to solve crimes in LA, sipping whiskey and cracking jokes. He's charming, handsome, deeply wounded, but trying. You weren't surprised that audiences fell in love with him. You were surprised it took so long. Critics praised the nuanced complexity. Fans wrote fan fiction. Somewhere along the line, the Prince of Darkness became a certified heartthrob. Now glance left. There's your quirky tidbit. In 1971, a radio DJ named Les Crane released a spoken word track called Desiderata. On the B-side, a bizarre monologue titled The Devil's Advice in which a smooth-voiced Satan offers practical life tips like never loan money to relatives and stay out of politics. It wasn't satire, it wasn't scary, it was strangely comforting. The record quietly became a cult classic. Lucifer as a life coach, decades before streaming caught up. Historians still argue whether pop culture's embrace of the devil is meant to provoke traditional morality or just capitalize on its collapse. Is he being softened to reflect shifting values, or is he being marketed to fill the spiritual vacuum left behind? You descend into pews lined with LED strips. Each one glows a different shade of red, like mood lighting at a nightclub. On a massive screen overhead, a montage plays. Music videos, game trailers, perfume ads, Oscar speeches. They all borrow something from Lucifer. The elegance, the defiance, the invitation to say no beautifully. A voice murmurs beside you, low and clear. What we fear, we glamorize, and what we glamorize, we forget to question. You look over, but no one's there. Above you, a gospel choir explodes into sound, but they're singing in reverse. The melody is haunting, familiar. You realize it's a reversed rendition of a pop hit with once scandalous lyrics. Now it's just a TikTok dance. The devil doesn't need to possess anyone. He just needs to trend. A younger you would have scoffed at this, would have dismissed it as coincidence or creative laziness. But tonight, as the images swirl, horns tucked into costume design, sigils embedded in set decoration, lyrics dripping with faux ritual language, you start to wonder, not if it's real, but if it matters whether it's real. You walk beneath a massive dome. The fresco above is animated, pulsing like a heartbeat. It depicts the fall, not just of angels, but of icons. One moment you see Lucifer, brilliant and brazen. The next, a pop star shaving their head, a cancelled comedian, a fashion designer ousted for tweeting too much truth. The fall is eternal here, public, streamed in 4K, and yet the crowd cheers. Because in this cathedral, the devil is relatable. He's the one who spoke out, who said what you're not supposed to say, who broke the rules and got punished for it. Sound familiar? You pass a confessional booth. Inside, a neon sign flashes. Tell me your truth. You enter. The screen flickers on. It doesn't ask what sins you've committed. It asks how many followers you've gained since. You exit into a side chapel, this one dedicated to film. Projectors line the walls. Each reel plays a different iteration of Lucifer. Al Pacino in The Devil's Advocate, all charisma and corruption. Tim Curry's demonic lord in Legend, terrifying and oddly seductive. Even Disney's Fantasia, with Chernabog spreading wings over a mountain. The devil, repackaged for every decade, every demographic. And now, the academic voice again, somewhere between thought and dream. Lucifer survives because he evolves. He doesn't resist media, he becomes it. You pass a gift shop. Yes, even here. The shelves are stocked with irony, plush devils, keychains shaped like tridents, designer candles labeled Sinner's Musk. One t-shirt reads, "Sympathy for the devil, now available in every size." You don't laugh, because deep down, you understand what's happening. Lucifer is no longer a villain. He's a vessel. He carries rebellion and beauty and irony, and most dangerously, relatability. That's the real trick. When you leave the cathedral, it's not through a grand stone door, but through a turnstile. You scan your wrist, and it beeps green. You're back outside. Except the city now looks different. Every billboard hums. Every brand logo feels slightly off. A curve here, a flicker there. The stars are still in the sky, but some of them form shapes you weren't taught to name. You glance down. Your own shadow has horns. Not big ones, just enough. You don't flinch when you see the horns. You just sigh. Because by now, they feel familiar. Not threatening, not evil. More like accessories. A vibe. Something that was probably sold to you in pieces, in songs and stories, until the idea of horns on your shadow became as ordinary as your phone's glow. You walk through the city. It hums quietly, not with chaos, but with a kind of soft, neon blasphemy. Every billboard pulses in crimson tones. A streaming service ad flickers with the tagline, "Rebel, Rise, Repeat." A perfume commercial shows a figure falling through clouds, then landing barefoot in high heels. The name of the scent? Eve's Regret. You chuckle through your nose. It's subtle, but not subtle. At the next corner, there's a bus stop shelter wrapped in an ad for a fast food chain. In the background, flames, horns, a smiling devil mascot offering hot wings. You imagine someone designed that in a windowless office, sipping a pumpkin spice latte thinking, "This'll go viral." It probably did. You remember when devils in media were either monstrous or metaphoric? Now, they're playable characters, fashion icons, viral memes. They've been merchandised into plushies and phone grips. You once saw a toddler in a onesie that read, "Little Devil," and nobody blinked. There's a fringe tidbit floating up from memory. In the early 2000s, a European toy line released a set of dolls known as the Fallen Angels, each one themed after a deadly sin. The packaging was slick. The designs, gorgeous. Critics called it inappropriate. Collectors called it art. It was banned in 2 countries. It also sold out in 3. You glance up at a massive mural. Street art this time. A stylized Lucifer, graffiti wings unfurled, painted over the side of a repurposed church. He holds a spray can in one hand and a halo like a frisbee in the other. Tagline below in cursive, "Create your own Eden." Historians still argue whether pop culture's obsession with fallen figures is rooted in genuine rebellion, or just nostalgia for a story that's more fun than the original. Is this the devil's influence, or just clever marketing? A thought occurs. You've barely seen any crosses. Not real ones, anyway. Only upside-down ones, twisted into fashion. Crosses made of bones. Crosses bent into logos. You wonder when holiness got rebranded as a design flaw. You pass a bookstore window. Front and center, self-help books with cheeky titles. Temptation Tactics. Be Your Own Lucifer. The Power of the Exile Archetype. And, of course, a memoir from a pop star who reclaimed hell as a metaphor for fame. You don't buy any of them. You've already read this story in 1,000 ways. You keep walking. Now you're in a museum district. Well, what used to be one. The old signs for natural history and astronomy have been half obscured by newer installations. One gallery calls itself The Art of Defiance. Inside, you spot sculptures made of broken halos and paintings of angels with one wing scorched. The guidebook says the exhibit explores the mythic potential of Lucifer as muse. You sit on a cold bench in the center of it all, surrounded by visitors posing for selfies next to a giant mirror etched with the words, "Fall with grace." You start to feel it again, that strange blend of aesthetic pleasure and creeping disquiet. Because even if none of this is sinister exactly, it's not neutral either. It's suggestive. You're being whispered to, gently, constantly. Look at how beautiful it is to break away. Look how glamorous it is to stand alone. Look how freeing it feels to question everything except the whisper. The air shifts. A wind, somehow from indoors. The lights dim to a faint reddish hue. One corner of the gallery glows brighter. There's a new exhibit, recently added. The plaque reads, "The Lucifer Effect in Consumer Mythology." It's a looping video projected on mist. You watch as familiar brand logos dissolve into inverted symbols. A soda can morphs into a chalice. A shoe transforms into a hoofprint. A famous hamburger clown now wears a crown of thorns. It's not subtle. It's not satire. You hear the narration softly. In the postmodern world, sin is just a rebrand away from sensation. Someone behind you whispers, "It's art." Another replies, "It's just edgy." A third says, "It's probably nothing." You exhale. Because that's what they always say. You walk out into the night. The city's rhythm thumps beneath your feet. A bass line pulses from a rooftop. You follow it. Up winding stairs, past velvet ropes, onto a rooftop club. The crowd here moves like smoke, faces painted with half masks, all silver and red. The DJ spins tracks named things like Heaven's Exit and Cherub Burn. A woman dances in boots shaped like hooves. A man with black feathered wings takes selfies with a plastic pitchfork. Someone hands you a drink called Forbidden Apple. The menu promises it's infused with temptation. You sip. It's sweet. Of course it is. You sway with the crowd, unsure if this is a party or a sermon. And maybe that's the point. Lucifer doesn't want your soul anymore. He wants your attention, your playlist, your engagement metrics, and you've given it freely, haven't you? Because rebellion is easier when it's choreographed. You leave the club with glitter in your hair, the drink still fizzing on your tongue. On the sidewalk, you spot a billboard. It reads, "Don't follow rules, follow vibes." Below it, a stylized horned face, grinning. You cross the street, and you don't even look both ways. The sidewalk stretches under your feet like a conveyor belt now. Automatic, smooth, too easy. The city has gone quieter. Not asleep, but hushed, like a theatre right before the final act. Above you, the sky is bruised with colour. Not the normal inky black of night, but a deep, smoky purple threaded with embers. Somewhere far off, thunder rumbles without lightning. Just sound, just mood. You find yourself in a plaza, wide, empty, eerily symmetrical. Everything's too polished. The buildings shimmer with mirrored glass. There's no trash, no cracks, not even a single pigeon. The centerpiece? A black cube sculpture with golden veins glowing like slow lava. You realize it's pulsing in rhythm with your breath. You sit on its edge. It's warm. And here's where the whisper turns into a monologue. You've heard Lucifer symbolized in rebellion, in glam, in streaming TV. But here, in this part of the city, the quiet heart, he's stripped down to concept. A pure, simmering idea. The serpent before the fruit. The voice that says, "Why not you?" The silence after, "Because I said so." And most of all, the moment just before you say no. A digital screen blinks on. It plays clips. You don't recognize most of them. Foreign films, vintage cartoons, esoteric commercials from the 90s. In each, the same shape recurs. The flicker of flame, the wink, the rise. A character breaking free. Not always evil, sometimes the opposite. The villain who saves the day by refusing to obey. The angel who lies for love. The child who runs from a rigid truth. There's a fringe fact you catch from memory. In 1997, a short-lived ad campaign for a Scandinavian soda called Lucida featured a horned silhouette encouraging viewers to taste clarity through defiance. Sales were terrible, but the imagery stuck around. A decade later, its symbol re-emerged on luxury gym gear marketed to spiritual rebels. Even failed devils don't stay dead. Historians still argue whether Lucifer's symbolic spread is deliberate infiltration or just pop culture cannibalizing its own taboos for lack of new ideas. Either way, the effect is the same. Saturation. Not belief, but presence. The devil is background radiation now. Not loud, but everywhere. You feel it most in the things no one notices anymore, like the school play that cast Lucifer as a misunderstood anti-hero, or the makeup tutorial called Infernal Beauty with millions of views, or the motivational speaker who opens with, "Even the devil was an angel once." None of it's wrong exactly, just reframed, repackaged. You're pulled forward again, now into a library, but not one filled with dusty books. No, this is digital, walls of touchscreens, infinite scrolls, curated tabs. The space is silent except for the hum of electricity and faint whispers from headphone-clad visitors watching videos about the power of the archetype. You browse. The database is vast. Lucifer through the lens of psychology, through fashion, through urban design, TED Talks explaining his narrative arc, academic PDFs analyzing his brand equity, memes dissected like scripture, and then your own reflection. One of the mirrored walls flickers and shows you, but with subtle changes. You're cleaner, glossier, a bit taller. The lighting makes your eyes sharper, your smile more self-assured. There's something magnetic about this version of you. Unapologetic, unbothered, stylishly aloof. This version is adored. You reach toward the reflection and your fingertips graze glass. It's warm. There's a button below that says Become. You don't press it. You just sit there for a while, listening to the air vibrate. Because now you understand. Luciferian symbolism in pop culture isn't just about devils or demons or pentagrams in plain sight. It's about mood, a flavor, an attitude sold in fragments, through fonts, through lighting, through one-liners in movies that make you cheer when someone breaks the rules just right. It's a soft revolution, velvet-lined. He doesn't scare you anymore. He doesn't have to. He fascinates instead. The same way a prism does when it splits a beam of light into colors you weren't expecting. The same way a lie feels when it's comforting. The same way a story sounds when it ends with, "And they were never sorry." You exit the library, and this time, you're walking toward the edge of the city. The buildings taper off into a hill. The night grows quieter. The lights dim, then vanish. And ahead, a fire, small, contained. You sit near it, cross-legged, like a child at a sleepover ghost story circle. But no one's telling the story. You're remembering it yourself, from all the clues, all the flickers, all the horns hidden in plain sight. You realize you've never lived in a world without Lucifer in the background. Just a world that didn't admit he was the blueprint for half its stories. Not worshipped, just woven. Rebellion, seduction, independence, beauty, exile, glamour. A bouquet of carefully sharpened ideas. And now you know, not because someone warned you, but because you were paying attention. You glance at the fire again. It doesn't crackle. It glows like a slow heartbeat. You watch the shadows it casts. They stretch far, looping behind you like a cloak. You don't look back. You just let them follow. You're not sure when the fire fades. You only notice the cold. Not a dramatic chill, just a gentle, creeping coolness that wraps around your ankles like fog. The city is behind you now, far off, its glow reduced to a vague smear across the horizon. Ahead, there's only a narrow path lined with wind-worn stones and crooked branches that look like reaching hands. You follow it, of course, because that's what you've been doing all night, wandering through this quiet exorcism disguised as exploration. Your footsteps fall softer now. The ground isn't concrete anymore. It's dust, dry and light, like ash that remembers being fire. You pass a crumbling statue, not of an angel or devil, just a face, human, carved with a curious half smile. You feel like it's watching you, not with menace, with permission. The wind rustles through skeletal trees, and somewhere an owl calls once, then doesn't again. The sound doesn't scare you. It feels scripted, like the night itself is a stage play, and you're the final actor still awake. You come to a broken sign half buried in weeds. The letters barely cling to the wood. You can't read the full message, just one word, faded but legible. Fallen. You smile. Of course. Because now you've seen the full circle. Luciferian symbolism isn't always fire and brimstone. Often it's just suggestion, a carefully sharpened question, a melody that hums, "What if the fall was freedom?" A visual that asks, "Aren't wings meant to be used?" You pass an old billboard in the middle of nowhere. Strange that it's here, alone in the wild. It shows a clean-cut actor holding a briefcase, standing on the edge of a skyscraper. Text above him, "Redefine the edge." In the corner, the logo of a luxury tech brand shaped like a stylized serpent eating its tail. Historians still argue whether the Ouroboros was meant to symbolize eternity or ego. Maybe both. Maybe the ego just wears eternity as a mask. You find a bench under a twisted tree. You sit. You rest. And now you recall things you forgot, like how early Renaissance painters often portrayed Lucifer not with red skin and horns, but with sadness, with eyes full of knowledge, with faces that looked oddly familiar, as if you might have passed them in the mirror once. There's a fringe claim, rarely repeated, that one artist modelled Lucifer's fall after his own self-portrait, then later destroyed the sketch in a fire he said had no earthly source. You believe that? Maybe. The stars emerge above you, shy and pale. You notice a constellation you've never seen before. It doesn't have a name. It isn't listed on apps. But it looks like a single line bending sharply, like a broken halo or a turning path. You trace it with your fingertip in the air, smiling faintly, as if it's a secret only the insomniacs get to see. The night thickens, softer, sleepier. You remember the club, the sculpture, the mirror wall version of yourself, and it all folds into a quiet question. Was it ever really Lucifer you were chasing? Or just the part of yourself that liked the echo of challenge, of mystery, of art that makes you tilt your head sideways, and music that feels one note off but somehow more beautiful for it? You lean back on the bench. The wind breathes gently against your face. The fire's long gone now. The symbols dim. The night forgives. You're not afraid, not even curious anymore, just full of strange images that no longer alarm you, full of flickering stories told in red neon and velvet capes and angel-shaped perfume bottles, full of a world that turned rebellion into rhythm and rhythm into comfort. And now, finally, you feel yourself let go. The ground beneath you softens, the stars stretch, the silence presses close, like a blanket. You let the pace slow now. Everything moves in molasses. Words get heavy, like the hush before snowfall. Your thoughts stretch long and lazy, like cats in a sunbeam. The sharp edges of memory dull to a smooth blur. Even the devil's horns feel rounded now, harmless, half asleep, symbolic in the gentlest possible way. That city of shadows and whispers fades behind your closed eyelids. The symbols dissolve. The glowing cube, the feathered strangers, the cheeky perfume ads. All of them melt into soft impressions. Just colors now, maybe a feeling. The trace of a voice that no longer needs to say anything at all. You're safe here. You always were. No fire, no test, no sin. Just a story told in quiet, flickering pieces that let your brain coast into the space between thoughts. You're not alone. Millions before you have sat under this same sky, turning over stories like stones, wondering which were warnings and which were riddles, which were lies, and which were just old truths dressed up for new audiences. But none of that matters now. What matters is the rhythm of your breath, the softness of the air, the feeling that even the symbols have curled up to rest beside you. Sleep comes easily now, not because the story ended, but because you no longer need to follow it. It will still be here when you wake. Until then, drift, float, let go. The lights are dim, the whispers are fading. And you, dear listener, you're free to sleep. Hey guys, tonight we're going to gently sink into a past that stinks. Not metaphorically, literally. It's dark, it's damp, and it smells like old cheese wrapped in wet wool stuffed inside a dying goat's sock. Because before perfume was an art or a billion-dollar industry, it was survival. It was desperation. It was, quite frankly, a medieval attempt to not choke on the breath of the person next to you. You're walking cobbled streets under a sky of thick stars and thicker smoke. The night air isn't fresh, it's fermented. Chimneys belch soot and lard smoke, mingling with the breath of oxen and the fester of uncollected waste. It was not for fashion, but to hide the smell from their bottom. You pinch your nose, but too late. Your shoes squish in something that may have once been food, but now vibrates gently with questionable life. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. I always read those. Now, dim the lights, maybe open the window for that soft wind hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're not dreaming, though it may feel like it. The buildings lean like tired teeth, the timber sagging with old secrets. A cat hisses at nothing. Somewhere, a man hawks up his soul into the street. Welcome to the late 1300s. You're about to discover why the perfume you spritzed this morning wasn't born in a Parisian boutique, but in a medieval alleyway soaked in centuries of scent. You duck into a doorway to escape the fog of tallow smoke. It's not helping. Inside is a mix of damp wool, wet dog, dried herbs, and something disturbingly sweet. Maybe overripe meat. Maybe someone. The smell is so dense it could be buttered and served on bread. People didn't bathe often, and they didn't have Febreze. Instead, the air was filled with humanity. Breath, skin, oil, mildew, and bodily emissions from every corner of the caste system. Hygiene was less a practice and more a prayer. Outside, a group of boys play near a gutter, shrieking with delight as they kick something bloated that may or may not have once been a rat. You notice the water running through the channel is opaque and smells like pickled feet. This is the closest thing to plumbing most towns had. Open drains, sometimes directed into streams. That's if the town even bothered, and yet, people got used to it. Just like you can ignore the hum of your fridge at night, medieval noses adjusted. A traveling monk once noted that you didn't know how bad it was until you left for a while, which means everyone constantly smelled like something was gently dying inside their clothes. Still, they noticed each other's funk. Body odor was a social issue, a cause for gossip, a class marker. The rich, they masked it with crushed rose petals and ambergris. The poor, well, parsley in the armpits if they were lucky. Otherwise, it was simply God's scent. You lean against a wooden post and regret it immediately. Everything is moist. Moist with age, with people, with centuries of unwashed contact. Historians still argue whether people actually believed perfume had magical properties, or if they were simply desperate to hide the reality of their surroundings. But in either case, the urge to mask odor wasn't vanity. It was necessity. Nearby, a woman sells bundles of herbs, sage, mint, and lavender, tied with twine, meant to be worn under hats or pinned to cloaks. You buy one out of politeness, holding it to your nose. It helps, slightly. It's like putting a single mint leaf on a compost pile and calling it a spa. You pass a small chapel. A priest swings a censer, thick clouds of frankincense wafting through the air. It's spiritual, yes, but also practical. Incense wasn't just about heaven, it was about mercy. The holy mingled with the human in the worst possible nasal ways. And then you hear it. A soft slap, slap, slap of something wet against stone. You turn to see a maid rinsing bed linens in a bucket. The water is brown. She slaps the sheet again. You realize she's not trying to clean it. She's just making it less crunchy. You begin to understand. Perfume wasn't invented to be beautiful. It was invented because everything else was unbearable. In places where your breath could sour milk and your sweat could write memoirs, a spritz of something floral wasn't fashion. It was self-defense. The first perfume, as you'd recognize it, wasn't a bottled fragrance with a designer label. It was oils, resins, smokes, burned or dabbed or crushed. Anything to overpower the ever-present aroma of daily life, not enhance it. Overwrite it like a mistake on parchment. By the 12th century, people in cities like Cordoba and Cairo were already distilling floral waters. Alcohol-based perfume would rise later in places like Hungary and Venice. But it was always the same idea. Kill the stink before it kills your social life. And so, tonight, as your blanket tightens and your eyelids float, imagine walking through a world where everyone carries their personal atmosphere, one they can't turn off. Imagine what it means to invent a new smell, not because you want to, but because it's the only way to survive being near each other. This, dear dreamer, is where the story begins. Not in a royal court, but in the rank alleyways and shared rooms of a time that only knew two smells, bad and worse. You wake to the chill of morning, your nose already doing reconnaissance. The scent hasn't changed. If anything, it's deepened. ripened overnight like a cheese with opinions. Somewhere nearby, a candle burns animal fat. Somewhere else, someone's shoes never left their feet during sleep. You stretch, only to realize your tunic has absorbed the room's entire personality. You decide it's time to wash. Bold of you. Bathing in the Middle Ages was a decision met with superstition, inconvenience, and occasional horror. You head toward the community water source, usually a bucket or a basin, depending on whether your village boasts a stream or just a mysterious well. The water is cold. Always cold. Hot water is a fantasy for royalty or the very rich. You dip your fingers into the icy surface, and your joints snap back like a wet cat. You persist. You splash. It's not refreshing. It's punishment. Then comes the soap. Or something pretending to be soap. In truth, medieval soap was more like a gritty insult made from boiled animal fat and wood ash. Lie heavy. If you used too much, it could peel your skin like a grape. If you used too little, it just moved the grime around in polite circles. You rub it against your skin and wonder if cleanliness is worth the sensation of being flayed slowly. For most people, the answer was no. Bathing was risky. After the Black Death, many believed water opened the pores, and with them, a path for disease to sneak in. You hear whispers about miasma, bad air filled with invisible death. The fewer pores you expose to it, the better, hence fewer baths. It made sense in their logic. Historians still argue whether this belief stemmed more from fear or just sheer inconvenience, but either way, soap lost the popularity contest, and so, many turned to dry washing. You take a linen cloth, rub it against your skin to lift the surface oils, and maybe sprinkle a little vinegar on it if you're feeling fancy. There's no lather, there's no sparkle, but it dulls the shine and makes you slightly less sticky. Rich folks had options. Oils infused with herbs, distilled rose water, even imported powders that left a sweet scent and a waxy film. You're mostly using your sleeve. Now think about your hair. You probably haven't washed it in weeks, which is normal. Clean hair was not the ideal. It was the suspicion. If your scalp looked too fresh, people might assume something was wrong with your humors. Instead, you comb, carefully, with a bone comb or one carved from wood. You drag it through with slow, cautious effort, knowing full well you'll meet resistance in the form of nits, lice, or something that could be classified as its own ecosystem. A few bugs fall onto your tunic. You crush them without ceremony. To help the smell, you dust your hair with dried rosemary and flour, an ancient version of dry shampoo. Your scalp now smells like seasoned bread. You smile. You've joined the middle ranks of hygiene success. You take a deep breath and realize it's not about being clean. It's about being less offensive than your neighbor. In a world where people lived close, traveled close, and slept 5 to a bed, being the least smelly person was enough to be considered attractive. You peek into a nearby home. A mother wipes her child's face with spit and a cloth. Behind her, laundry hangs, not fresh, just less filthy. A shirt with a stain you recognize from last week's stew. A pair of trousers airing out after being worn every day since Pentecost. You step back outside and feel the warmth of the sun mixing with the weight of yesterday's smells. Everything ferments. Leather, sweat, tallow, cabbage, all stewing into a community broth. You notice something odd. A man walking past carries a sprig of mint tucked behind his ear. Not for fashion, for function. He, like you, is navigating the delicate social dance of olfactory self-defense. You wonder who will win today's quiet competition of scent camouflage. Then, a flash of color. Another woman pulls a kerchief from her bodice, dampened with lavender water. She presses it to her nose as she walks through a group of men who clearly have not been near water in some time. You watch their eyes follow her, not because of her beauty, but because she smells like not them. There's your clue. The real power of perfume didn't begin with beauty. It began with separation, with lifting oneself above the stench of the masses, with the illusion of purity. Perfume was a divider, a mask you wore to say, I am better than this swamp we all live in. And when you wore that scent, even briefly, it changed how others treated you. Shopkeepers smiled. Strangers gave space. Nobles leaned in instead of away. You returned to your corner of the world, skin tingling from the cold water, hair dusted and combed, armpits packed with crushed time. For one fleeting hour, you are the best-smelling person on your street. You may even make it two, if the wind is kind. But the sun is rising, and the city is waking. The smell will return, on you, around you, in everything you touch. The only escape is to find something stronger, something bottled, something ancient and mysterious, something that doesn't just hide the stink, but makes people forget it ever existed. That's what you're looking for now. Not cleanliness, not godliness, just the first real perfume. You wake up and feel the heaviness of your linen undershirt, soaked with the slow accumulation of days. Or maybe weeks. It sticks to your skin like a second, warmer, smellier skin. You peel it back and realize something sobering. You haven't changed your clothes in, well, you've lost count. And so has everyone else around you. Today's challenge? Laundry, or more accurately, surviving the lack of it. The word underwear in the medieval world doesn't mean crisp boxer briefs or lacy underthings. No, you're wearing a long linen shift or shirt, the one garment that touches your body every hour of every day. It's your only line of defense between your skin and the world, and it's doing most of the heavy lifting in absorbing your personal scent story. Your outer layers, woolen tunics, leather boots, maybe a cloak, are rarely, if ever, washed. The linen underlayer gets most of the washing attention, but washing, in this era, is a heroic act. Soap is rare, water is freezing, and it's all done by hand. You think of the effort it takes to wring a wet sheet over a stone basin in winter and realize why people just didn't. You sniff the air inside your small shared home. It smells like feet and stew and something vaguely woolly. Not everyone lives like this. Wealthy households employ laundresses who boil linens and hang them in the sun. But you're not rich. You're you. And right now, your shirt smells like old meat wrapped in hay. You set out to do laundry, which begins with finding water that isn't brown. Good luck. Even in towns with rivers or wells, the water is a long walk away, and once you carry it back, it's already picked up half the village's dust. Still, you soak the cloth, hoping the cold soak and a bit of lye soap will lift something, anything, from the fibers. Rubbing it with ash soap helps a bit. Beating it with a stick helps more. You try not to breathe deeply. Washing clothes is usually a communal activity, which means today you're surrounded by other people doing the same. You chat about last week's market theft while elbow deep in greyish suds. The smell never really leaves. It just gets muted. Historians still argue whether people wore multiple sets of underclothes or rotated a single shirt endlessly. Some say the average person owned 2 shifts, one to wear, one to scrub. Others say even that was optimistic. What's clear is that linen was the unsung hero of medieval hygiene. It was breathable, semi-absorbent, and most importantly, washable. Unlike wool, which could shrink, rot, or fight back, you wring out your shirt and hang it on a crooked stick. The breeze carries away a faint trace of vinegar and sun. It's the freshest thing you've smelled in days. But what about the rest of you? Your shoes are made of leather that's slowly molding. Your outer tunic has patches stiff with sweat. You spot a crusty ring around the neckline, a greasy badge of honor. You scrape it off with your thumbnail and pretend it never happened. Even your hat smells. It's been on your head through rain, snow, market days, and feast nights. And no, you've never washed it. Why would you? You sit in the sun, still damp from your bath, your skin tight and tacky. A breeze stirs the grass. For a fleeting moment, you smell green, clean, alive. But then the wind shifts, and with it comes the unmistakable note of rotting fish from the market 2 alleys over. Reality returns. Now imagine living like this every day. You can't just hop in the shower. You can't run a quick load of laundry. You live in your clothes. You eat in them, sleep in them. Sometimes you die in them. It's no surprise that people began to get creative. A handful of lavender in your pocket. A sachet of dried herbs pinned to your chest. Some even perfumed their clothing directly, dabbing aromatic oils into seams. or soaking handkerchiefs to press against their nose in crowded spaces. These were the first, desperate experiments in wearable scent, but not everyone had access to those luxuries. Most people relied on the sun and air to do what boiling water couldn't. They hung their clothes high and hoped a strong breeze would take the worst of it away. It usually didn't. In fact, some people leaned into it. Smell became identity. You knew who was coming by their musk. A father's leather coat, a baker's flour sweat blend, a child's sour milk stickiness. Scent was memory, navigation, even reputation. You pause and think, maybe this is why perfume had to happen. Not just because people wanted to smell better, but because they needed to forget how bad things really were, to erase the evidence, to soften the harsh outline of daily life into something more livable, more desirable. Remember the nobles? They didn't wash much either, but they had the means to make it seem like they did. Layers of clothes, scented gloves, perfumed pomanders dangling from belts, even roses sewn into garments. It wasn't hygiene, it was performance. Perfume, back then, didn't make you clean. It made you seem cleaner. And that was enough. So now you sit half-dressed in your shift, waiting for the sun to finish its work. The linen will never be white again, but it no longer threatens to attack your nostrils. You pull it on, feeling almost proud. Today, you are the freshest person in town, by medieval standards. And as you exhale into your own collar, relieved at the lack of gagging, you understand something new. Perfume didn't begin as a luxury, it began as laundry. You shift in your chair, fabric crinkling against your skin, and take a deep inhale. Not because it smells good, but because it smells less bad. That, in medieval terms, is a small triumph. But today's scent has something extra in it, a hint of sweetness, a mystery note that doesn't belong to humans or livestock. You're catching a whiff of incense, and that means you're near a church. You step through a heavy wooden door, and suddenly everything changes. The world outside, the livestock, the markets, the manure is muffled, replaced by a strange resinous fog curling up from a swinging censer. It stings your eyes, then settles in your lungs. Welcome to holy air. In medieval Europe, the church didn't just dominate your spiritual life, it dominated your senses. And smell was no exception. You look around at the stone walls, the flickering candles, the hard benches worn smooth by generations of backsides. This space is designed to transport you, physically, spiritually, and olfactorily. Because nothing says, God is here, like an overwhelming cloud of frankincense. Incense wasn't just ritual, it was strategy. The people crowding into this space were not freshly showered. They were not wearing deodorant. They likely hadn't bathed in months. So, how do you keep the space from turning into a holy hotbox of BO and mildew? Easy. You burn tree sap until it looks like a thundercloud and smells like ancient pine dreams. Frankincense and myrrh, both imported from far-off lands, weren't just spiritual tools. They were sensory nukes. They overpowered everything. And in doing so, they created an illusion of cleanliness, of sanctity, of separation from the grimy reality waiting outside. Historians still debate how much of this incense usage was theological purity versus tactical odor suppression. Probably both. But one thing's clear. Even in the holiest of places, stink had to be managed. You move toward the altar and notice something strange. A small container, gold-plated, beautiful. Inside, it holds rose petals soaked in oil. It's a reliquary, sure, but also a scented buffer. Even the bones of saints got perfume. After all, even sacred decay is still decay. Priests dabbed themselves with rosewater before sermons. Nuns tucked lavender into their robes. Monks who copied manuscripts in stuffy rooms wore waxed gloves infused with citrus oil. Not for luxury, but to avoid going nose-blind in a room filled with stale ink, sheet parchment, and their own unwashed robes. Smell wasn't just tolerated, it was organized. Churches and monasteries actually had scent schedules. Incense burned at specific hours. Herbal bundles were rotated with the seasons. You start to realize medieval religion was practically aromatherapy in Latin, and let's not forget the pilgrimages. When thousands of believers packed into churches to see a relic or hear a sermon, the odor density skyrocketed. People fainted, not from divine ecstasy, but from dehydration and crowd musk. So again, perfume, herb-stuffed garlands, baskets of mint tossed onto floors to be crushed underfoot. Smell had to be weaponized in self-defense. Even the idea of heaven was scented. The odor of sanctity wasn't just metaphorical, it was a real belief that saints' corpses gave off floral or spicy fragrances, like a spiritual air freshener. No wonder medieval people started associating good smell with goodness and foul smell with sin. You look up at a stained glass window and wonder if those blue-robed angels would have smelled like lilies or lemongrass. And if they were just projections of what people wished real humans smelled like. Probably. Outside the church, things feel heavier, like someone just put a wool blanket over your head. The incense fog starts to fade, and the pigsty down the road reasserts itself with conviction. Your nose is betrayed, but your memory holds on to the trace of that sacred perfume. You realize something subtle is happening. Your brain has started linking clean scents with higher status, with safety, with magic. That idea, it sticks. You think back to the traveling traders who brought frankincense and spices to Europe. Most people never saw the East, but they smelled it in every church. It made perfume exotic, mystical, worth something. You picture a spice merchant in Baghdad, decanting oils into glass vials, sealing them with wax, and sending them west. By the time they reached Europe, they were treasures, more precious than gold, because they made you forget your own body. And once religion introduced the idea that good smells pre good souls, well, society took that and ran with it. You walk past the local healer's hut. There's a bundle of sage drying by the window, a pot of camphor bubbling gently over a low flame. These, too, are attempts to scrub the air, to control the nose. Not because it's dirty, but because it's dangerous. Disease rides on bad air, remember? So you must purify it. Smell becomes medicine. In some cities, perfumers and apothecaries share space. They mix oils and tinctures in the same bottles. They label one as a cure for plague and the other as a balm for piety. Sometimes they're the same liquid. You begin to understand something deeper. Perfume wasn't born from luxury. It was born from necessity, from faith, from fear, and always from funk. Tonight, as you lie in bed, you can still smell the last tendrils of church incense caught in your hair, a ghost of sanctity clinging to the edges of your unwashed body. It's comforting. You feel cleaner, or at least less hopeless. You close your eyes. Tomorrow you'll wake up to livestock and feet again. But for now, you drift through clouds of frankincense, sacred rot, and the earliest experiments in olfactory escape. The rooster's crow wakes you, but it's not the sound that jolts you up. It's the smell. Something between boiled cabbage and wet fur, seasoned with a hint of chamber pot and last week's fish stew. You didn't invite this bouquet into your home. It just crept in overnight. You're living in a medieval town now, and this is what mornings smell like. You stretch, scratch behind your ear, and wonder where the smell is strongest. Then you find it. The chamber pot, tucked into the corner like a shameful secret. Full, again. You carry it gingerly outside, dodging other residents who are also doing the medieval morning shuffle of emptying their own personal nightmares. The alley is alive with movement, but not from people. Rats. Dozens of them. They scurry around your feet, unbothered. The filth is their kingdom. And in this part of the story, the enemy of scent isn't just your unwashed body. It's the entire environment collapsing under its own stink. You pour out the pot's contents into the open gutter. So does your neighbor. And the neighbor's neighbor. Now imagine the entire population doing that every single day, sometimes twice. That's your street. An open sewer. People didn't just tolerate the smell. They planned around it. Cities had rakers whose job was to collect human and animal waste, often once a week. In between, it just accumulated. Historians still argue whether medieval towns were as filthy as we assume. Some evidence shows that cities impose strict rules about dumping waste. Others suggest these rules were mostly ignored. You suspect the truth lies somewhere in between. A medieval shrug paired with a medieval clothespin over the nose. You walk past a butcher's stall where someone's already hacking apart a pig. Blood seeps into the cobblestones. Intestines hang like party streamers. Flies rejoice. The smell hits you in waves. Metallic, sour, greasy. And somehow, wet. In the summer, the heat thickens the air until it feels chewable. In winter, the cold traps smoke from hearth fires low to the ground, turning streets into suffocating tunnels of burnt wood and sweat. The rivers don't help. They're not serene blue babbling brooks. They're the town's drain. Tanners dump chemicals. Dyers pour out vats of coloured water. Fullers soak fabric in urine. That's right, urine. Because ammonia makes wool soft. You take one whiff and decide you're never wearing wool again. The town is divided by smell as much as by wealth. The poor live low, by the tanneries, the butchers, the river's edge. The rich live uphill, where the breeze is cleaner. Coincidence? Not a chance. You pass by a merchant's home. You can tell it's upscale because there are fresh rushes on the floor, sprinkled with dried rosemary. They won't absorb much, but they will mask the dog hair, beer spills, and rat droppings. Maybe. In this chaos, you start noticing the scent counterattacks. Some hang posies or nosegays from their belts, not for romance, just nasal survival. Others carry pomanders, small metal balls filled with herbs or scented wax. They dangle from chains, held to the nose in moments of panic. You consider making one out of a turnip and some thyme. The wealthiest folk go all out. They wear gloves soaked in perfumed oils, line their hats with crushed jasmine, even lace their underthings with scented powders. Not to seduce, just to exist. There's a word for this. Fumigation. But it's not like you're smoking out bugs. You're trying to clear air. People burn juniper, pine, even dried animal dung just to drive out worse smells. One stench replacing another. It's like medieval cologne warfare. You remember something your grandmother said, sitting by the hearth. If you smell nothing, something's wrong. She was right. In a world defined by stink, absence of scent feels unnatural, like silence in a city, something to fear. But today, you notice something new. A little shop tucked between the candlemaker and the cobbler. A perfumer. You step inside, and suddenly the world changes again. It smells like citrus and cloves, sharp and sweet. A sudden bright fizz to your nose. You inhale deeper, trying to separate the notes. Orange peel, crushed rose, maybe nutmeg. The shopkeeper nods knowingly. Good, isn't it? He says. You nod like you're trying not to cry. It is good. It's a reminder that your nose doesn't have to suffer. That scent can be crafted. That someone, somewhere, decided not to accept the status stink. This is the birthplace of perfume's practical era. Not seduction, not elegance, just survival. And maybe, just maybe, the first flicker of beauty in a world that rarely made space for it. You pick up a small vial. It's labelled Aqua Mirabilis, a miracle water, said to cure headaches, plague, bad dreams, and marriage woes. But really, it's just scented alcohol. And for a moment, it feels like salvation. You step back outside. The city hasn't changed. The gutters still flow. The tanners still soak. The wind still carries secrets you wish you'd never smelled. But you've got a drop of orange blossom oil on your sleeve. And for the next 2 hours, you are the cleanest person in a 2-mile radius. You walk with a new kind of confidence now. Not because you're cleaner exactly, but because you smell cleaner. The difference is subtle but powerful. People give you slightly wider eyes. Children don't wrinkle their noses as quickly. A baker even smiles at you, unprompted. You're still crusty from the night air, and your feet are living petitions for soap, but your sleeve smells like citrus and rose. In medieval terms, you're basically royalty. And speaking of royalty, you hear the drums. A slow, rhythmic thump coming down the main street. A small parade is approaching. Soldiers, banners, and in the center of it all, a noble on horseback, looking utterly bored beneath a ridiculous feathered hat. But behind him rides a servant, carrying a delicate silver bottle on a velvet cushion. Perfume, not just for survival, not just for prayer, but for status. In the courts of medieval Europe, perfume was a language, a badge of sophistication, an invisible crown. If you were rich, you had to smell like it. Forget the jewels and the tapestries. True power arrived in a whiff of sandalwood and civet. You see, nobles were just as stinky as peasants beneath the embroidery, sometimes worse. They wore heavy garments, rarely bathed, and spent hours indoors with fires roaring, windows shut tight, and a dog or two lounging underfoot. The difference? Nobles had cover. Perfume wasn't applied like it is today. It was splashed on linen, rubbed on gloves, folded into fans, or burned in censers. The very air around the aristocracy was curated. Their bodies could rot under silks, but their auras would be floral, musky, or spiced. An olfactory illusion of grace, but the good stuff wasn't easy to come by. Every drop of rose oil required tens of thousands of petals. Musk came from the glands of Himalayan deer, ambergris, whale vomit, civet, a secretion from a very confused cat. These ingredients were rare, expensive, and logistically ridiculous. Historians still debate how frequently these scents were used versus how much they were hoarded for special events. Some argue nobles practically bathed in them during feasts and tournaments. Others suggest most vials gathered dust, displayed more for clout than use. Either way, scent had power. You remember a story someone told you about Queen Elizabeth of Hungary. Legend says her doctors created a rosemary-based perfume to cure her ailments and restore her youth. They called it Hungary Water. It became a medieval smash hit. People believed it could sharpen the mind, ease digestion, and even extend life. Of course it didn't, but it did help you smell like something other than turnips and liver. You imagine being in a castle hall, lit with torches and sweating meat. Dozens of courtiers packed in, heat rising, breath condensing on tapestries. And then, one noble enters wearing Hungary Water. Heads turn, noses twitch, eyes soften. It's not magic, but it might as well be. Perfume became a weapon in court politics. Want to impress a visiting envoy? Anoint your wig with bergamot. Want to intimidate a rival? Reek of exotic resins only found east of Constantinople. Want to seduce a future queen? Let your gloves whisper of jasmine when you take her hand. Even the church wasn't immune. Bishops and cardinals had their own favored scents, carefully curated to communicate purity and power. It wasn't just about holiness anymore. It was branding. And branding had a scent profile. But remember, while all this aromatic theatre unfolded upstairs, the downstairs told a different story. Servants, cooks, blacksmiths, scullery maids, they lived in the same stinking ecosystem as the poor. They washed clothes, chamber pots, and sometimes nobles themselves, but rarely had access to scent for their own sake. Except when leftover drops were passed down, tiny blessings in broken bottles. One kitchen maid, you know, keeps a sachet of lavender from a noblewoman's drawer sewn into her bodice. It's faded now, but on tough days, she pulls it out and just breathes. It's not much, but it helps. Because in this world, scent isn't just survival, it's aspiration. Still, you start noticing something curious. A shift, subtle but real. Rich folk are talking more about cleanliness, not just covering the stench. The idea that maybe it's better to avoid smelling bad in the first place, not just to mask it. Soap use is rising, among the elite at least. Imported from Aleppo or made in local guilds. It's harsh, smells a little like goat lard and rosemary, but it works. And the rich are pairing it with perfume like a two-step dance, cleanse, then cloak. This mindset trickles down, slowly, painfully, but it spreads. You pass a brothel and notice the girls outside dabbing rosewater behind their ears. Across the way, a scribe is rubbing lemon peels on his ink-stained fingers. At the bathhouse, A merchant pays double for a steaming tub and a drop of cinnamon oil. Scent isn't just defense anymore, it's expression. You walk home beneath a rising moon. The gutters are still running. The pigs are still snorting. The night air is thick with human sighs and animal business. But somewhere in it all, you catch a faint thread of something else. Almond, maybe, or rosemary. And in that moment you understand. In a world built on grime, perfume isn't just a product. It's an act of rebellion. By now, you've developed a kind of sixth sense. You walk through the medieval town not just seeing it, but smelling its social layers. You know what leather smells like after days in urine at the tanner's pit. You recognize the yeasty musk of someone who's been baking since dawn. And when you catch a hint of clove oil in the air, you instinctively glance around for someone important. You're not wrong. A small group of traveling apothecaries has just arrived, setting up shop near the town square. They've brought rare spices, dried herbs, and mysterious vials of liquid from faraway lands. The townsfolk gather quickly, drawn by curiosity, and perhaps a faint hope that one of these mixtures might ward off the next illness. You edge closer. One of the bottles is labelled Aqua Vitae, another Rose Elixir. The apothecary with the longer beard swears one is for plague protection. The other makes your heart bloom with joy. He says this while stirring something that smells like cinnamon mixed with vinegar. You try not to laugh, but part of you believes him. Because now, you're entering the era where scent is no longer just a shield against the foulness of others. It's also touted as medicine. Perfume and pharmacology begin to overlap, their bottles indistinguishable. If it smelled clean, it must be healthy. Historians still argue whether people genuinely believed this or just enjoyed smelling better. But in an age when death could knock at your door with nothing more than a cough or a rash, you clung to any kind of control, especially one that fit in a bottle. You spot a physician down the alley, if you can call him that. He's wearing a long robe, a wide-brimmed hat, and a beaked mask stuffed with herbs and perfumes. The famed plague doctor. He looks absurd to you, like a nightmarish bird. But to the townsfolk, he represents a hope stitched together with superstition. The mask's beak is stuffed with lavender, mint, and camphor. It's not just to protect from the supposed bad air, the miasma, but to keep the doctor from gagging while examining the dead. Death, after all, does not wear cologne. You touch your own nose and imagine living in a time when people thought disease travelled on smell. In many ways, it wasn't entirely wrong, although not for the reasons they thought. It wasn't the stench of decay spreading illness, but the microorganisms festering in unsanitary conditions. The scent was just the warning bell. Still, you understand why they leaned into perfume. When science is blurry, instinct steps in, and instinct told them. Clean-smelling things felt safer. Some believed herbs and scents purified the air itself. You remember a curious ritual from a church mass, burning frankincense and myrrh, not just as sacred offerings, but as crowd deodorizers. Hundreds crammed into a stone cathedral, sweating, coughing, whispering prayers. The priest swings the censer, and for a moment, it's as if the very air is sanctified. Cleansed by spice and smoke, even homes tried to follow suit. Housewives stuffed dried herbs between mattress seams. Parents hung garlands of juniper above their children's cradles. Some families braided sprigs of sage and thyme into their broom handles, sweeping with intention and aroma. Not everyone could afford exotic spices, of course, but even simple folk could boil vinegar with rosemary or toss dried lavender onto the hearth to scent the room. It wasn't glamorous, but it was something. You meet a midwife on your way to the town edge. She carries a pouch of orris root and sage. She presses it to the faces of the women she helps, not for pleasure, but for calm. Scent has become part of the ritual of care, of presence, of trust. And just when you think you've mapped it all, this scented survival system, you hear a bell toll from the watchtower. The plague has returned. Panic flows through the streets like an invisible tide. People clutch their nosegays tighter, slam their shutters, soak their clothes in vinegar, and douse their floors with rose water. They burn herbs day and night. Priests lead processions trailing clouds of scented smoke. Apothecaries triple their prices, but none of it works. The stench returns stronger than ever, death layered on disease, layered on waste. The perfume runs out faster than prayers, but still, they try, because trying means you're alive. You spend your nights now surrounded by the sick and the desperate. Some carry sprigs of rue in their mouths, others rub their bodies with oils of clove and cinnamon, anything to push away the stench, anything to feel separate from the decay. You find yourself doing the same, dabbing the last of your perfumed oil behind your ears, as if it can protect you. Maybe it's faith, maybe it's delusion, but in the chaos, that scent feels like armor. And somewhere deep inside, you understand now. Perfume didn't begin as vanity. It was resistance, a drop of rose oil on a decaying world. The scent of rot doesn't leave easily. It settles into stone walls, clings to straw bedding, and soaks into your clothes like smoke into a tavern's beams. After weeks of plague and fear, you can no longer separate the odor from your thoughts. Grief smells like sour wine and damp wool now, and yet amidst it all, there's that tiny vial in your pocket, your last few drops of rosemary oil. You don't even know why you ration it anymore. It won't save you, but it still makes you feel human. You pass a bakery boarded shut. The baker's family gone. The streets feel abandoned, though you know eyes peer out from behind every crooked shutter. And then you catch something odd, a whiff of sweetness. You follow it to the edge of town, where the perfumers work. Yes, even now, especially now, they're busy, not just blending scents to mask the plague. They're experimenting, innovating. You duck into a dim chamber cluttered with copper stills, glazed pots, beeswax candles, and drying herbs suspended from rafters like sleeping bats. One woman is heating something thick and golden in a basin. She calls it a pomander paste, a blend of resins, crushed spices, and oils meant to be molded into balls and carried on one's person. Think of it as the medieval equivalent of a scented stress ball, except this one's supposed to fend off death itself. She grins, eyes rimmed with soot. Better than incense, she says. You can carry it inside your coat. Pomanders were the plague's scented sidekicks, carried in pockets, worn around the neck, hung from belts or tucked into sleeves. Often made from precious materials, ambergris, musk, cloves. They were wrapped in gold or silver cages and made status portable. You find a discarded one later, trampled in the mud. Its cage twisted, but the scent still clings. A dusty citrus sharpness with a whisper of burnt sugar, a memory in metal. Historians still argue how widespread pomander use really was. Some believe they were elite accessories, symbols of wealth disguised as health. Others suggest they were common enough among urban dwellers to become almost talismanic. Either way, they reveal something profound. People were trying to control their environment, not just physically, but psychologically. You remember what the apothecary said? Scent eases fear. It's true. You see it every day. A dying man gripping his nosegay like a prayer. A mother whispering into a satchel of thyme as if it's holy. A priest dabbing frankincense on a dying child's forehead, his lips trembling. But then something shifts again. The wave recedes. The death toll slows. People emerge like pale ghosts into the daylight, and with them, the smells change. Less burning, more bread. The scent of soap returns, not plentifully, but pointedly. That's when you start to notice something new. Perfumers, once apothecaries and plague fighters, are becoming artists, alchemists of allure. Their recipes are no longer just medical, they're magical. Bottled stories. The way certain scents remind you of a forest after rain, or a kitchen in midwinter, or the skin of someone you used to love. You meet a traveler from Venice. She tells you of a shop near the Rialto where a man sells perfumes with names like Sea Morning and Laughing Resin. He claims each scent is a memory, distilled. She pulls a vial from her cloak and uncorks it under your nose. And suddenly, You do remember something. A hallway lined with tile, sunlight through green glass, a candle burning low. That's when it hits you. Perfume isn't just defensive anymore. It's narrative. Even the packaging begins to evolve. No more simple glass jars sealed with wax. Bottles are blown into graceful curves. Some are painted, others etched with symbols. They aren't just vessels, they're invitations. And behind this evolution, chemistry. You walk past a monastery garden and spot a friar gathering herbs with a gleam in his eye. Not just for healing or seasoning, but for experimentation. Distillation becomes more precise. Alcohol replaces oil and vinegar as the base. Scents last longer, project better, layer more intricately. They call it the art of extraction, using heat and pressure to coax hidden fragrances from bark, peel, flower, and root. And with each breakthrough, perfume shifts further from the realm of superstition and closer to science. You sit with a young apprentice who shows you his notebook, scrawled with diagrams of alembics and recipes with exotic ingredients, myrrh, benzoin, labdanum. You ask him what he's trying to make. He shrugs. Something no one's smelled before. You smile. The medieval world, for all its grit, grime and gloom, is suddenly full of scent chasers. People reaching past survival and toward expression. They don't just want to hide the world anymore. They want to transform it. You leave the workshop with something tucked into your palm, a small flask of newly crafted perfume. It's warm against your skin, not a barrier, but a bridge to a different self, a different future. And as you walk through streets still haunted by loss, you unstopper it. Just a drop. It smells like citrus peel, pine needles, and the first breeze after rainfall. Hope. It smells like hope. By now, scent is no longer just something you notice. It's something you anticipate, like a mood before a song, or a taste hinted at in the air. You've walked through enough medieval streets to know that the nose leads the mind, and the mind shapes the soul. And as peace flickers back into the towns and cities, you begin to see something even stranger bloom. Style. Yes, you heard that right. You're standing in a Parisian courtyard, mid-1300s, where the market hums with life again. Cloth merchants shout, bakers flirt through flower-covered beards, and somewhere nearby, a noblewoman is giving perfume instructions to her servant. Not to hide a stench, not to guard against death, but to match her mood. Perfume is becoming personal. You trail the noblewoman later, curious. She smells faintly of violets, laced with something sharper, maybe mint or bergamot. She walks like she knows her scent announces her, like it's part of her identity. This is new. Even the townsfolk whisper. She wears her mood like a scent cloud. This is the early turning point when perfume detaches from utility and starts flirting with status. It's no longer just for physicians and priests and panicked plague survivors. Now it's slipping into the boudoir of aristocrats and the pockets of poets. Historians still argue whether this shift began in France or in Italy. Both claim the honor. But you notice that Venice, Florence, and Avignon all seem to ride the same wave. Cities steeped in trade, mystery, and mingling. With every merchant ship and caravan, new ingredients arrive. Persian saffron, Indian sandalwood, Somali frankincense. And the people? They respond with craving. If perfume was once armor, it's now a costume, a mask you choose to wear. You find yourself at a wedding feast, half celebration, half perfume competition. The bride wears jasmine steeped in rosewater. Her gown is embroidered with scented sachets. The groom, a blend of cloves and deer musk, pungent and oddly charming. As the guests dance, the scents swirl around them in invisible ribbons. Everyone's a little drunk, mostly on wine, but partially on aroma. You lean back against a carved pillar and inhale. You catch vanilla, rare and impossibly expensive. A kitchen maid must have passed too close. Even servants, when they can, start scenting themselves. Not always with imported oils, but with crushed herbs or a dab of floral vinegar. To smell pleasant is no longer just survival. It's a statement. I exist, and I choose how I'm perceived. You begin to notice this layered language of scent. Lavender means cleanliness. Myrrh, wealth. Mint, fresh breath and flirtation. Musk? Well, musk is complicated. It's raw, animalic, earthy, harvested from glands of deer or civets, aged until it softens into something intoxicating. To modern noses, it's odd, but to them, musk is status. Musk is confidence. Musk says, I know how the world works, and I'm still here. You chuckle when a young scribe dabs some behind his ears before visiting a candlelit tavern. Do I smell like a prince? He asks, half joking. His crush wrinkles her nose and grins. You smell like something happened. Scent as conversation, scent as flirtation. It's all so new and yet so human. And with this comes competition. The perfume guilds begin to form, regulating who can make what and how. Recipes are guarded like treasure maps. Some are passed down only from mother to daughter. Others are burned with their makers. You hear of a woman in Florence who wore a scent so captivating that an entire market stopped moving as she passed. No one has ever replicated it. Yet, in this age, secrecy becomes power, and perfumers, no longer just humble distillers, start to rival artists and sculptors. They're invited to courts, commissioned by dukes. Some are paid more than painters. You get a glimpse inside one of their workshops. Vials line the walls like trophies. Labels are faded, but the scents inside are still potent. One assistant is heating beeswax, pouring it over dried rose petals to make scented balms. Another is experimenting with alcohol from distilled wine, stronger, cleaner than oil. That's the game changer. Perfume suspended in alcohol vaporizes faster, smells stronger, and doesn't turn rancid. It clings to fabric and skin but leaves no oily trace. A revolution in a bottle. You inhale a sample, and it feels like walking through a citrus orchard during rain. And then you hear a name whispered that you haven't heard before. Hungary Water. It's rumored to be the first alcohol-based modern perfume, created for Queen Elizabeth of Hungary around 1370, though the exact story is clouded by myth. Some say it was a gift from a monk. Others say she invented it herself. It contained rosemary, mint, and possibly lavender, sharp, fresh, and shockingly long-lasting. Said to relieve gout, boost mood, and yes, seduce kings. Hungary Water becomes the rage of Europe. People bathe in it, swear by it, some even drink it. You try not to think about that too hard. Its success is proof of a growing truth. Perfume is no longer medieval. It's becoming Renaissance. You don't realize it right away, but you've crossed a boundary. You left the world of muddy streets and miasma paranoia and entered an age of elegance, experimentation, and expression. Perfume now travels as fast as ships can carry it. Every noble house wants a signature scent. Lovers pass each other perfumed letters. Writers describe heroines by the fragrances they wear. The olfactory vocabulary expands. Ambery, green, powdery, leathery. Scent has become part of the story, and as you drift through candlelit halls and sun-drenched courtyards, the question that once hovered over perfume, why it was invented, feels less urgent. Because now, you feel it. Perfume was invented not because people were dirty, but because they cared. They cared how they smelled to others. They cared how they smelled to themselves. They wanted to feel better, safer, more beautiful, less alone. And they found it. In crushed petals, heated resins, and droplets of oil in fragile glass. You breathe in. It smells like change. You're back on the road, this time with merchants weaving their wagons through mountain passes and dusty plains, loaded not with grain or gold, but scent. The trail doesn't smell of livestock anymore. It smells like cardamom, crushed rose and dried citrus peel. You realize, with a slow grin, that perfume has officially become a trade item. It's not just rich nobles and queens swapping little bottles anymore. You watch as a merchant lifts a wooden box carved with symbols and opens it like he's revealing treasure. Inside, tiny glass vials of scent, each one sealed with wax. A woman in a linen dress picks one up, sniffs, And for a moment, she just closes her eyes. Sold. That flicker, that closing of the eyes, is universal now. The Silk Road, the spice routes, the Mediterranean ports, they're arteries for this fragrant obsession. Everywhere you go, you catch a new whisper of perfume. In Damascus, oud and saffron. In Cairo, musk soaked in rosewater. In Constantinople, ambergris with sandalwood. You follow your nose across a continent that's gradually falling in love with how things smell. You ride beside a caravan master who tells you perfume doesn't just sell, it opens doors. A bottle of scent smooths deals, charms customs officials, bribes priests. I once got safe passage through Anatolia with 2 drops of civet oil, he brags, tapping the flask tucked in his boot. You chuckle, but he's serious. Scent equals trust, or seduction, or deception. It depends how you wear it. Even towns that can't afford exotic ingredients start making their own. A French village mixes violet with goat fat and declares it spring butter. A German monastery makes a pungent paste of mint and tallow. You don't always want to smell what's being made, but the intent is everything. Back in Venice, you wander a street where the perfumers hang little sachets outside their shops, each scented with a different blend. The air is a patchwork of aroma. Basil and lemon here, rose and benzoin there. You realize that even the signage has gone sensory. One shop smells of orange peel and vetiver, another, smoke and honey. And you feel it again. Perfume is now a language. Historians still argue whether the medieval world truly understood this level of sensory communication. Some suggest it was accidental, an unconscious evolution of human preference. Others believe it was deliberate, that perfumers, merchants, and nobles all knew they were creating an invisible dialect that crossed class and culture. You tend to agree with the latter. You've seen too many calculated spritzes. You step into a Florentine salon where scholars debate scent the way others discuss poetry. One man claims his blend of iris root and leather oil can invoke melancholy. Another says amber and mint triggers memory. A woman argues that lavender is for liars. You aren't sure what she means, but you believe her. Perfume is becoming emotional. And now, just when you think you've smelled it all, you encounter something deeply strange. A small monastery in the Pyrenees, where monks have created a scent designed not for people, but for God. They call it Spiritus Lux. It's a mix of frankincense, cedar, myrtle, and a drop of honey. They burn it during vigils, anoint statues with it, even lace their robes before Mass. It lifts the soul, one monk tells you, even when the body is too tired to move. You breathe it in. It's sharp, then soft, holy, but human. And suddenly, you see the curve of history more clearly. From masking rot to chasing divinity, scent has followed us like a shadow. Sometimes behind, sometimes ahead, but always there. You visit a castle in Burgundy, where the mistress of the house has created her own fragrance wardrobe. One for winter, one for summer, one for seduction. She's proud of her collection, even lets you sample a few. The summer scent is lemon balm and crushed grape leaves. The winter one? Warm clove, cinnamon, and just a hint of resinous pine. And the third, she won't let you smell it. It's for secrets, she says, with a smile. Perfume has entered the realm of mystery, and with that, the role of the perfumer transforms again. They're no longer apothecaries, or plague doctors, or alchemists. They're keepers of identity. You meet one in Cologne who refuses to give his real name. "Call me Nose," he says, tapping the side of his face. That's the only part of me that matters. You watch him work, layering bass notes, middle notes, and top notes, building scent the way a composer builds music. He lets you smell each stage, from the base of aged woods to the glittering top of citrus and mint. It's beautiful, it's deliberate, it's almost mathematical. But here's the wild part. None of this is written down. Recipes are memorized, techniques are whispered. There are no instruction manuals. If a perfumer dies without a student, their knowledge vanishes. Some of the greatest scents of the age lost to time. A perfume worn by a queen whose name you can't remember, whose recipe no longer exists. But the idea of it lingers. You start to understand perfume as ghost work, something that disappears as it reveals itself, like love or prayer. And then there's the science. As distillation techniques refine and alcohol purifying becomes more precise, perfumers edge toward chemistry without realizing it. They chart evaporation rates. They learn which botanicals explode into scent and which need coaxing. They begin creating accords, harmonized scent combinations that smell like something new entirely. You remember that monastery from earlier? One of their monks begins writing about scent as a form of divine geometry. He believes the perfect perfume is an echo of heaven. He calls it invisible architecture. Meanwhile, in Prague, a young woman experiments with violet and iron filings. You don't know what she's making, but it smells like stone after a thunderstorm. You get the feeling she's inventing something no one will understand for centuries, and you're left with a thought that stays with you for days. Perfume isn't just a solution to stink. It's a declaration of self in a world that's always threatening to erase you. You are here. You choose how to smell. You choose how to be smelled. And as the markets bustle, the monasteries hum, and the trade routes glitter with glass flasks wrapped in silk, you see it for what it really is. Perfume is no longer just about hiding the world. It's about making one. You're walking through a sun-drenched courtyard in the early 1400s, somewhere between Genoa and Avignon, and you notice something strange. Everyone smells different. Not just one good scent floating on the breeze like before, but a chorus. Orange blossom, cinnamon, lavender, myrrh, and something smoky, something sweet, something bold. Perfume has splintered. What used to be a single-note survival tool, mask the rot, beat the plague, distract the nose, is now a full-blown art form. Everyone's making their own rules, and you realize with a bit of sleepy awe, you're witnessing the great perfume personalization boom. You pass a merchant wearing a heavy blend of amber and patchouli. His scent enters the room before he does, leaving no question about his wealth or personality. You pass a midwife who smells of crushed marjoram and beeswax. A boy in the street smells like pine and tar, probably from helping seal barrels, but still, it lingers like a signature. You even pass a nun who smells like gardenias. You're not sure if it's deliberate or just clinging to her robes, but it fits. You start to realize that in this late medieval moment, scent is identity. And it's not just who you are, it's where you're from. Venetians smell like sea herbs and salt-cured citrus. The Spanish wear smoke and resin, thick from the Al-Andalus influence. In London, they've just begun to dabble in scented gloves. A noble there slides one off like a magician before bowing, revealing a soft leather clouded with orris root and dried rose petals. You think back to the French queen, who insisted her perfumer lace her letters with scent, so her lover would think of her even when she was hundreds of miles away. She called it writing in perfume. Historians still debate whether this queen existed, or if she was an echo of several different noblewomen. But the idea, it's real. Perfume now carries emotion, memory, loneliness, lust. It's not a coincidence that people start calling it the invisible companion. And with that comes a different kind of innovation. Bottles change. You see glassmakers in Murano shape flacons like teardrops, seashells, even miniature towers. Some have stoppers that double as spoons. Others are meant to hang from belts, looped with ribbon or leather. The perfume bottle itself becomes a status symbol. You walk into a wedding chamber where a dowry includes not just gold, but a tiny gold filigree perfume case. The bride clutches it like a sacred object, not because it's worth money, but because it carries her family's blend. A mix of lily, basil, and aged resin. She will smell like her lineage. She will carry her lineage in scent. And maybe that's the quiet miracle here. Scent becomes heritage. You follow a traveling apothecary who keeps a notebook with only smells. No words, no sketches, just dabs of fragrance pressed into parchment. You flip through it and feel like you're reading someone's diary with your nose. It's intimate, unnerving, completely beautiful. He lets you smell one page labeled only Genoa, 1423. It's thyme, crushed pine needles, and rain. It smells like a forest about to be discovered. Later, you drift into a small town festival in Provence, where women compete in a scent-weaving contest. They use herbs, petals, spices, whatever they can get. One woman uses dried tangerine peel and fennel seed. Another, lavender buds and vanilla soaked in goat's milk. You're the only one judging with your eyes closed. You declare a tie. Everyone cheers. Someone throws rose petals. You can't stop laughing. The world is still rough. There's still mud and disease and grief. But you realize perfume is no longer a shield. It's a gift, a declaration, a thread of joy strung through an otherwise brutal century. Even children start learning the basics. You watch a little girl help her mother make a simple scent from rain-soaked chamomile. She giggles when she spills too much into the clay bowl, but her mother doesn't mind. "More soul in it now," she says. You catch the phrase again days later, whispered by a perfumer to his apprentice. Add soul, not just smell. There's a soft revolution underway. Scent is breaking class barriers. You still need money for the imported stuff, sure, but anyone can boil herbs. Anyone can steep petals in oil. You see peasants dabbing vinegar of 4 thieves on their wrists, not because they're sick, but because it's refreshing. You see women wearing sachets of mint and thyme to market, not to mask dirt, but to walk prouder. And you understand something. Perfume has taught people they can control how they move through the world. Even if the world won't change for them, they can choose how they experience it and how they're remembered. You meet a young knight who confesses that he wears rose oil not for romance, but because his mother used it on his hair when he was a child. "It calms me before battle," he says, running a gloved hand through his hair like muscle memory. "Makes me feel like I'll come back." You meet a widow who wears a blend her husband made. She hasn't changed it since he died. You meet a thief who claims he wears civet and smoke so that people remember the moment he bumped into them, just long enough to realize something is missing from their pouch. It's not about hygiene anymore. It's not about health. It's about marking yourself into the world. You see scent carved into architecture, stone alcoves filled with herbs. You hear it in poetry, metaphors of breath and bloom. You find it in prayers, petitions to gods and saints, scented with frankincense and hope. Perfume has become human. And here you are, a quiet witness, following the trail from miasma to memory, from plague to poetry, from bathhouse blends to love notes laced with jasmine. You realize you don't even remember the last time someone used perfume to hide filth. Now, they use it to reveal truth. And the truth is this. People have always feared death, but now, more than ever, they've learned how to live inside scent. You're drifting into the late 1400s now, just brushing against the early Renaissance. The world is warming up, waking up, stretching its limbs after centuries of muddled superstition and slow invention. And you can smell it. Literally, the air smells like ink and beeswax, oil paint and plaster dust, sage and sweat. Cities are becoming petri dishes of creativity and commerce, and in the middle of all that, perfume finds a new canvas, the mind. You're in Florence, or maybe it's Milan. It's hard to tell. The cities blur in the heat of their own brilliance. Everywhere, people are thinking deeper, dreaming wider. But they're also bathing more often now. The plague is less frequent, and water is a little less feared. And so, the reason for perfume is shifting once again. It's no longer just about masking reality. Now it's about enhancing it. A young artist dabs a lavender blend on his wrists before starting a fresco. "It keeps the spirits clear," he says without looking up. He's not wrong. The scent cuts through the sourness of wet plaster and sweat-soaked tunics. You sit beside him, watching pigment bloom on the wall, wondering how a simple flower could smell like a new idea. Historians still argue whether these artists truly believed scent altered perception, or if it was a placebo of luxury. But the patterns are there. Scent becomes a kind of ritual. Philosophers burn specific woods while debating. Poets steep cloves in wine and inhale deeply before writing. Alchemists combine oils with mercury and chant over the bubbling mix, half science, half seance. Perfume becomes mental architecture, a way to structure mood, focus, intuition. You step into a perfumer's workshop that feels like a cathedral. Bottles gleam like stained glass. The room hums with silence. He hands you a vial and says, "This one brings courage." You ask what's inside. He just smiles and whispers, "Things that remember the sun." You take a breath. It's wild thyme, bitter orange, powdered myrrh. You do feel braver. Or maybe just awake. Outside, people are talking about the new world. Ships leaving from Lisbon and Seville, off to find spices, gold, and new aromas. The age of discovery is scented with tropical rain and strange resins. You overhear sailors describing plants that smell like mint mixed with sugarcane, or wood that bleeds a red sap that smells like iron and cinnamon. And when those ships return, they don't just carry treasure. They carry possibility. New ingredients trickle into Europe like stories. Cacao, vanilla, tobacco, balsam. Some are chewed, some burned, some soaked in wine. But all of them smelled. The old guard of perfumers panics. These are scents no scripture mentions, no Greco-Roman text describes. But the younger ones, they lean in. They start experimenting like madmen. You see them in cellars and cloisters, crushing seeds, distilling sap, burning bark. You watch a Spanish nobleman wearing a scent made from a New World orchid. Everyone hates it. He doesn't care. He smells like change. Even kings get swept into the wave. You visit a French court where the king has commissioned a perfume so complex it requires 47 ingredients and 3 weeks to blend. His perfumer wears gloves to avoid absorbing too much of the scent. "This is not cologne," he warns you. "This is diplomacy." And it's true. Perfume has now become part of court strategy. Royal families trade it like secrets. Marriages are brokered with samples. A vial of scent might say, "I'm rich. I'm rare. I am not to be ignored." You attend a banquet where the air is so thick with competing perfumes it feels like a battle. Citrus clashes with musk. Violet lunges at sandalwood. You nearly sneeze, but stop yourself, remembering that once sneezing was a death sentence. Now, it's just bad manners. In a hidden room, you meet a woman who has begun keeping a scent diary. Each entry describes her day through aroma. Wet linen and rosemary in the morning. Burnt meat and lilac at dusk. My husband's sweat under civet oil. It's raw, honest, more intimate than any letter you've read. And it makes you wonder, maybe perfume has always been about storytelling. Maybe all these years, people have just wanted to leave behind a trace. Something invisible that says, "I was here. I mattered." Even when language fails, scent remains. You visit a perfumer who's gone blind from age but still mixes by memory. His hands shake as he pours oil into tiny glass vials. But when you smell the result, it's perfect. A balance of bitter and bright, smoke and sugar. You ask how he does it. He shrugs. The nose never forgets. And in that moment, you understand something deep. Perfume has become time travel. A bottle doesn't just hold smell. It holds a moment. Open it, and you're back at that seaside market, that rainy castle chamber, that dance in the stone courtyard where someone passed you and smiled, and you never learned their name, but you remember the scent. You open another vial. It smells like home, even if you've never smelled it before. And that's the magic of this era. Perfume no longer belongs to the body. It belongs to memory, to imagination, to the self. And as you float out of the workshop, past the bustling squares and candlelit rooms, you notice that even the streets have a perfume now. Baking bread, spilled wine, fresh thyme, wet wool. Life is fragrant, finally, fiercely, fully, and you know it won't last forever. This precise, golden moment. Soon, the scientific revolution will come. The Enlightenment, the reduction of the world into categories and elements. But for now, Scent is still poetry, and you, lucky dreamer, are living inside the last breath of the age where magic and science still share a flask. You're crossing into the early 1500s now, and it feels like the room just got colder. The Renaissance is in full swing, but so is something else, something more mechanical, clinical. You feel it in the shift of the breeze, as if the world has started tightening its grip around nature's mysteries, giving them names, measurements, ratios. You walk into a bustling apothecary near the University of Padua. Glass instruments hang from hooks like ornaments. Copper stills hiss softly. There's no incense here, no velvet-gloved perfumers whispering about sun memory. These men speak of parts per volume, boiling points and alkaloids. Perfume, it seems, is being dissected. This is the birth of analytical chemistry. And like everything humans do with good intentions, it comes with consequences. No longer are you blending by instinct or emotion. Now, you're calculating. Scent is still beautiful, but it's being treated like a formula. And you? You're watching it become an industry. The perfumer is no longer the magician. He's becoming a manufacturer. You trail behind one of them. He walks fast, scribbles faster. He's cataloguing flower yields per acre, writing letters to distillers in Tunis and traders in Bruges. He mutters about cost per ounce, shelf life, and something called fixatives. He wears gloves, not to preserve his skin, but to prevent contamination. You realize perfume isn't just for royalty anymore. It's for markets, for volume. And with that, everything changes. You pass a merchant hauling crates of rose water and lavender oil. Not to a noble's manor, but to a general store. You see recipe pamphlets circulating among literate middle-class women. How to scent your linens like a duchess, or a fragrant house in 4 steps. Perfume is democratizing, and while that sounds lovely, it comes with dilution of purpose, of soul, of scent itself. Historians still argue whether this moment marked the decline of artistry and perfumery or the rise of mass access. Was it liberation or loss? You sit with an older perfumer in his crumbling shop, and he tells you about a time when scent was like music, composed for one person only. Now, he says, swirling a vial with a shrug, everyone wants the same 3 notes: rose, citrus, clean. He spits the last word like it's poison, but you can't deny it. There's a comfort in the standardization, a predictability, a control. And control is what Europe craves now. As Reformation splits the church, and wars reshuffle maps, and pandemics rear their heads again, people cling to whatever rituals make them feel safe. And perfume, it still smells like ritual, even if it's made by a stranger. You attend a Catholic mass in Prague, and notice how the priest subtly smells of myrrh and vetiver, ancient, grounding. You attend a Protestant gathering in Geneva and catch the faintest scent of vinegar and juniper, stripped back and solemn. Even religion has a scent profile now. You hear whispers of a strange new obsession in France, musked wigs. A courtier proudly explains how his powdered hair smells of bergamot and deer musk. You nod, trying not to sneeze. It's intense. Wigs, gloves, cloaks, handkerchiefs. Everything must be scented now. You find a drawer full of perfumed letters, from a young lover in Spain to a girl in Antwerp. They smell like warm parchment, ink, and cloves. One still carries a kiss mark. You feel like a voyeur, a happy one. Meanwhile, across the channel, the English court is catching up. Queen Elizabeth, I reportedly demands her surroundings be scented daily. Her throne room smells of roses, cinnamon, and freshly peeled oranges. You sneak in, nose first, and swear it smells like pride, sharp, floral, regal. And in Italy, in Italy, the Medici are commissioning perfume like they commission art. Catherine de Medici's entourage includes a private perfumer named Renato, who allegedly smuggles tiny vials of orange blossom and ambergris into her bridal trunks as she marries into France. One legend says she even weaponized scent, poisoning gloves, lacing powders. Historians debate the truth of that, but the myth, deliciously potent. Perfume is now more than indulgence or hygiene, it's strategy, power, identity politics in a bottle. You meet a nobleman who commissions a perfume to mirror his estate. Vetiver for the gardens, clove for the kitchen, and civet for the hunting dogs. When visitors arrive, they smell his entire world before they even see it. You see lovers arguing over a bottle, one accusing the other of wearing someone else's scent. It's like cheating by proxy, and yet, you find small rebellions blooming at the margins. A nun secretly distills her own lilac blend and buries it in a hollow Bible. A butcher's wife swaps her daily vinegar rinse for a spritz of orange oil, just to feel pretty. A bookseller dabs sandalwood on the corners of his rare volumes to encourage buyers to linger. Perfume may be industrializing, but its spirit keeps finding cracks in the system. And then, Paris. You walk its narrow streets, dodging chamber pots and horse carts, and suddenly the city opens into the glittering court of Louis XIV, the Sun King. His court doesn't just wear perfume, it breathes it. Louis demands that each day of the week carry a different fragrance. Monday is rose, Tuesday is jasmine. By Sunday, everyone smells like a garden drunk on sunlight. The court is drowning in scent and loving it. You catch a glimpse of the king's personal perfumer, who wears a necklace of tiny vials, each containing a mood blend. He adds a drop to the royal handkerchief, depending on whether Louis feels victorious or pensive. You wonder what existential dread would smell like. Maybe patchouli and burnt sugar. It's indulgent, it's absurd, and yet it's magnificent. You wander through the gardens of Versailles, where even the fountains are perfumed for festivals. People sniff flowers not to enjoy nature, but to critique the imitation. Too tart, one duchess sniffs at a tulip. Smells cheaper than last season's scent. You can't help but laugh. Perfume has become fashion's invisible twin, and with fashion comes rules, expectations, faux pas. You pass a merchant who's been banished from a salon for using too much cinnamon in his blend. I was just trying to smell exotic, he pleads. But the damage is done. He smells like ambition, and that's always dangerous. And here, in this cloud of opulence, you feel the edge of something new, competition, not just among perfumers, but among cities, among countries. Who will dominate the market? Who will own the future of scent? Florence has history. Paris has flair. London is rising. And grass. Grass has fields, miles and miles of blooming opportunity. But that's for another walk. Tonight, you breathe in powdered wigs and clove-stuffed pouches and resin-soaked fans. You trail your fingers along velvet ribbons soaked in violet tincture and think. We began with stinking streets and vinegar, and here we are, perfumed palaces and scented revolutions. And we're not done yet, not even close. You wake beneath the lavender skies of grass. No, not a metaphor, actual lavender. It hangs in the air like steam over a simmering pot. The sun hasn't yet scorched the dew from the fields, and already the scent has crept into your lungs, your hair, your dreams. You blink, and there it is. Perfume's promised land. Grasse, southern France. It's the late 1600s, and this quiet town, once known for tanning leather, which ironically smelled awful, is about to become the nose of Europe. And the irony, it's all because of gloves. Yes, gloves again. Back in the day, Grasse tanners were experts in soft leather, especially for gloves worn by the aristocracy. But leather smells like, well, dead animal. So, clever artisans began scenting their products. Lavender, orange blossom, musk, to mask the stench. The idea caught on like wildfire. Perfume gloves became a status symbol. You try one on. It fits like a second skin. It smells like a garden in full chorus. Historians still debate whether these scented gloves were fashion statements or sly weapons of seduction. Either way, they made Grasse rich. And with money comes transformation. The tanneries shrink, the flower fields expand. You walk along hillsides blooming with jasmine, tuberose, rose centifolia, all planted not for show, but for extraction. A man shows you a copper still taller than he is. This is where the soul of the flower is taken, he says, not blinking. You're not sure if it's poetic or chilling, maybe both. The art of enfleurage is born here, an absurdly delicate process where petals are laid on animal fat to slowly leach out their scent. No boiling, no burning, just patience. You touch a frame. It smells like surrender. Perfume isn't just chemistry anymore. It's agriculture. It's seasonal. It depends on weather, insects, soil. A dry spring ruins a harvest. A cold snap delays a blend. Perfume becomes nature's memoir, written in oils. And grass becomes a kind of scented monastery. You sit beside a young apprentice, hand-rolling petals into tiny paste balls. She hums as she works. She can identify over 200 ingredients blindfolded. This one's not ready, she says, rejecting a rose like a diva might reject flat champagne. You ask why. She shrugs. It doesn't smell like sunrise yet. You breathe it anyway. It smells like rain, remembering light. By now, perfume is no longer about masking. That phase is over. Now it's about expression. And with that shift comes the idea of signature scent. You're no longer trying to avoid being noticed. You're trying to leave an impression, a trace, a whisper of me long after you've left the room. You visit a perfumer in Paris who claims he can bottle your essence in 3 days. He sits you down, asks about your childhood, your fears, your favorite fruit. Then he disappears into a back room with sandalwood and tears, returning with a vial labeled simply you. You uncork it. It smells like memory, your memory. And for the first time, you understand that perfume is autobiography. Not in words, in waves. Citrus for curiosity, amber for longing, leather for risk. You pass a couple arguing in the street. The woman throws a bottle of perfume at the man. It shatters, and the scent floods the air. Violets and betrayal. You walk away quickly. Scent now carries emotion. You can insult someone with it. You can comfort, seduce, punish, promise. In one Paris salon, a duchess flutters her fan and whispers, "He gave me heliotrope. I asked for immortelle. I should have known he'd be a coward." And just like that, flowers are politics. You attend a ball where scent is part of the dress code. Men wear cologne according to their rank. Women layer oils to signal marital status. Widows wear nothing but myrrh and silence. You imagine modern dating working that way. One sniff and you know, taken, hopeful, dangerous. But not all is fragrant. There's tension in the air, competition. Grass is flourishing, but Paris wants control. Recipes are being stolen. Ingredients are being diluted. You hear whispers of counterfeit blends, bottles labeled jasmine that smell more like cabbage. The perfume guilds tighten their grip. Rules are etched. Trade secrets become state secrets. One perfumer's apprentice is caught selling sandalwood recipes to a rival city. He disappears. Sent to the colonies, they say, but you smell fear. Still, invention presses forward. Steam distillation replaces enfleurage in some circles. Faster, cheaper, louder. Critics say it kills the soul of the flower. Defenders say it makes perfume accessible. Historians still argue whether this was progress or perfume's original sin. And beneath it all, something darker stirs. You visit a hidden chamber beneath a noble's estate. Bottles line the walls, each labelled with code names. L'hiver, le cauchemar, la veuve. These are not perfumes, these are potions, sedatives, narcotics, poisons. The noblewoman smiles and says, "Every scent has a shadow." You nod and pretend not to notice the vial she slips into her sleeve. But outside, the air is still sweet. The wind carries orange blossom through the narrow alleys. A boy runs past with a cart of roses. A woman in a blue dress leans from a window and throws petals to a violinist below. The violinist is playing something that smells like regret. You close your eyes and inhale. Perfume is no longer just a tool of kings and courtesans. It's everyone's language now, and that means it's louder, messier, more alive than ever. and it's just one spark away from its next evolution. You feel it coming, like thunder in the distance, like smoke before the fire, like the perfect blend still waiting in the bottle. You awaken with a start to the clatter of a bottle, not glass, but something new, crisper, tighter, mass-manufactured. You're in the 18th century now, and you're no longer walking through flower fields or slipping past palace salons. You're standing in front of something far louder, a factory. The Industrial Revolution is rumbling beneath your feet. Perfume, once the domain of aristocrats and herbal mystics, now meets the gears of mass production. The age of bespoke, handwritten formulas is cracking open to let steam engines in. You walk past crates labeled cologne, stacked 5 high in a warehouse that smells like alcohol and ambition. Machines hiss and click and stamp. Glass bottles roll past on endless belts. A woman dips a stick into a vat of lavender and tests the strength with a stopwatch, not a sigh. Perfume is no longer a whisper, it's a business plan. You step onto the streets of London and you're hit with a bouquet of smells, both intentional and not. The Thames still stinks, and so do the alleyways. But now those scents compete with bottled citrus, synthetic violets, and brand new soaps. A chemist you meet in Soho shows you a tiny bottle of something colourless and says, "This, artificial musk, no deer needed." You nod slowly, nose twitching. It's strange, yes, but hauntingly accurate. Historians still debate whether synthetics were perfume's salvation or its betrayal. You're invited to a gentleman's club, strictly as an observer, of course, and find every man there smells the same. Not like themselves, but like a trend. Bergamot, lavender, and tonka. The modern man's scent, the porter says proudly. You wonder, do they even like it? Or is it just what they're supposed to smell like? Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, American companies are taking notes. Ads begin to promise a lifestyle in every bottle. Smell like confidence. Smell like the sea. Smell like success. Perfume becomes a promise you can buy, and millions do. You visit a bustling apothecary turned drugstore in Boston, where a young woman picks up a vial called Springtime Kiss. She smiles, dabs it behind her ears, and you watch her walk out taller than she walked in. That's scent. It's not just lavender and lily, it's hope. But not everyone's thrilled. A Parisian perfumer in his crumbling atelier shakes his head. They copy our blends, they add alcohol, they lie. He uncorks a vial labelled Real Ambergris, swears it's impossible to source now. The whales are gone, he mutters. Or maybe we just stopped listening. The old world of perfumery is now fighting for relevance, against speed, against dilution, against the rise of branding over artistry. You wander through Grasse again, and something has shifted. There are still flowers, yes, but more tourists than harvesters, more guided tours than distillers. One field lies fallow, another is paved over for a hotel. A guide tells you the town now imports petals from Morocco, Bulgaria, India. We blend them here, she says with a smile, but it doesn't quite smell the same. You pass by a perfumer's notebook dated 1789. Inside are scribbles of a recipe inspired by revolution, gunpowder, leather, and crushed violet. You imagine someone wearing that on the eve of the Bastille, walking past burning torches, drenched in the scent of change. Perfume is now political. Again. You attend the court of Napoleon, who reportedly bathes in cologne by the gallon. He has trunks of it shipped across Europe, believing scent is health, vigor, masculinity. You watch him dab bergamot onto his gloves before a war council. Some say he drank the stuff, but historians still debate whether that's myth or madness. Either way, the scent lingers. And then, Marie Antoinette's ghost. Not literal, but close. You're shown a recreated version of her personal perfume. Notes of rose, jasmine, and orris root. It smells innocent, almost too innocent. A perfumer explains it was crafted to soften her image, to mask the rot beneath Versailles' golden surface. She smelled like flowers while the people starved, he says. You take a deep breath. You smell denial. but you also smell survival. You meet a washerwoman in Marseille who tucks orange peels into her apron to feel dignified. A school teacher in Vienna keeps a vial of clove oil by her bed to remind her of her late husband. A dock worker in Lisbon rubs crushed mint on his chest before each shift, just to feel clean. Perfume is no longer a symbol of royalty or rebellion. Now it's a lifeline, a final act of control in a world that keeps slipping. And then, disaster. You're in the late 1800s now, and the world's getting sick again. Cholera, typhoid, consumption. The miasma theory, remember that, still clings to the public imagination. People believe illness rides on smell, and that means perfume returns to its roots, as a kind of invisible armor. Gloves are scented again. So are masks. Cologne is sold as protection. You meet a widow in Berlin who won't leave her house without dousing her scarf in pine and camphor. She knows it won't save her, but it makes her feel safe. And sometimes, that's enough. Perfume has always done that, given people the illusion of safety, power, beauty, meaning. But the world is changing again. You hear whispers of a century coming, where machines fly and men land on moons, where perfumes will be made in labs with molecules that don't even exist in nature, where scent will become more abstract, more personal, more artificial, and somehow more human. But before we drift forward, we slow down. Let's stay here just a little longer. In this sliver of time, where the old meets the new, where one woman still walks through her jasmine field barefoot, cutting blossoms by hand, where one bottle is still sealed with wax and love, where perfume is still a memory in motion, and you carry centuries on your skin now, from ancient incense to medieval vinegar, from plague pouches to powdered wigs, from velvet gloves to vials of longing. You close your eyes, and in that darkness, you smell it all. The sweat of peasants, the fear of courtiers, the roses on a battlefield, the citrus in a king's hand, the leather of a revolution, the jasmine of a lover you never met. And it all swirls together into one final, silent exhale. Now just breathe. Let the lights around your mind begin to dim. Let the perfumes of history recede into the fog of soft memory, like footprints on wet cobblestones slowly washing away with the tide. You've traveled centuries tonight, not with your feet, but with your senses. You've watched perfume evolve from ancient fire rituals to whispers in glass bottles, from sacred offerings to industrial campaigns. You've wandered the plague-ridden alleys of medieval towns and strolled through the jasmine-soaked mornings of grass. You've seen how humans, in their fear and their vanity, their hope and their desperation, have always reached for scent, to mask, to transform, to connect. So now, let your mind uncurl. Feel your thoughts grow heavier, like petals soaked in morning dew. Let that faint trail of clove, or amber, or rose you imagined earlier drift just beyond reach. It doesn't need to stay. It was never meant to. You're safe now. And the world, in all its chaos and curiosity, can wait until morning. This scent, the one that lingers in your dreams tonight, belongs only to you. Good night. Hey guys, tonight we're going to untangle something hiding in plain sight. Your calendar. You know, that grid of numbers on your wall or phone that quietly rules everything from your dentist appointments to your existential dread on Mondays. But behind its clean blocks and pastel highlights lies a story of emperors, popes, revolutions, and a few egos that just couldn't leave well enough alone. Imagine this. It's March in ancient Rome, and the air smells like wet stone and fresh olive oil. The birds are back, fields are greening, and priests in red-trimmed robes are parading through the forum, welcoming the new year. Because yes, you're in a world where March is the first month. Not January, not cold, dead, empty January, but March, the month of Mars, god of war and spring rebirth, a fierce combo. It's the real January before January was even a glint in Caesar's eye. How this fact affects astrology? Let's just say your zodiac sign might be an imposter, like buying a Sagittarius hoodie when you were born a Pisces. Retrograde, indeed. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, and drop your city and time in the comments. It is weirdly satisfying to see where in the world everyone is drifting off from. Now, dim the lights, maybe open the window for that soft wind blow, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You uncork your mind and step barefoot into a Rome that hasn't yet conquered the world. You're surrounded by togas, chariots, and sundials that whisper rather than tick. The calendar back then wasn't the 12-month system you're used to. It started in Martius, March, and only ran for 10 months. Yeah, 10. That's why you'll notice September, from septem, Latin for 7, is actually the 9th month now, because it used to be the 7th. It made perfect sense, until it didn't. See, in this 10-month version, there were 304 days, followed by an awkward, undefined winter period where no one really counted time. Kind of like the 2 weeks between Christmas and New Year's, but for an entire season. No months, no labels, just vague references like, "We'll sort it out when spring comes." Historians still argue whether these nameless winter days were deliberate or just lazy bookkeeping by priests who didn't want to freeze their sandals off counting cold days. Martius kicked things off because it aligned with nature's own restart. Crops budded, days lengthened, animals emerged from their slushy hiding spots, and most importantly, war season began. Yes, war had a season. You didn't march legions into icy hills unless you were suicidal or Scandinavian. Aprilis followed, its name possibly from aperire, Latin for to open, as in flower buds. Then came Maius and Junius, honoring fertility goddesses and the goddess Juno respectively. After that, months were just numbered. Quintilis, 5th, Sextilis, 6th, and so on. So here's the part where you sip your metaphorical tea. You, in this early Rome, live by logic. Your months match their names. September is the 7th, October, 8th, November, 9th, December, 10th. It's clean. It makes sense. It's beautiful. But humans hate simplicity, especially when power is involved. That uncounted winter, it becomes a problem. Rome expands. They need a reliable calendar for trade, taxes, and military campaigns. Kings and priests, called pontiffs, try their hand at fixing it. They start adding leap months whenever they feel like it, sort of like, "Hey, surprise, it's extra February." But these were political decisions. If a friend was in office and needed more time to pass laws, boom, add a month. If an enemy needed less time, oops, no leap month this year. Time, quite literally, became a weapon. You walk past a grain vendor who mutters about the ridiculousness of it all. Even farmers start to protest. When do you plant? When does your loan expire? No one knows. The lunar cycles, the old natural order, no longer match up with the scribbles on the official calendars tacked to walls. It's a hot mess, and you feel the tension of a society losing trust in its own timekeeping. Historians still debate whether the average Roman citizen truly understood how messed up their calendar was, or if they just rolled with it the way you do now when your phone automatically switches time zones mid-flight and messes up your alarm. But something is brewing behind those columns and statues. Someone with a laurel wreath and a thirst for legacy is watching the chaos and thinking, "I can fix this." Hold on to that thought, because he's going to make some adjustments. You stroll past the Senate, sunlight dappling the marble. There's talk of reforms, whispers of aligning the calendar not with politics, but with the sun. Astronomers, philosophers, generals, they all get summoned. One guy even insists the gods are annoyed with the drifting festivals. Imagine celebrating spring planting during a snowstorm. Not ideal for offerings or crop yields. And while all this swirls, time keeps flowing, uneven, chaotic, and deeply human. You lie back in the warm dust, the smell of oil lamps and baked clay filling your nose. Somewhere nearby, a priest marks the Kalendi, the first day of a new month, on a wax tablet. Taxes are due, debts called in, offerings to Janus, the god of beginnings. Funny how that god will soon have a month named after him. But not yet, not quite yet. For now, your calendar begins in March. The world makes sense in a raw, spring-soaked way. Time is rebirth, readiness, and ritual. But that's about to change. You don't even hear the footsteps. He arrives like a storm that's already passed, leaving everything changed in its wake. Julius Caesar, tall, self-assured, wearing a red cloak that catches the light like a warning flare. You're still stretched out beneath the Roman sun, blinking into the sky, when you notice people turning their heads to watch him pass. Even the statues seem to lean in a little closer. Caesar has ideas. Big ones. Not just about ruling Rome, but about organizing time itself. You sit up, intrigued, as whispers ripple through the crowd. The calendar's getting an overhaul. Finally. No more months that drift like lazy clouds across the year. No more festivals in the wrong seasons. No more leap months shoved into the schedule like extra socks in a suitcase. Caesar gathers his advisors, scholars, astronomers, priests, and a few yes-men with particularly well-oiled hair. Among them, Sosigenes of Alexandria, a Greek-Egyptian astronomer with sun-weathered skin and eyes that always seem to be tracking celestial patterns you can't see. You lean closer as he explains. The year isn't 355 days long, like the old Roman calendar pretends. It's actually about 365.25 days. That missing quarter day is messing everything up. The room pauses. That 25 doesn't sound like much. But as Sosigenes points out with a slow, smug grin, it builds up. Over time, festivals start sliding backward. In a few decades, you'll be celebrating the spring equinox in winter boots. By your 3rd century, your gods will be sunbathing in December. So Caesar does what emperors do best. He commands change. The new calendar will follow the sun, not the moon, not the whims of priests, but the fixed patterns of celestial fire. The result? The Julian calendar, a structure of 365 days, with a leap day added every 4 years. It's science, yes, but also raw, uncut ego in 12 parts. You watch the announcement spread. People squint at the new month lengths. 7 months will have 31 days, the rest 30, except February, which gets the short end with 28. Because someone has to suffer. A wine vendor shrugs. You nod slowly, because even now, millennia later, we still blame February for something that wasn't its fault. But here's where Caesar really flexes. Quintilis, the 5th month, is renamed. You walk past a sculptor chiseling the new name into a temple wall. Julius, July. It's official. Time now includes Caesar. Literally. You smirk. Imagine walking through history and seeing someone name a month after themselves like it's a business merger. Historians still argue whether this decision was pure legacy building or a genuinely practical rebrand to mark the calendar reform. But you and I, we both know, it was ego, with a solar-powered calculator. And yet, you can't deny the genius. The Julian calendar was sturdy, durable, and far better than the janky mess it replaced. Sure, it wasn't perfect. It was off by about 11 minutes per year, which doesn't sound like much until you realize it adds up to 1 full day every 128 years. But still, compared to the previous chaos, this was an upgrade. Rome adapts. The empire grows, the calendar holds, but something gnaws at you. Caesar never saw his creation in full. You walk quietly past the theatre of Pompey, where the Ides of March arrive like a whisper through the wind. Brutus, Cassius, knives. Julius Caesar lies dead on the marble floor, under a statue of Pompey no less. It's poetic, if your poetry involves betrayal and arterial spray. The calendar survives, even if the man who shaped it doesn't. You glance at a sundial. Its shadow falls just right. It's working, but not for long. Because guess who steps into the sandals next? Caesar's adopted heir, Gaius Octavius. He doesn't just take up Caesar's political mantle, he rebrands himself as Augustus. And spoiler alert, he also wants a piece of the calendar pie. The story is eerily familiar. Augustus looks at the new system, nods in approval, and then notices something that makes his imperial eyebrow twitch. Julius has a month, July, with 31 days. But the 6th month, Sextilis, which is next in line, and will soon bear his name, only has 30. Nope, not happening. Not. You sigh, because you already know what's coming. Augustus orders the day count to be changed. Sextilis becomes August, and it gets 31 days, just like July. To make room? He robs poor February, trimming it down further. It's not just math, it's a statement. I am not less than Caesar. You sit in the forum, watching as stone tablets are revised, festivals rescheduled, and street vendors complain about having to repaint their calendars. A fishmonger laughs, soon we'll be naming days after our favorite sandals. You chuckle, it's not far off. Now here's your fringe tidbit of the night. For a brief moment in time, Augustus was so obsessed with control that he also tried to redesign the week itself. He didn't get very far, but the idea that days, weeks, and even time itself are subject to imperial branding, it lingers like perfume in a closed room. Historians still debate how involved Augustus really was in the exact day-by-day structure of the months. But what's clear is this: from now on, time belongs to the emperors. And remember, those lovely numbered months, September through December, they've now been pushed out of sync. You run your finger along a carved stone. Septem, Octo, Novem, Decem, 7, 8, 9, 10. But wait, they're the 9th through 12th months now. They lost their place in line, but no one changes their names. Why? Maybe inertia, maybe laziness, maybe a subtle flex from history saying, figure it out yourselves. So we did, kind of. You drift toward the Tiber, watching the moon climb above the rooftops. It's funny how much of your world is shaped by people who just refuse to be outdone. A couple of emperors compete for legacy, and now, forevermore, your year carries their names, their rivalry, their fingerprints. It makes you wonder, how much of the world around you is actually the result of someone's vanity project? That work meeting you're dreading next Thursday, indirectly brought to you by 2 Roman men who couldn't share 30 days, and you're just getting started. You wake up somewhere different, not in your bed, but beneath stars carved into polished stone. There's a cool stillness in the air, and everything smells of ink and old parchment. Around you, monks shuffle quietly through a candlelit room. You've stumbled into a medieval scriptorium, and though the Roman Empire has fallen, the Roman calendar marches on like a ghost that refuses to leave the living alone. You sit beside a bearded monk with ink-stained fingers. He's copying a table of dates with a patience you've never mustered for spreadsheets. And you realize that keeping time now, preserving Caesar's creation, is a sacred duty. The Julian calendar still rules Europe, but cracks are showing. You glance up at a faded wall painting of the crucifixion and overhear whispers about a troubling problem. Easter keeps drifting. One year it feels right. Sunshine, lilies, the smell of new grass. And the next, it shows up like an early April prank. The calendar is sliding again. That 11-minute annual error you remember from Caesar's calendar. It's catching up. By now, it's the 16th century, and the year is misaligned with the solar cycle by about 10 whole days. You imagine trying to plant crops or plan harvests based on a calendar that's lagging behind nature. You'd either starve or invent astrology. Maybe both. Cue a new character in your sleepy epic, Pope Gregory III. You find yourself in the halls of the Vatican, the walls buzzing with arguments and heavenly schematics. Gregory isn't here for small reforms or philosophical debates. No, he's here for a full-on celestial realignment, because if Easter can't be trusted, neither can anything else. And so, in 1582, the Pope does something utterly audacious. He deletes 10 days from existence. No, really. On the night of October 4th, 1582, people go to bed. When they wake up, it's October 15th. Just like that. No missing persons, just missing days. You blink, rub your eyes, and check the calendar. Yep, the 5th through the 14th, gone. Like someone took scissors to the fabric of time. The new Gregorian calendar adjusts the leap year system to better match the solar year. Instead of simply adding a day every 4 years, there's a catch. Years divisible by 100 aren't leap years, unless they're also divisible by 400. So, 1600? Leap year. 1700? Nope. 1800? Nope. 2000? Leap year again. It's weird math, but it works. At least well enough to keep Easter blooming on schedule. Historians still argue whether the reform was more about religion or astronomy. Was this a power move to align the heavens with Rome's theological authority? Or just a well-meaning correction to Caesar's dusty mistake? Either way, it was bold. Time itself edited, papal style. Now here's a quirky tidbit. People rioted over this. You're walking down a cobblestone street in a town in Protestant Europe, where locals accuse the Pope of stealing their days. Imagine someone shortening your year without asking. No refunds, no apologies. In England, people reportedly shouted, "Give us back our 11 days." They waited until 1752 to adopt the reform, so by then, they had to skip 11, not 10. You think about what it must have felt like. One moment, you're 28 years old. The next, you're still 28, but now your birthday's further away. Or maybe it's already passed. Who even knows? And let's not forget the Orthodox world, where Russia, Greece, and others cling stubbornly to the Julian system for centuries more. It creates a cosmic calendar tug-of-war. Two people could live on the same continent and celebrate Christmas 2 weeks apart. You think of couples in long-distance relationships back then. Wait, you're giving me my gift on the 25th Julian or Gregorian? Then there's the daily grind, the 7-day week that outlasts empires. You pause, suddenly realizing that the Bible mentions a 7-day creation. But why 7 days? Not 6, not 10. Some scholars say it echoes the ancient Babylonian lunar cycle. Others argue it was just a handy way to break up the month. Historians still argue whether this rhythm originated from religion or practical astronomy, but either way, it stuck. Even the names of the days whisper old stories. You lean into them like warm embers. Sunday, the sun's day. Bright, hopeful. Monday, moon's day. Softer, a little moody. Tuesday, named for Mars, god of war. Get things done. Wednesday, Mercury's day. Fast, tricky, full of messages. Thursday, Jupiter's day. Grand, a little smug. Friday, Venus's day. Romantic, indulgent, wine optional. Saturday, Saturn's day. Stern, structured, ideal for taxes or doom scrolling. It's mythology baked into your Google Calendar. Each day, a tiny altar to a long-dead god. You grin at the thought. Ancient polytheism never really left. It just booked a recurring meeting. And now you feel it. The layering. Time isn't a clean sheet of paper. It's a palimpsest. Each calendar reform scribbles over what came before, but the past is still there, faintly visible. Emperors rename months, popes delete days, commoners demand their time back. And still, the earth spins, slightly tilted, indifferent to human bookkeeping. You sit on a bench that doesn't exist, somewhere between centuries, and watch the moon rise over different calendars, Egyptian, Mayan, Hebrew, Chinese, each one trying to measure the unmeasurable, each one a little bit wrong, a little bit beautiful. You think about how even today, with our digital clocks and atomic precision, we're still wrestling with the same question. How do we mark time? Not just the seconds, but the meaning. It's no longer just a Roman thing, or a religious thing, or even a Western thing. It's human. Messy, mysterious, and slightly off by 11 minutes a year. And somewhere in all this, between Pope Gregory's bold edits and Caesar's sun-chasing calculations, you understand something quietly powerful. The calendar isn't just about time, it's about control. Control over harvests, over rituals, over your paycheck's due date. Control over when you celebrate and when you grieve. You exhale softly. The candles in the monastery flicker, and you know now. Time was never neutral. It was always political. You wake again, but now you're walking, not through temples or monasteries, but through corridors lit with gas lamps and the first electric bulbs. It's the 19th century, and something's humming under your feet. The world is growing louder, faster, and more synchronized. You glance up at a train schedule posted on a wall. Times printed with unnerving precision. 10:04, 11:37, 1:12. You blink. Who decided this? Then it hits you. The train. Not a metaphor. An actual train. Huge, iron-bellied, rumbling across continents. And with it comes a truth no empire had ever faced so literally. You can't run a railway if every town has its own idea of what time it is. Welcome to the industrial age, where the calendar isn't just cultural, it's infrastructure. You step into a train station in 1850s England. The air smells like coal and metal and boiled cabbage. A conductor glances at a pocket watch that looks like it could summon spirits. Every arrival, every departure, every ticking second is now currency. The entire system lives or dies by its schedule. Before this, time was local. Noon was when the sun stood highest in your sky, not London's, not Paris's. But trains changed that. Now, someone had to decide whose noon wins. Enter Greenwich Mean Time, GMT, Britain's bold solution to the chaos. In 1884, a group of dignitaries and nerds met at the International Meridian Conference and said, "All right, folks, time to choose one place to rule all clocks." And just like that, a tiny observatory in Greenwich became the origin of world time. Historians still argue whether this was a logical choice or just British imperialism dressed in astronomical robes. Either way, the world adopted GMT like a global pacemaker. Suddenly, everyone's watches needed to bow to this invisible line that sliced through England like a longitude lightsaber. Now here's your quirky twist. France refused, naturally. They stuck with Paris Mean Time for decades, only accepting GMT for air traffic safety. You can't crash over ego after all. Time zones followed, each roughly 15 degrees apart, because the Earth rotates 360 degrees in 24 hours. You do the math, except, as always, humans can't leave well enough alone. Some zones are 30 or even 45 minutes off. Nepal, for example, proudly runs 5 hours and 45 minutes ahead of GMT. You smirk. It's like someone read the global script and said, "Yeah, but make it quirky." As you wander into a bustling newspaper room in 1913 New York, you realize something else. Schedules are propaganda. The daily paper needs deadlines. The factory needs shifts. The workers need pay periods. Time isn't just being measured, it's being managed. You spot a wall calendar above a typewriter. The month is clearly labeled. The week begins on Sunday. Rows of boxes wait to be filled with work shifts, dentist appointments, baseball games. You feel the shift. This is the calendar becoming a machine. But as the industrial world gains speed, thinkers begin to notice its flaws. Among them is Auguste Comte, philosopher, father of positivism, and possibly the most organized man in France. He looks at the Gregorian calendar and says, "Non, merci." You step into Comte's Paris apartment. It smells like ink and ambition. He shows you his plan, the positivist calendar. 13 months, each with 28 days. A perfect 364-day system, evenly divisible by 7, so every month starts on a Monday and ends on a Sunday. There's even a leftover blank day at the end of the year. Comte calls it the Festival of All the Dead, because, you know, symmetry and morbidity go hand in hand. Each month, named after a thinker. You walk through the year with Moses, Homer, Aristotle, Archimedes, Caesar, St. Paul, Charlemagne, Dante, Gutenberg, Shakespeare, Descartes, Frederick Bichat, a biologist. Comte had niche tastes. Days of the week are themed too, matching the month's subject. So in Moses month, your Sundays might be Elijah, Jesus, Muhammad. In Aristotle month, it's Plato, Socrates, Bacon. You imagine telling your boss, "Sorry, I can't work the third Bacon of Archimedes." You grin. It's ridiculous, brilliant, and wildly impractical. Comte's dream calendar wasn't alone. Other reformers offered their own tweaks. Some wanted quarters with identical days. Others floated 13-week quarters to make business accounting neater. In fact, the International Fixed Calendar, another 13-month system, with a bonus year day, was used by Eastman Kodak for decades. Yes, the camera guys. Apparently, photographers are serious about symmetry. Still, none of these systems stuck. You ask why, And the answer comes quietly: taxes. Because governments, banks, and corporations have already invested in the Gregorian model. To switch calendars would break contracts, disrupt payroll, ruin fiscal years. And the people, they're just trying to remember when daylight saving kicks in. Good luck asking them to memorize a new month named Charlemagne. Historians still argue whether calendar reform failed because of inertia or design. Was it too complicated or too rational? Deep down, humans seem to prefer their time messy, a little flawed, a little familiar. You settle on a bench at a train station somewhere between centuries. It's 6:42 p.m, or maybe 1842, or 3rd Newton of Aristotle if Comte had his way. The train's late. No surprise there. You watch people check their watches, phones, calendars. No matter how advanced we become, we're still shackled to a clockwork dream that started with emperors, popes, and trains. We're not counting just time. We're reenacting control over and over again. And you wonder, if we built a perfect calendar, would we even want it? Or would we miss the irregularity? The weird 30-31 to 28 tap dance we do every month, the leap year panic, the daylight saving grumble. Maybe deep down, chaos feels more human than order. You yawn. The train arrives. It's 6:46. Unless you're in Kathmandu, in which case it's 12:31 a.m. Time's funny that way. The train slips away behind you, the station lights fade, and you're walking now through the silent corridors of a medieval monastery. The walls are thick, cold with stone, and lined with parchment calendars, handwritten, cautious, sacred. A monk's lantern bobs ahead of you like a firefly. He doesn't speak, but he leads you to a chamber where something rare is happening. Someone's trying to make time behave. You glance at a vellum scroll pinned to the wall. The writing's precise, obsessive even. This is no ordinary wall calendar. This is computus, the complex math monks used to determine the date of Easter. That's right. For centuries, humanity's most brain-busting calendrical challenge wasn't taxes or New Year's Eve. It was scheduling a resurrection. See, Easter is a movable feast. It falls on the first Sunday after the first full moon following the spring equinox. Easy enough to say, until you try to pin it down on a lunar solar calendar with months of inconsistent lengths and leap years that aren't quite loyal. You run your fingers along the margins, where scribbled corrections hint at sleepless nights. Calculating Easter wasn't just a spiritual task, it was a diplomatic one. Get it wrong, and entire Christian communities would celebrate on different days. And in an age where disunity was heresy, this wasn't a minor scheduling hiccup. It was a calendar crisis. That's why Pope Gregory XIII finally stepped in. You remember him, right? The Gregorian calendar guy from the Last Dream. In 1582, he didn't just reform the calendar, he fixed Easter. He shortened the year by just over 11 minutes to realign the equinox with March 21st, and recalibrated leap years to correct centuries of drift. But here's the soft joke. Not everyone said thanks. Protestant Europe saw the Gregorian reform as a papist plot. Britain and its colonies didn't adopt it until 1752. That's why George Washington's birthday is weirdly written 2 different ways depending on which document you read. Some say February 11th, some say February 22nd. Both are right, and neither is. Time is a mess like that. Historians still argue whether Gregory's reform was driven more by religious authority or scientific necessity. After all, astronomy was still clinging to geocentric models at the time, and the church wasn't exactly besties with scientists. But even so, the Gregorian calendar became the skeleton key of the modern world. Not because it was perfect, but because it was close enough and enforced with holy muscle. You turn a corner in the monastery and find yourself standing before a mechanical marvel, a clock with gears, pulleys, and an arm that traces the phases of the moon. The astrarium, they called it, built not to tell you it's 3:47 p.m., but to show you the harmony of the heavens. Time wasn't just for measuring, it was for marveling. Still, for all the reverence, life outside the abbey moved to a different beat. Peasants followed the rhythm of harvests, livestock, and the weather. Their calendar was more tactile, marked not by digits, but by seasons, saints' days, and superstitions. You feel the scent of wet earth and hay. In this world, Michaelmas is more useful than September 29th. Candlemas more vivid than February 2nd. The calendar lived in rituals, not rectangles. You pass a weathered farmer in the dusk, muttering to himself as he counts backward from llamas to know when to shear the sheep. You want to laugh, but stop. His system is old, older than clocks, maybe even older than language. Time here is a loop, not a line, a cycle, a wheel turning with the stars. That's the thing most people miss. The Gregorian calendar may rule your Google Calendar, but folk calendars still beat quietly underneath. In Japan, the Rokuyo system tells you which days are lucky or cursed. In Ethiopia, the New Year starts in September. And the Islamic world still counts by the moon, making each month float gently across the solar year like a drifting lantern. And that brings you to an uncomfortable truth. Our global calendar is only global if you squint. Much of the world dual wields calendars, one for work, one for faith, one for taxes, one for tradition. It's like speaking two languages at once, just to keep everyone appeased. Even now, scholars debate whether this coexistence is a beautiful compromise or a sign of calendar colonialism. Because make no mistake, the Gregorian system won. It runs the banks, the airlines, the treaties, but it didn't conquer every soul. Now here's a fringe fact for your dreams. In 2011, Samoa skipped an entire day to realign its calendar with Australia and New Zealand. They went from Thursday to Saturday. Poof, just like that. Some people celebrated birthdays a day early, some lost them entirely. One guy probably skipped a hangover. You can't help but laugh softly. Time is real, but our ways of tracking it are glorified guesses. Well-meaning, sometimes genius, but guesses nonetheless. And yet, we trust it. We build lives around it. We set alarms, schedule flights, make New Year's resolutions with utter conviction in a calendar that was, at times, argued over in candlelit monasteries by men who thought comets were divine messages. You glance back one last time at the Easter scroll. The monk adjusts it gently, as if it's alive. Maybe it is. Maybe all calendars are. They breathe, they shift, they betray us when we're not looking. You walk back into the cool air of night. The stars wheel overhead in slow, silent arcs. Somewhere a bell rings midnight. Or maybe it's already tomorrow. You smile. The calendar doesn't really care, but you do. You blink, and now you're standing in the cold mathematical corridors of 19th century Europe. The monastery's warmth has dissolved into iron, ink, and the rustle of paper charts. The Enlightenment has done away with saints' feast days and planetary omens, for the most part, and in their place comes a quiet clatter. Pencils scratching, compasses turning, decimal systems tightening their grip. The age of rationality has arrived, and with it, a desire to correct time itself, not just through minor reforms, but with entire reinventions. You find yourself in the study of Auguste Comte, a man who believed humanity had outgrown myth and theology. His white-gloved fingers trace the edges of a parchment that looks suspiciously futuristic. A calendar, yes, but not any calendar you've seen. This one has 13 months, each with exactly 28 days. A year sliced into equal logical portions. 364 days of clean symmetry, with one extra blank day each year floating like a paper kite outside the week. Comte was a philosopher of positivism, a system where facts reign and fuzzy sentiment takes a back seat. He wanted a calendar for an era of reason, not rituals. Each month would begin on a Monday. Each week would feel the same. Time itself would be tidied up, like a drawer of mismatched socks finally paired. And here's where it gets deliciously weird. Comte named his months after historical icons. January became Moses, February was Homer, March honored Aristotle. Your birthday might fall in the month of Shakespeare, or Galileo, or Gutenberg. Sundays were themed too, so in Moses' month, the second Sunday might be Muhammad Sunday, the third perhaps Buddha Sunday. Every unit of time was soaked in ideology. Not religion exactly, but worship of human greatness. You smile at the ambition and the cheek of it. It's like someone looked at the Gregorian calendar and thought, you know what this needs? Less confusion and way more Socrates. But before you roll your eyes, remember, this wasn't the only attempt to rationalize time in the Enlightenment era. The French, mid-revolution and brimming with anti-church sentiment, introduced their own calendar in 1793, the French Republican calendar. It divided the year into 12 equal months of 30 days, each named after nature. Brumaire, fog; Frimaire, frost; Thermidor, heat. Each day had 10 hours, each hour 100 minutes, each minute 100 seconds. Yeah, let that sink in. In this system, there were no saints, just plants, animals, tools. One day you'd celebrate the turnip, the next, the plough. It was a farmer's poetry, wrapped in decimal efficiency, but it didn't stick. The public resisted. The church, predictably, hissed. And by 1806, Napoleon scrapped it. Historians still argue whether the calendar failed because it was too radical, or simply too annoying to convert sundials. Comte's calendar met a similar fate. Though elegant in theory, it clashed hard with the 7-day week, a cycle not just religious, but embedded in labor, trade, even our biorhythms. You don't mess with the weekend lightly. Still, the dream persisted. In the 20th century, the International Fixed Calendar tried again. 13 months of 28 days, with one blank day at year's end called Year Day. Companies like Kodak even adopted it internally for payroll consistency. But global adoption never happened. Why? Because changing calendars is like rerouting every train track in the world mid-journey. Planets don't care about months. We do. And we've built everything, on the Gregorian rhythm. School years, bank statements, national holidays, international treaties. Comte's logic didn't stand a chance against global inertia. But you know what's interesting? The Church of All Worlds, a neo-pagan group in the US, still uses Comte's calendar today, complete with themed months and renamed days. A whisper of forgotten timekeeping, still echoing in fringe corners. You pass into a library where clocks tick in foreign scripts. One says, Saturday, month of Beethoven, Socrates Sunday. It makes perfect sense, and none at all. Now, here's the soft joke. For a species so obsessed with time, we sure love ignoring better ideas. We've had centuries to improve the calendar, smooth it, simplify it. But instead, we cling to a janky mix of 30s and 31s, with February wheezing in the corner like the runt of the litter. Leap years, arbitrary patches, time zones, politically negotiated. And yet we trust it, all of it, as if it were handed down by physics. Not by men, not by politics, but by some cosmic truth. Historians still debate whether our resistance to calendar reform is cultural loyalty, bureaucratic laziness, or a deep subconscious preference for imperfect rhythms. Maybe we don't want clean time. Maybe we prefer time that wobbles, like a record just slightly off-center. Predictable enough to dance to, but just quirky enough to feel human. You peer through a frosted window. Snow falls softly onto a stone sundial, long forgotten in the yard. It doesn't tick, or buzz, or chime. It just sits, ancient, still, waiting for sunlight to remind it of its purpose. And you wonder, what if timekeeping were more like that? Less stress, more sunlight, less precision, more poetry. But the world moves fast now. Too fast for calendars named after Aristotle or onions. Too digital for floating blank days. We're married to the Gregorian beast, clunky though it is, because it's not just a calendar, it's a contract. Between countries, between businesses, between people trying to meet for lunch on the same day. So you sigh gently and run your fingers across Comte's forgotten months. There's Dante, and Gutenberg, and Confucius. They're still here in their own quiet rhythm. Even if no one else is listening, you find yourself walking along a shadowed hallway lined with marble busts, some familiar, some utterly lost to memory. Each one stares ahead with ageless patience, and the floor beneath you murmurs with every step, as if soaked in the weight of unsung arguments. This is the domain of reformers and resistors, the ones who tried, in vain or vanity, to fix the calendar, or fiercely refused to touch it. Time, as it turns out, is deeply political. And when you reach the room labelled the Vatican's clock tower, you begin to see how calendar reform wasn't just a question of logic, but of power, identity, and control. When Pope Gregory XIII introduced the Gregorian calendar in 1582, he wasn't trying to trigger an international crisis, but he sort of did. You remember the core reason from earlier. The Julian calendar had drifted off course, misaligning the spring equinox, and thus the date of Easter. A big deal in a time where celestial alignment meant spiritual accuracy. But while Catholic countries like Italy, Spain, and Portugal adopted the fix immediately, Protestant nations smelled papal mischief. England, for example, refused the reform for over 170 years. For a long time, British people lived in a slightly different world than their Catholic neighbours. You could cross from France into England and literally lose 10 days off your calendar. Cross back? Get them right back. Time travel, 17th century style. When Britain finally gave in, it was 1752. By then, the drift had worsened, so they had to delete 11 entire days from the month of September. That year, the calendar skipped straight from September 2nd to September 14th, and the public was not thrilled. Imagine going to bed on the 2nd, waking up, and it's suddenly 2 weeks later. People protested in the streets. Legend says they cried out, "Give us back our 11 days," though historians still argue whether that chant was real or a cheeky exaggeration added later by 19th century satirists. But the resistance was real, not just because of lost birthdays or rent due dates, but because the calendar wasn't neutral. It came wrapped in religion, empire, and fear of foreign influence. Reforming it meant submitting to the Pope, to math, to progress itself, and people don't love that. Even today, when calendar reform comes up in scholarly circles, or the occasional international summit, it's wrapped in thick red tape. To change the calendar globally, you'd need unanimous agreement from world powers, major religions, business giants, and digital infrastructure providers. You'd need a miracle. Still, the proposals keep coming. Remember that early 20th century plan called the International Fixed Calendar? It had a cousin, the World Calendar, created by Elizabeth Akelis in the 1930s. It followed the same logic: 12 months, standardized weeks, a blank day at year's end. But it also promised peace through timekeeping. If everyone used the same calendar, the theory went, international harmony might follow. The United Nations even considered it seriously in the 1950s. But opposition came swiftly from, surprise, religious leaders, particularly Jews, Muslims, and some Christian sects who rely on the 7-day weekly cycle for sacred observances. A blank year day would break that rhythm every year. Suddenly, the Sabbath wouldn't fall every 7th day. That, for many, was unacceptable. So again, reform was shelved. And yet, we live in a world of calendar dissonance. While the Gregorian reigns supreme for commerce and civil life, millions of people simultaneously follow other systems. The Hebrew calendar, for instance, places us in the year 5785. It uses lunar months and adds a leap month every few years to stay aligned with the solar year. The Islamic calendar is purely lunar, so Ramadan drifts slowly backward through the seasons. Right now, it's somewhere in the 15th century, if you're counting from the Hijri epoch. The Chinese calendar guides major holidays like the Lunar New Year and Mid-Autumn Festival. It's lunisolar, deeply symbolic, and impossible to track without a specialized app or the wisdom of your grandma. And then there's the Ethiopian calendar, about 7 years behind the Gregorian. In Ethiopia, it's still 2017. Their New Year is in September. Their Jesus was born on a different Christmas. They still use the Julian system. Time moves differently, depending on where you wake up. You're starting to get the picture. Despite the illusion of global synchronization, calendar systems are a patchwork quilt, a mess of compromises. We've aligned train schedules, flight paths, and economic quarters. But beneath that, cultural clocks keep ticking in their own poetic time zones. And here's your soft chuckle. You probably set your phone to automatic time zone and trust it completely. But in reality, your device is juggling a whole orchestra of agreements, patches, and assumptions just to show you a number on the lock screen. Historians still debate whether we've reached peak calendar complexity or if even greater reforms are on the horizon. After all, our years aren't perfectly measured, our leap day math still needs correction, and digital timekeeping is slowly nudging out tradition. What happens when a Mars colony needs a calendar? Do we give them Earth months? Or do they name their weeks after Martian geography? You sit on a bench now, watching the busts fade into mist. One of them turns slightly. It looks like Pope Gregory XIII, but maybe he's blinking. Time, after all, isn't just a measure. It's a battleground, a story, a mirror, and somehow, also, a bureaucracy. A gentle, amber twilight spreads across the ceiling like spilled tea, and you find yourself in a museum that doesn't quite exist, at least, not in any one place. Glass cases hum softly with artifacts that pulse faintly under their spotlights. Star maps scratched into mammoth bone, pocket watches half melted by fire, parchment scrolls with calendars drawn in concentric circles. Here, you step quietly between cultures and their clocks, civilizations trying to wrangle time before digital displays and meeting invites made it feel mechanical. Let's go back, far back, before popes, before emperors, before spreadsheets. You're standing in Babylon, and someone is watching the moon. The Babylonians were masters of lunar logic. They gave us the 7-day week, likely tied to the 7 classical planets: Sun, Moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, Saturn. They watched the sky religiously, measuring months by the moon's cycle, and built calendars so deeply connected to astronomy that modern scholars still mine their clay tablets for data. But those lunar months didn't line up with the solar year. 12 moons give you about 354 days, not enough to keep your crops from drifting across seasons. So what did they do? They improvised. Every few years, priests added an extra month, an intercalary month, to realign the calendar. And here's your fringe fact: it wasn't fixed. The priesthood decided when to add the month based on celestial omens, dreams, and royal preference. One king might want more festivals. Another might want taxes early. Boom. Bonus month. Historians still argue whether this was religious foresight or state manipulation. Either way, it meant your birthday might not always show up when you expected. Now gently shift through the mist and land in ancient Egypt. The Nile flows beside you, glittering like black silk. Egyptians noticed something profound. Every year, just before the Nile flooded, Sirius, the dog star, rose in the dawn sky. This became their anchor. The Egyptian calendar was solar, not lunar. 12 months of 30 days each, plus 5 extra days tacked on at the end of the year. These epagomenal days were considered outside the normal flow of time. Sacred, weird, full of ghosts and gods. Here's your quirky bit. Those 5 days were said to be the birthdays of the gods: Osiris, Horus, Isis, Set, and Nephthys. You didn't just mark them with parties. You marked them with rituals, omens, and sometimes absolute silence. So already, we see how early calendars weren't just organizational tools. They were spiritual engines. Each system shaped how people understood the universe and their place in it. Drift again. Now you're in Mesoamerica, and the jungle around you vibrates with birdsong and sweat. The Maya and the Aztec had calendars that didn't count time. They layered it. The Tzolk'in, a 260-day sacred calendar, spun like a wheel. It overlapped with the Hub, a 365-day solar calendar. The intersection of these two wheels created repeating cycles of time, each combination of days believed to hold unique spiritual energy. And yes, the Maya did predict the end of a major cycle in 2012. But the idea that they predicted the apocalypse, that was a modern mistranslation mixed with Hollywood sparkle. For the Maya, it wasn't an end, just a reset. Meanwhile, their long count calendar stretches thousands of years into the past and future. You, right now, are just a blip in the middle of a gigantic cosmic odometer. You feel a small stone in your hand now, etched with numbers, faint with meaning. You're suddenly in China, where timekeeping was an act of imperial authority. The Chinese calendar, still used today to determine New Year and festivals, is lunisolar, tracking both moon phases and the solar year. But more than that, it's tied to cycles of animals, elements, and fate. Each year belongs to an animal, rat, ox, tiger, and so on, and an element, wood, fire, earth, metal, or water. The full cycle spans 60 years before repeating. You're not just born in a year, you're born in a cosmic context. Here's your odd detail. In ancient China, calendar reform was a political act so powerful, only the emperor had the right to declare it. A new dynasty meant a new calendar, not just for scheduling, but for proclaiming that the mandate of heaven had passed on. To own the calendar was to own the cosmos. And across these cultures, that idea echoes like a gong. Time wasn't just tracked, it was interpreted. And sometimes, those interpretations clashed with what we now call science. In medieval Europe, peasants still followed seasonal logic more than any papal decree. They planted with the moon, harvested with the solstices, and gave names to full moons: harvest moon, wolf moon, blood moon. Even as the church imposed its liturgical calendar, local customs thrived underneath. Scholars still debate how much folk calendars shaped official timekeeping. Was it the monks who adapted, or the farmers? You think about this as the museum fades to black around you. What ties all this together is not uniformity, it's improvisation. Across the globe, people saw the stars and said, "How do I fit into that?" And their answers, wildly different, all beautiful. And just like that, you realize something soft and silly. We treat our modern calendar like it was handed down from a mountain by a time god. But really, it's just the latest remix, a patch, a hack, a duct-taped cosmic compromise. So next time someone says, "It's already March again," smile and whisper, "Yeah, but where?" You're standing on a narrow cobblestone street in London, and the air tastes of soot and damp wool. Gas lamps flicker like shy fireflies, casting long, lazy shadows against brick walls. It's September 1752, and something's off, very off. You check your pocket watch. It's September 2nd. You glance at a nearby inn sign and blink. Now it's September 14th. No missing persons alert, no grand announcement, just an entire 11 days vanished from your life. Welcome to England's calendar kerfuffle, where sundials and star charts weep in confusion. You push through a half-open door into a crowded tavern. The smell of stale ale and burning tallow fills your nostrils. Patrons glare at their tankards as if daring the foam to tell the right date. A burly fellow at the bar slams his fist down. "They've stolen our days!" he bellows, foam dribbling down his chin like a mayonnaise enthusiast gone rogue. Your own heart thumps. It's odd to feel younger or older, just because the powers that be decided to cut your month short. Here is the mainstream fact. Britain clung to the old Julian calendar long after Catholic countries switched to the Gregorian system. Protestant stubbornness and distrust of anything hinting at papist plots meant England and its colonies held out until 1752. By then, the misalignment had grown from 10 to 11 days. So when Parliament finally passed the calendar, New Style Act, those days simply disappeared. Your rent was due, but the landlord didn't care. He'd lost them too, apparently. Historians still argue whether the public outcry was genuine mass protest or just satirical exaggeration in pamphlets. Some sources claim mobs roamed chanting, "Give us back our 11 days." Others suggest the phrase was added later by wags, enjoying a laugh at the populace's expense. Either way, the idea that you had march in the street over days gone missing feels both absurd and oddly relatable. Kind of like yelling at your phone, "S-autocorrect." Outside, you wander past closed shops and empty stalls. A baker leans against a half-finished dough bowl, sighing as flour dust settles like ghostly confetti. "No market today," he mutters. "My calendar's broken." You imagine poor farmers scratching their heads. Did Lent just end? Was Michaelmas next week? Or did they just skip it altogether, like someone hit fast forward on the harvest? Here's your fringe tidbit. Rumour has it that some people attempted to pay their debts on the lost days, handing over coins to creditors who blinked and refused, saying it's not a real day. One man, so the story goes, tried to celebrate his birthday on September 7th, a day that didn't exist, and his own mother declared him mad. Maybe she just hated parties, or maybe she knew better than to bank on fictional cake. You settle at a corner table, the hard wood pressing into your elbow like a low-key reminder to keep your wrists straight for the watch. A hack writer slides in, parchment in hand, offering you an explanatory almanac, a thin pamphlet explaining the switch, with a helpful chart showing that 1751 was followed by September 1752, skipping 313. He leans in conspiratorially and whispers, "They say the true reason is to break the power of old guilds and secret societies who kept their own calendars." You arch an eyebrow. Historians still argue whether this was a political power play or purely a synchronization necessity, but either way, it makes for juicy tavern gossip. A lute player in the corner strikes a chord that vibrates in your chest. The tune feels unexpectedly cheerful, like celebrating a leap year but in reverse. You can't help smirking at the peculiar music of rebellion. One part folk song, one part bureaucratic whine. Maybe we'll just rename the days after fallen politicians, you muse out loud. The lute player grins, sarcastically or sympathetically you can't tell, and riffs a jaunty happy birthday in an off-kilter 11/8 time signature. It tickles your sense of rhythm and ruins it forever. As dusk deepens to twilight, you step back outside. Lanterns reflect in puddles where rain hadn't yet decided whether to fall. You watch a trio of women whispering by a lamppost, one clutching a diary, one holding a letter from America, another nursing a sick child. Their hush is urgent. The American colonies are scrambling too, your mind reminds you, fixing legislatures, updating school books, arguing over when to celebrate Thanksgiving. It acts a logistical nightmare, an 18th century version of trying to change your email password across every app you own. And behind all this is the iron rule that time equals trust. If you can't agree on when your day begins, how can you agree on anything? Contracts falter, trade stumbles, alliances wobble. The punchline? We still live by this shaky patchwork, worn threadbare by centuries of edits, arguments, and delayed birthdays. You stand on the empty street, the echo of distant toasts and protests swirling around you. The night is quiet now, save for the drip of water from a gutter. You sink onto the stone curb, careful not to jab your trousers. In this moment, you feel the blink of human ambition. To order time, to own it, even to erase it, but never quite succeeding. And yet, here you are, anchored to a date that fell straight out of the calendar's pocket. You trace a line in the dirt with a stick, counting on fingers that just lost 11 days. It's oddly grounding. You inhale the damp air. Somewhere a church bell rings midnight. Or did everyone skip that day too? You close your eyes and let the peculiar comfort of shared confusion wash over you. After all, you're not just marking time. You're part of it, a participant in history's unwieldy clockwork. And tomorrow, you'll wake up on September 14th, or maybe the 15th if your watch is generous. Same old world, just slightly rearranged. You drift into a hushed salon in mid-19th century Paris, where wax candles flicker against gilt mirrors, and the air smells of fresh ink and strong coffee. You settle into a velvet-upholstered chair opposite a tall desk strewn with parchment, compasses, and a single bust of Auguste Comte, his gaze fixed somewhere beyond time itself. This isn't just any office. It's the birthplace of one of history's most audacious calendar fantasies. Comte leans forward, voice calm but insistent. "Imagine a year of perfect symmetry," he says, tapping a finger on a chart of 13 neat columns. Each column holds exactly 28 days, arranged in 4 flawless weeks. No more 30s, no more 31s, no more sad little February limping along at 28. It's a year sliced like the finest French pastry, light, orderly, unblemished by irregular crumbs. You nod, picturing those clean columns. But Comte doesn't stop there. Every month is dedicated to a towering figure of human progress. January becomes Moses, February Homer, March Aristotle, April Archimedes, May Caesar, June St. Paul, July Charlemagne, August Dante, September Gutenberg, October Shakespeare, November Descartes, December Frederick the Great, and a new 13th month, Bichat, after the pioneering biologist Xavier Bichat. As you trace the names, a small smile tugs at your lips. It's like naming streets after celebrities, but for days. Scholars still argue whether Comte's choices reflected genuine reverence or a desire to cement his own intellectual pantheon. But you feel the thrill. Each month is a celebration of human achievement, a pause to honor those who shaped ideas. Then Comte flips the chart to weekdays. He's remade them too. Every month begins on a Monday. Every week loops from Monday to Sunday. And each day sports a thematic name tied to the month's honoree. In Moses month, you'd observe Elijah Sunday, Jesus Monday, Muhammad Tuesday, Confucius Wednesday, Krishna Thursday, Zarathustra Friday, and Buddha Saturday. In Gutenberg month, Caxton Sunday, Aldous Monday, Plantin Tuesday, and so on. It's spiritual, though not religious, an ode to intellectual lineage, your fringe tidbit. Decades later, a few Parisian cafes reportedly experimented with Comte's weekdays, renaming their specials after philosophers and offering Socrates soup on Wednesdays. Today, you can still find a vintage cafe menu in a dusty archive that lists Buddha brunch and Muhammad mousse as dessert specials. It's delightfully absurd, but practicality tugs at your sleeve. You ask, what about the leftover day? Comte nods, eyes twinkling. At year's end, there's a blank day outside the week, Festival of All the Dead, to honor ancestors and reset the cycle. In leap years, there's an extra festival of joy. These days stand apart, immune to the Monday-Sunday loop, reminding you that even perfect symmetry needs room to breathe. You lean back. It sounds idyllic, but you know human systems resist change. Even in this enlightened century, church bells still toll 7-day weeks, bankers still close ledgers quarterly, and children learn their months from songs as ragged as they are rhythmic. Comte envisioned his calendar as a civic ritual. Plaques on town halls, weekly lectures on philosopher-themed days, public festivals during the blank days. He even proposed a positivist church to oversee the calendar, with priests of reason guiding the masses. Historians still debate whether this quasi-religious structure helped or hindered acceptance. Was it too temple-like for a secular world, or too secular for a church-centric society? You sense the answer in the warm hush of the salon. People loved the idea in theory. They adored the orderly charts and the nod to human excellence. But love isn't enough to uproot centuries of habit. Daily life, contracts, rent, harvests, was tangled up in Gregorian grooves. Changing calendars meant changing everything: schooling, fiscal years, holidays, even circuses and theatre seasons. And then there's the 7-day week, older than recorded history. Deep in Europe's peasant villages, families carve the Sabbath into their routines. Holy rest, weekly market, church at dawn. Break that cycle, and you fracture community life. Comte's brilliant calendar could simplify global affairs, but risked fracturing this intimate, near-sacred rhythm. Still, some pockets held on to the dream. A handful of positivist groups in France and Brazil adopted the calendar for a time, celebrating Charlemagne Carnival and Dante Day in earnest. Newspapers ran special sections explaining how to convert dates, and children quizzed each other. What date is Bacon Friday? Yet even these enthusiasts eventually reverted to Gregorian normality. You stand and stretch. Outside the salon window, gas lamps flicker in the Paris dusk. Skeins of smoke drift across rooftops as carriages clop along cobblestones. Time here still ticks in its familiar, lumpy pattern. You reflect on the stubborn reality. Perfection isn't always an improvement. Messy has memory. Flaws have familiarity. Humans, it seems, prefer calendars that feel like home, even if they're mathematically 28 minutes off per year. You offer one last thought to Comte's silent bust, that the greatest tribute to human achievement might not be a month named after a thinker, but the very mess of history itself, complete with its odd month lengths, leap year quirks, and centuries of revisions. You step into the Paris night, the chart tucked under your arm. Somewhere, church bells ring in rhythm with a 7-day cycle that predates Caesar. Somewhere else, an archivist admires that menu from the old cafe. And somewhere in your mind, a perfect 13-month year pulses quietly, a whisper of order in an imperfect world. You slip out of the gaslit streets of Paris and suddenly find yourself beneath a vast, silent dome of stars. No city lights intrude here, just velvet darkness pierced by pinpricks of distant suns. You're somewhere ancient now, standing in a circular clearing ringed by monoliths of smooth, weathered stone. Each one is carved with symbols for the phases of the moon: full, new, waxing, waning. The air smells faintly of damp earth and burning incense, and you can almost hear whispered chants carried on a midnight breeze. This is the domain of lunar cults and moon months, where time isn't ruled by the sun, but by the moon's gentle cycles. A mainstream fact drifts through your mind. Many early societies measured months by the lunar cycle, approximately 29.5 days, long before Julius Caesar's sun-chasing reforms. You press your palm to the cool surface of a stone, feeling the grooves that mark each day of the moon's journey. You watch as a hooded figure steps forward, offering you a large shell filled with milky water. "Drink," they whisper, "and see time as we do." You bend your head and sip. The water tastes of salt and night. In this lunar calendar, each month begins at the new moon, when the sky is darkest and the stars scatter like spilled sugar. You become acutely aware of how your own body seems to synchronize with the rhythm. Your breath deepens in the dark. Your mind quiets in the glow of crescent moons. Here, agriculture and ritual flow together, planting seeds at the first sliver, harvesting at the full glow, resting during the waning. A gentle drumbeat rises behind you. The cultists move in a circle, passing torches that flicker orange against grey stone. Each month has a name tied to the rhythms of life: seed moon, flower moon, harvest moon, and so on. Some names echo familiar traditions, like the harvest moon, still celebrated in many places today, but each culture gives its own spin. You remember that medieval English farmers used the harvest moon to guide their reaping, while Chinese villagers called it the mid-autumn moon, a time for mooncakes and lanterns. Historians still argue whether lunar calendars arose primarily for agricultural necessity or for religious symbolism. But here, in this clearing, you feel both forces entwined. The drumbeat builds, and you step into the circle, joining hands with figures whose faces you can't quite see. They chant with a soft, hypnotic cadence: ceaseless cycles, wax and wane. Ceaseless cycles, time's domain. Suddenly, someone lights a mirrored panel at the center, a simple bronze disc that catches the torchlight and reflects it upward. You follow that beam of light, tracing it to a small aperture in the dome. A shaft of moonlight pierces the gloom, illuminating a spot on the floor. A new moon phase marks month 1, and the ceremony resets. Your fringe tidbit emerges. Among the Dogon people of Mali, priests once timed their sacred Sigui festival every 60 lunar years, an 8,000-year cycle linked to the star Sirius B, which they claim they knew about before modern astronomy confirmed its existence. Whether that knowledge came from ancient sky watchers or more recent contacts with French anthropologists is still hotly debated. But standing here, it feels potent. You breathe in the chant and exhale, letting the rhythm settle in your bones. Out there in the sunlit world, You're governed by a fractured patchwork of months named after emperors and popes. In here, it's lunar law, pure, cyclical, alive. As the ceremony winds down, the cultists lower their arms and whisper blessings of the moon upon you. You turn to the hooded leader, who brushes your cheek lightly with a hand scented of jasmine. Remember, they murmur, the moon shows both light and shadow in every cycle. Then they vanish into the night as if they were never there. You're left alone in the clearing, listening to the echoes of drums fading into the dark. The moon has shifted. Now it's a waxing gibbous, its face shining a little more each night. You realize that this lunar timekeeping isn't just quaint. It's powerfully personal. You think of your own calendar back in Europe, rigid with numbered months and leap years you barely understand. Here, time breathes. On the edge of the clearing, you find an ancient tablet carved with the phrase, taboo. It warns of days when no work may be done, the new moon and full moon. Taboo days, they called them, sacred pauses to honor the unknown. You recall that even the Roman calendar had its dies fasti and nefasti, days when no legal matters could occur. The overlap feels uncanny. Historians still debate whether these forbidden days arose from practical rest periods or ritual sanctity. But here, you feel both the weariness of toil and the hush of prayer. You stand and brush dirt from your trousers, feeling oddly refreshed. A meteor streaks across the sky, and you make a silent wish that your own life might follow such serene cycles, rather than the jagged edges of modern schedules. Then the clearing dissolves. You're back under the Parisian night sky, the distant flicker of gas lamps twinkling like human constellations. Your watch ticks faithfully, oblivious to lunar mysteries. You glance at it and smile, knowing that just beyond its metal face lies a different clock, one of tides, emotions, and lunar light. You pull your coat tighter against the chill and walk toward home, the image of that moonlit rite engraved softly in your mind. You'll carry it with you into board meetings and birthday calendars, a secret reminder that time, at its heart, is a circle. You're slipping through moonlit Paris streets once more, but this time the French Revolution's fervor crackles around you like electricity in the air. Carnival banners have been ripped down. Fleur-de-lis symbols are ashes in the gutter. The city smells of gunpowder, bread, and the faint tang of idealism gone awry. Somewhere ahead, a tattered billboard announces the new order's latest decree. You lean in. The French Republican calendar is now the law of the land. You tilt your head, curious, as you pass a brass plaque that lists 12-month names you've never heard. Vendémiaire, Brumaire, Frimaire, Nivose, Pluviose, Ventose, Germinal, Floréal, Prairial, Messidor, Thermidor, Fructidor. Each one is a whisper of nature. Harvest, mist, frost, snow, rain, wind, bud, flower, meadows, harvest again, heat, fruit. You can practically smell ripening grapes and feel autumn mists curling around your ankles. It's 1793, and the revolutionaries want to erase the old calendar, one bound by saints and kings, and replace it with their own rational creation. They've divided every month into 3 decades of 10 days each day numbered rather than named. No more Sundays. Instead, Decadi, a day of rest every 10th day, replacing the weekly Sabbath that felt too tied to religious tradition. Historians still argue whether this change was driven more by anti-clerical zeal or genuine economic efficiency, but for you it feels like walking on a giant clock face that's been turned sideways. You wander into a marketplace where vendors shout the new dates. Today is the 5th of Ventos, year 2. A fruit seller holds up a drooping artichoke and grins, perfect for germinal. People snap up vegetables in tribute to the cycle of seasons. It's sensory theatre. Vibrant crates of chard, puddles from yesterday's rain glinting like shattered glass, and the low hum of debate as some shoppers fumble to convert dates in their heads. Is it pre-12 or post-12? They ask one another, mixing centuries and revolutionary years like an accounting nightmare. Inside a grand hall draped with reams of parchment, you find revolutionary scholars huddled in candlelight. They've polished a giant dial that maps the decimal time system. each day divided into 10 hours, each hour into 100 minutes, each minute into 100 seconds. You watch a powdered, wig-clad professor demonstrate. He spins a wheel and announces, "Hour 350, as if reciting a poem. Quirky fact: Napoleon tried out decimal time on his Egyptian campaign, having his officers adjust their pendulums at sunset, but his soldiers then mutinied, claiming they'd lost both their tongues and their internal clocks. You inhale deeply, letting the musty scent of old books and damp stone fill your lungs. A low voice whispers beside you, "Don't forget the Sans-Culottides, the 5 or 6 extra festival days that follow Fructidor before you loop back to Vendémiaire. These days celebrate virtue, genius, labor, opinion, and rewards, with the extra Revolution Day on leap years." It's like an encore at the end of a concert, an interlude that stands outside the regular year to honor revolutionary values. Participants dress in costumes, recite odes, and share communal meals on the Ile de la Cité. You can almost taste the spiced bread and hear the cries of "Long live the Republic." But practicality gnaws at you as you stroll past a schoolhouse where children recite arithmetic alongside their months. 1, 2, 3, Vendémiaire, Brumaire, Frimaire. They stumble at Nivos, and a teacher flicks a chalk braid off his sleeve, sighing. Parents murmur about child labor laws tied to Decadi. They say working 9 days straight and getting only 1 rest day feels as cruel as the guillotine itself. Scholars still debate whether rural communities ever fully embraced the revolutionary calendar or quietly clung to the old saint days behind closed doors. You emerge onto the Place de la Concorde, where the guillotine's shadow still stretches across cobblestones. In the haze of torchlight, you see a group performing Thermidorian dances, satirical ballets reenacting the fall of Robespierre on 9th of Thermidor Year 2. They leap and spin in breeches and tricorn hats, their laughter mingling with the crack of musket fire in the distance. It's oddly festive, though tinged with uneasy irony, a revolution dancing on its own grave. Your senses flicker. A child offers you a paper tricolour cockade and insists you wear it on the blank buttonhole where a saint's medal once hung. You do so, feeling the fabric's crisp weave against your chest, the salty taste of perspiration on your lip. It's a fleeting bond, a symbol that everyone's calendar too has been reborn. And then, almost imperceptibly, the wind shifts. The rational order you've been walking through feels brittle. A newspaper seller peddles news of the day, but his latest headline reads that the convention may abandon the experiment. Too chaotic, he mutters. Too divorced from tradition. You hear merchants whisper about failed harvest predictions, farmers refusing to plant according to the new dates because the lunar signs are more reliable. You glimpse outraged priests holding clandestine masses in hidden chapels, rolling back to Saint Feast days whenever they dare. The cadenced chants of liberté, égalité, fraternité fade into the murmur of everyday life resettling. You taste sour wine in a roadside tavern, listening as patrons slip back into calling Fridays vendredi and Sundays dimanche. Even the calendar reformers seem to admit defeat when the Directory officially ditches the Republican calendar in 1805. As you trace muddy footprints along the Seine's bank, moonlight dancing on ripples, you think about the experiment's ambition, to shatter centuries of tradition, to forge a new society with every tick and tock. It was a promise carved in the language of reason and nature. Yet the 7-day week, like a stubborn ghost, rose again, tethering people to rhythms older than revolution itself. You pause by a weeping willow and let the river's lullaby soothe the edge of your revolution-worn mind. You feel the seductive pull of order and the stubborn resilience of habit. The French might have tried to reset time, to consecrate months to harvest and virtue, but in the end, they returned to the imperfect calendar you know now, a patchwork of saints and seasons, emperors and popes. You stand and close your eyes, letting the breeze lift the frayed edges of your coat. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell tolls for Sunday, or maybe it's Decadi. They sound almost the same when the night is still. You smile at the tangled poetry of it all. Human ambition chasing time. only to discover that time has its own stubborn will. And as you walk away, the last flicker of revolution drifts behind you like ash on the wind, leaving behind months named for harvests and mist, dancing in step with an age-old week that refuses to be erased. You wake once more, not in a palace or a countryside, but under the harsh hum of fluorescent lights. The scent of recycled air and printer ink stings your nostrils, and the distant tap-tap of keyboards pulses like a metronome. You're in a modern office building where time isn't a luxury, it's currency. The walls are plastered with motivational posters. Time is money, own your 9 to 5, and one suspiciously smug image of a cat wearing a wristwatch. You check your digital calendar. It's Monday, 9 a.m., or is it 8:30 due to daylight saving? You're not sure, and you don't care. You've got deadlines. Here's a mainstream fact you already live. The 5-day work week was mainstreamed by Henry Ford in 1926, giving workers Saturdays and Sundays off to buy cars and fuel the economy he built. Before that, many laborers toiled 6 days a week, sunrise to sunset, sinking their sweat with church bells rather than punch cards. You sip your coffee, burnt sludge in a to-go cup, and marvel at how a simple tweak to the calendar revolutionized industry and leisure. Now your weekend has become sacrosanct, even if your inbox never sleeps. You swivel in your ergonomic chair and spot a co-worker clutching a fidget spinner like it's a security blanket. They murmur about meeting creep, that insidious habit of calls starting 10 minutes late and encroaching on lunch. You laugh, softly, so the boss's earshot doesn't catch you, but it's true. Time in the corporate world is elastic. You've seen a 30-minute stand-up drag into an hour-long confessional. Historians still argue whether corporations invented the time is life ethos or simply fermented it in the vats of industrial revolution. But either way, it's the air you breathe. A soft ping interrupts your thoughts, a calendar invite for Team Sync. The subject screams urgent in all caps. You wonder whether you're attending or auditioning for a performance art piece about boredom. You lean back, recalling that long-ago dream of Julius Caesar reshaping the months. This feels like his legacy on fast forward. The calendar you scroll is Caesar's invention, filtered through popes, revolutionaries, and software updates. Now it governs your P&L meetings. Here's your quirky fringe tidbit. Some tech startups run on a Spotify model of time, dividing the week into sprints and missions, naming days after code releases, rather than weekday monikers. Think Release Day instead of Friday. Teams might celebrate Feature Friday or Dread Merge Monday. You smirk, half impressed, half alarmed. You're reminded of Comte's philosopher-themed weekdays, only these are named for software milestones. Historians still debate whether these practices are genuine innovations or just a corporate gimmick to rebrand the humdrum. But you've got 3 sprints this quarter, so you don't have time to care. Your screen flickers with a Slack notification. Someone has scheduled a brainstorm brain freeze. You imagine colleagues huddled in a windowless room, post-its stuck to their faces, chanting buzzwords until they believe them. You picture medieval monks calculating Easter dates, scribbling tables in candlelight. This isn't so different, really. Both are rituals meant to wrangle chaos, one cosmic, the other quarter-end projections. You glance at your smartwatch. It pings a reminder. Stand up and stretch. You stretch. Then you remember February, that puny month Caesar's and Augustus's shenanigans left shivering in the cold, waiting for their stolen day back. You giggle. Even your bones recall that theft when they ache every winter. In the corporate world, February's reputation lives on. Short month, squeezed budgets, and the dreaded Q1 close. Across the room, a whiteboard lists core hours 10:3, the window during which everyone must be present for spontaneous collaboration. It's a badge of progressiveness, they say, flexible working beyond the rigid 9 to 5. Yet the result is a new tyranny. You log on before sunrise and tap away into the night. The calendar has morphed from papal decree to algorithmic overlord, dictating every keystroke, every coffee break. Historians still argue whether digital time tracking is liberation or subjugation, but you know your wrist buzzes more than it breathes. Your eyes drift to a motivational poster loaded with corporate jargon. Seize the day. You sigh. You seize the coffee, maybe. You once thought time is an illusion, back in that dream of lunar cults and harvest moons. Now you know it's a spreadsheet, a bullet point, a KPI. Yet something tickles in your mind. During that long-ago French Revolution, when every 10th day was a holiday, people felt empowered by their calendar. You wonder if your casual Friday has any of that magic, or if it's just a cynical productivity hack. The lunch bell, your calendar reminder, finally sounds. You pack up and head to the break room, passing a colleague who's rearranged their entire month for a digital detox weekend. You raise an eyebrow. "Good luck," you say, half serious. They shrug and smile like someone sipping moon water in that lunar cult clearing. Maybe there's a sliver of serenity in stepping outside the corporate time loop. Back at your desk, you resume the endless scroll of dates and data. Yet beneath the fatigue, you feel the faint echo of all the calendars you've lived, the lunar circle, the revolutionary decades, the positivist months. Each has offered a different lens on your days. And though you're trapped in corporate time, booked, billed, and budgeted, you can't help but wonder, what if hours were measured in stories told, not spreadsheets filed? What if days were named after moments of wonder instead of business deliverables? You stretch again, the office lights humming overhead like distant machinery. The cat poster seems to wink. In this world, time is not natural. It's engineered, negotiated, monetized. But you carry a secret rebellion in your mind, a calendar of lunar moods, harvest moons, and Moses months, all dancing just beneath your 9-to-5 grind. You exhale softly. Your next meeting beckons, another turn on Caesar's infinitely revised wheel. But for a moment, you close your eyes and imagine stepping off the corporate clock into a clearing where the moon guides your rhythm, and every season has its name, unburdened by KPI quotas. And somehow, that feels like stealing back a day, maybe even February's lost 29th. You slip into a neon-lit basement where the hum of servers vibrates through the concrete floor like a sleeping beast. Rows of monitors display lines of code, fractal calendar algorithms, and countdown timers to celestial events. You're among modern-day calendar tinkerers, hackers, coders, futurists, each convinced they can dream up a better system than the battered Gregorian. Your eyes land on a whiteboard scrawled with blocky letters: Mars time, Sols and Ariocentric calendars. A lanky programmer offers you a VR headset. "Try our Martian prototype," they whisper. You slip it on, and suddenly you're standing under a rust-red sky, watching twin moons, Phobos and Deimos, wheel overhead. Days here. Sols last 24 hours and 39 minutes. Years stretch 687. Earth days. Seasons shift slowly, like reluctant dancers. Someone's named months after the NASA rovers: Spirit, Opportunity, Curiosity, and weeks after Martian geography: Valles, Olympus, Elysium. Historians still debate whether Martian colonies will adopt Earth-based calendars or invent their own, but you feel the thrill of untamed possibility in every simulated breeze. You pull off the headset and glance around. A poster touts the World Peace Calendar, a proposal to synchronize global events by adding a seal day every quarter, days when no nation can wage war. It sounds naive, almost utopian. Then again, the idea of global ceasefires has historical precedent. The ancient Olympic truce once halted conflicts in Greece so athletes could compete in peace. But the peace calendar wants to bake in armistice days into your calendar grid. You shiver at the thought, your Tuesday marked not by a dentist appointment, but by a worldwide hug cast through digital broadcasts. Nearby, a group debates the hexadecimal calendar, chopping the year into 16 months of 16 days. Some months start on prime-numbered days. Some celebrate mathematical constants like P-Day and Euler's identity. A lab-coated enthusiast hands you a pocket chart boasting that a 16-out-16 grid is easier for binary systems. Computers would love it. Humans might squawk. You take a sip of kombucha, bubbly like dissonant time, and wonder whether you'd miss the familiar frictions of 30 and 31. Scholars still argue whether digital natives could adapt to purely computational calendars. But as you glance at your smartphone's seamless switch between Gregorian and Hijri displays, you're not so sure. Someone in a hoodie waves you closer. They're encrypted, anonymous, like a time-traveling trickster. "Have you heard of the Discordian calendar?" they ask, voice low. You shake your head. They show you a whimsical chart, 5 seasons of 73 days each, named after concepts like chaos, discord, confusion, bureaucracy, and the aftermath. Every year has a St. Tibb's Day, an extra whimsical holiday thrown in outside time. You grin at the absurdity, a year that celebrates confusion by design. It's delightfully Dada. Historians still debate whether Discordianism is a parody religion or a sincere spiritual practice, but you tuck the idea into your mental toolbox. Maybe your next birthday will be outside time altogether. Your gaze drifts to a corkboard splashed with sticky notes. World Calendar Reform. Signatures 2.3M, 7.8B. Activists have tried to rally millions behind schemes like the symmetric calendar, the International Fixed Calendar, and the Holocene calendar, which simply adds 10,000 years to our count to distance us from religious epochs. Yet each campaign fizzles when faced with political inertia and cultural attachment. Debates still rage over whether epoch shifts can decolonize time or merely rebrand the same old system. But activists soldier on, dreaming of calendars that heal historical wounds. You lean against a desk littered with retro gadgets, a flip clock, an old DOS calendar program, and a pristine 1980s Palm Pilot. Your fingers trace the cold plastic as you remember how each device had its own quirks. A 10-minute drift here, a glitchy leap year there. You chuckle. Our current digital calendars still depend on centuries-old rules encoded into lines of code. A single typo in a leap year exception could throw your entire schedule into chaos. Time, it seems, is never truly fixed, just patched. A robotic arm whirs nearby, assembling an interactive holographic calendar that users swipe through like an album of memories. Each day is a micro-story, your mood, weather, local events, even your biometric data. It's intimacy meets omnipresence. You watch as someone taps on last June 23rd to revisit a sunrise photo you don't remember taking. It's personal, poignant, and a little creepy. Experts still argue whether hyper-personalized calendars deepen our connection to time or erode our privacy. But in this lab, they're selling it as a life-logging revolution. You wander toward a dark corner, where a lone figure scribbles in a dog-eared notebook. They're sketching a relative calendar, where each region tracks time by local daylight cycles. No global standard. Only your location's sunrise and sunset shape your day count. Meetings across time zones become guesswork again. It's true sunlight time, the figure says with a grin. We'd all be more in tune with nature. You feel the pull. You once dreamt of following moonlit rhythms. Yet you'd likely be late for work every other week. A sudden ping from your smartwatch snaps you back. It's a notification. Quantum entanglement timestamp, beta, now available. You laugh aloud. Apparently, scientists are exploring timestamping events via quantum correlations. 2 events in Tokyo and New York, recorded simultaneously using entangled particles. It's bleeding edge, nearly mystical. The physics community still debates whether quantum timekeeping can ever be practical, but the idea of time that literally transcends distance feels like magic. For a moment, every second feels charged with possibility. You step away, heart hammering with excitement and exhaustion. You're surrounded by futures, some plausible, some whimsical, some dangerous. Each calendar hack reminds you of that same impulse you followed since Julius Caesar's reform. The urge to order your life, to leave a legacy, to impose meaning on the relentless tick of the cosmos. And yet, as you head for the exit, you catch a final glimpse of a simple sundial, unplugged and gathering dust in a corner. A placard reads, "For those who need no invention to measure time." The bronze gnomon stands silent, patient, unblinking. It has no leap years, No seasons named after philosophers, no quantum entanglements, just the sun's shifting shadow. You smile and trace the edge with your finger. Time is wild, changeable, and perpetually up for grabs. But sometimes the oldest tools, sun, moon, shadow, have a wisdom no hack can improve. You step back into the night, your watch glowing on your wrist, your mind buzzing with calendars that may never be, and one thought pulses clear. The only calendar hack you need might be simply stepping outside and watching the sky. You're back under your own roof now, the familiar tick of your digital clock echoing through the room. The scent of overnight tea lingers on the bedside table. You stretch, aware that the world outside hums with schedules, school drop-offs, gym classes, Zoom calls. Yet something's shifted. You've walked through centuries of calendrical chaos, and you can't help but ask yourself, why do we still keep this mess? Let's start with a mainstream truth. Humans are creatures of habit. We glazed over Caesar's solar-based reforms, embraced Gregory's papal edits, fought and rioted over missing days, flirted with revolutionary 10-day weeks, toyed with 13-month dreams, and every time, we snapped back to familiarity. Studies in behavioral economics show that people resist changing entrenched routines, even when alternatives promise efficiency or elegance. Our brains crave patterns, not puzzles, even if those patterns were designed by power-hungry emperors and distant popes, whose names now echo each time you tap your month view. You swipe through your phone's calendar app. January, February, March. August still limps along with 28 days every now and then, and September still mislabels itself as 7. But you trust it because it's old. It's how your mother learned it, how your government encoded it, how your workplace expects it. It's a social contract, a background rhythm that hums beneath every email, invoice, and birthday reminder. And then there's infrastructure, the greatest lock-in of all. Every financial market, every government budget, every academic term, every airline timetable depends on the Gregorian grid. To switch, you'd have to rewrite trillions of lines of code, renegotiate international treaties, retrain countless minds. The last time Christendom tried to drop days from the calendar, mobs rioted. Imagine outlawing February or renaming October worldwide. The paperwork alone would sink entire economies. You pause and let that sink in. Your morning coffee, priced by the day, is possible because we track time on an agreed ledger. Utilities bill by the month. Salaries deposit on paydays. Taxes file by deadlines. The calendar is bureaucratic glue. It's unromantic, but it holds the world together. Yet beneath the bureaucratic hum, you sense a longing, a fringe itch for something freer. Remember the Discordians, celebrating chaos as a system, or the positivists, toasting Dante month under candlelight, or the lunar cultists, matching their moods to moon phases. Those ideas still flicker in the subcultural corners of the web. Apps that show you planetary hours, planners that slot tasks by your chronotype, calendars that shade your flow periods instead of marking 9 to 5 blocks. Historians still argue whether these alternative calendars are fleeting fancies or harbingers of deeper change. But you see them as reminders. Time is a human invention, not a cosmic decree. You're one tap away from splitting your week into sprints or syncing tasks to Mars Sol days, or gifting yourself blank festival days to honor personal milestones. The tools exist. The inertia holds them back. You look at your wall clock. Its hands are bent just slightly, a subtle legacy of wartime metal shortages. It's imperfect, yet you forgive it. You've forgiven centuries of irregularities, months that don't match their names, leap year rules that feel arbitrary, time zones offset by half an hour just because someone fancied it. You've learned that imperfection is part of the charm. Late at night, you imagine what a truly humane calendar might feel like. Perhaps weeks that begin with lived-in rituals rather than rigid Monday resets. Months that echo seasonal shifts with names you helped choose. Years that end with a genuine moment of pause, not just a digital countdown. A calendar that bends around you, not the other way around. But then dawn breaks, your alarm buzzes, and Monday creeps in again. You'll reset your goals to Monday morning optimism, update project timelines, schedule that dentist appointment for September 31st, even if you know better, because for all its flaws, the Gregorian calendar is woven into your daily breath, your societal bonds, your shared stories. It's a collective wink at human vanity that we named months after ourselves and built empires on dates. It's a testament to our stubborn resilience that we keep tweaking time but never quite finish. And maybe that's the point. We don't need a perfect calendar. We need a living one, one that bears the cracks, the oddities, the ghosts of Caesar and Comte, the whispers of lunar rites, and the rebellion of discord. A calendar that reminds us of our history even as it carries us forward. So tonight, as you drift towards sleep, consider this your parting gift. The power to bend time, if only in your mind. Schedule a moonlit walk. Name a festival of curiosity. Promise yourself a day off in Dimitri month, should you dare. And remember, the only thing standing between you and a better calendar is the blink of imagination. You check your watch one last time. It's 11:59 p.m. Tomorrow will be the same. Or maybe it won't. Tonight, time is yours. You feel the hush of small wonder settle in your chest, like the soft exhale of the world after a long day. The irregular dance of month lengths fades into a lullaby of shifting shadows. Each tick of your clock becomes a heartbeat, steady yet alive, reminding you that imperfection is not a flaw, but a story etched in every date. Close your eyes and let the names of months echo, a patchwork quilt of Mars, Julius, Brumain, and Bishar, woven with starlight, rebellion, and human quirk. Feel the gentle tug of moon months, the ghost of 10-day skips, the echo of 13-month dreams, all whispering that time is not just measured, it's lived. Trust the calendar to guide your day, but keep your mind free to leap beyond its grid. After all, the world's oldest sundial still casts its silent shadow, unbound by algorithms or decrees, simply tracing the sun's path. So tonight, as you drift, know that time is yours to question, to shape, to savor. And if tomorrow feels too rigid, remember that history is full of calendars that dared to dream, and so can you. Hey guys, tonight we're curling up under a ceiling of stars. No roof, no phone signal, just you, the hush of a prehistoric plain, and a flickering cave fire casting golden shapes against rock walls smudged with soot and story. Imagine the air thick with the earthy scent of damp hide and wood smoke. You reach out to warm your hands, and there, curled beside your leg, eyes glinting with a mix of curiosity and drowsy trust, is something wild, but not quite. A creature not hunted, not feared, a companion. You might think your pets are modern luxuries, all kibble and plush beds and barky birthday parties. But here's the reality check. Long before Wi-Fi and leashes, humans were already making room in their lives for animal bonds, not always in ways you'd expect. Sometimes it was messy, sometimes magical, sometimes, honestly, a bit weird. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, let me know in the comments what time it is and where you're listening from. I love seeing this sleepy little tribe stretch across the globe. Now dim the lights, maybe open the window for that soft wind hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're crouched in a Paleolithic cave, the year somewhere in the vague sprawl of 25,000 BCE, and your people have just returned from a hunt. The air buzzes with relief. Meat has been hauled in, fires are lit, bellies will be full. But someone small, maybe one of the kids, lingers at the edge of the firelight with a thin bone in hand, feeding it to a creature just outside the circle of warmth. It's not a full-grown wolf. Too slight, too cautious. But it doesn't bolt when approached, and when one of the elders tosses a discarded bone its way, it trots closer, tentatively, tail twitching. Historians still argue whether these encounters were planned or stumbled into by accident, whether the relationship began as mutual benefit or something softer. But in this moment, you feel it. A whisper of trust between two species learning how not to eat each other. You lie on your back that night, the cave ceiling low and alive with the faint scratch of ancient art. The coals crackle beside you, casting shadows that sway like moving animals. And there, nestled between two children, the young not-wolf dozes. Not owned, not tamed, but near. The evidence for these early moments is faint, like paw prints in ash. Archaeologists have uncovered canine remains buried alongside humans at sites like Bonn Oberkassel in Germany, dating back over 14,000 years. The skeletons lie close together, sometimes with care that suggests more than just disposal. One young dog even shows signs of having been nursed through illness, an act with no practical return in a world where survival ruled every breath. But here's your quirky tidbit. In some caves, scientists have found soot-layered paw prints overlapping human footprints on ancient floors, like a living comic strip of movement. Someone, human or beast, was pacing back and forth, maybe even together. You picture it. A bored child chasing a playful cub, both dodging angry glances from a meat-curing elder who's tired of their noise. Of course, not every culture saw animals the same way. While some groups may have grown fond of their animal tag-alongs, others might have drawn a harder line. Food is food after all. But where some saw survival, others glimpsed something gentler. In a cave called Chauvet, among the swirling outlines of mammoths and lions, there's a set of prints, both child and canine, walking side by side, left in soft clay more than 20,000 years ago. That's not just logistics, that's companionship. And don't forget, this is long before collars, commands, or chew toys. These early animals were still wild, still unpredictable, but so were you. Every encounter was a gamble, every nudge of trust a little experiment in coexistence. You didn't need science to know when something was no longer just a threat, but maybe a friend. By now your fires burned lower, and the not-wolf stirs in its sleep, dreaming its unknowable dreams. Maybe of deer, maybe of you. The cave air grows colder. A gust winds its way down the tunnel from the outside world, curling around you like a breath. You reach toward the creature and feel coarse fur, still thick with the wild, but warmer than stone and softer than leather. For a second, you imagine a future, one where these wildlings have names, where they're bred for temperament, where they curl on couches and bark at vacuum cleaners. But for now, it's just this: shared space, shared warmth, shared pause. Even in this earliest stage, there's a strange familiarity. The way the animal sidles closer when danger looms. The way it lingers for scraps, yes, but also for you. And there's the smallest twitch at the edge of your mouth, an almost smile, because something in you knows that this is the start of something big. Something sticky, something that, once begun, won't be unlearned. Humans and animals circling each other with nervous hope and curiosity. So you settle back down. The fire pops, the cave hums low. Outside, snow drapes the world in silence, and beside you that little creature, who should be long gone by now, sighs in its sleep and stays. You wake to the crunch of frost underfoot. The first pale sliver of dawn peeling open the mouth of the cave. Your breath fogs in the cold air, and beside you, that not-quite wolf stretches, yawns and pads off to sniff at the fire's remains. The way it moves, cautious, deliberate, but not panicked, tells you something has changed. This isn't a predator lurking anymore. It's a companion. Not quite yours, but also not entirely wild. You follow it out, stepping past soot-dark walls streaked with handprints and antelope ghosts. Outside, the world is raw and wide. Your clan is already stirring, shaking snow from cloaks, sharing dried meat with chattering teeth. And again, there's that flicker. Someone drops a bit of marrow-rich bone near the wolf thing, and it doesn't flinch, doesn't bite, just takes it, settles, and chews with those sharp, quiet jaws. This is where the transformation begins. Not in a lab, not on a leash, but right here, in the thin margin where mutual need meets mutual tolerance. You need eyes and ears. It needs warmth, scraps, maybe a little belonging. This is what historians believe marked the start of domestication, the slow, cautious courtship between wolves and humans, a partnership forged not in force, but in food and proximity. But was it deliberate? Historians still argue whether humans actively chose wolves to tame, or whether it was the wolves who crept closer first, adapting their behavior to our fireside rhythms. One theory, cheekily dubbed survival of the friendliest, suggests that the wolves who barked less, snarled less, and wagged more were the ones who got leftovers, and eventually got let inside. Of course, inside is a bit generous when you're living under rocks or animal hide tents. Still, the logic stands. If you're less likely to bite the toddler, you're more likely to be tolerated. Over generations, the wolf's descendants begin to shift. Shorter snouts, floppier ears, smaller bodies, less threat, more cuddly. But let's not skip ahead. For now, you're still watching this relationship unfold in slow, silent gestures. A shared hunt, a returned pup, a bond formed, not out of sentiment, but out of something raw, utility that evolves into affection. There's a quirky little tidbit from an ancient Siberian site called Zhukov Island. Yes, way out in the frozen nowhere, where sled dog remains date back 9,000 years. Not only were these dogs used for transport, but some seem to have been bred deliberately for different purposes. The larger ones pulled sleds. The smaller ones, possibly hunting companions. Or, depending on how you squint at the data, early lapdogs. Can you imagine cradling a shivering proto-Pomeranian while your tent flaps in a polar storm? Honestly, respect. Back in your Paleolithic morning, you watch as the knot wolf trots alongside your people. No leash, no commands, just that careful rhythm of mutual interest. You see how it chases off a curious fox, then trots back like it's proud of itself. One of the elders tosses it a hide scrap. Another doesn't swat it away. That's how it starts. Somewhere in the generations ahead, someone might give this creature a name, or bury it beside them. But for now, you all share space. It guards the edge of your camp at night. You feed it bits of cooked meat instead of letting it scavenge raw. You both bend, slowly, toward trust, and you're not alone. Archaeologists have found dog remains buried with humans across early Europe, the Middle East, even Siberia. Sometimes the dogs are curled against their humans, as if laid to rest together deliberately. One famous burial in Israel contains a woman cradling a puppy in her arm. Was it ritual? Was it grief? Was it both? The debate rumbles on, but what's clear is this. By the end of the last ice age, dogs were everywhere humans were. They weren't just tolerated, they were integrated. Picture a child, 10,000 years ago, walking barefoot through dry grass with a dog at their heels. Not hunting, not guarding, just existing side by side. You've seen that image 1,000 times, on postcards, on Instagram. But here, it's still new, still magical. And here's a thought to chew on as the sun climbs higher and your breath fades from fog to warmth. Maybe we didn't domesticate dogs. Maybe we just met each other halfway and kept walking in the same direction. The crackle of dried twigs under paw draws you back to the present, your prehistoric present. The young creature noses a hand, leans in, licks a salty finger. Not demanding, not afraid, just there. You think about the stories this animal can't tell, the runs through frostbitten woods, the growls it never voiced, the nights it chose to stay when it could have run. And in that, there's a quiet kind of love. Not the modern Instagram kind, with sweaters and strollers, but the old kind, where love is built on watching each other breathe and deciding to stay close. Tonight, the fire will crackle again, and the creature will curl beside you again. And maybe you'll forget that it ever felt strange to share warmth with something that was once a predator. And in the distant, unknowable future. Someone will trace this moment back, through bones, through soot, through shared DNA, and call it the beginning. But for you, it's just another step towards something softer. The next time you spot those sharp eyes in the shadows, they aren't canine. They slink in sideways, like smoke or silk. They don't bark or beg or bounce. They simply arrive. Quiet, confident, undeniably feline. You're not sure how they got in or how long they've been watching you, but there they are, nestled near your grain stash, tail flicking in a way that says, yes, I live here now. And honestly, you believe them. These aren't the purring lap anchors you're used to in modern apartments, snuggled into heated cushions and judging your life choices. These early cats are a little leaner, a little meaner, but also curiously present, hovering on the edge of your domestic life like they own half of it, and maybe they do. It's around 9,000 years ago in what you now call the Fertile Crescent. Agriculture has kicked in, and with it, grain storage. Suddenly your world includes clay pots, woven baskets, and rodents. Lots and lots of rodents. Enter the African wildcat, a solitary hunter with a taste for mouse meat and a knack for hanging out without making a fuss. Historians still argue whether humans actively encourage cats to stick around, or if the cats just took one look at our grain bins and decided, yeah, this works. Either way, you've got tiny predators lurking under your woven mats, keeping the vermin at bay and the aesthetic pleasantly aloof. You can almost hear the conversations. She doesn't bite. She ate a rat the size of your foot. She hasn't moved in 3 hours. That's how you know she's happy. And somehow, someone throws her a scrap of meat, and she doesn't even look at it. She'll eat it later. Or not. That's how cats operate. One of the oldest known cat-human burial sites comes from Cyprus, about 9,500 years ago. A human was buried with a cat just inches away, both of them carefully laid out. No signs of violence, no dramatic wounds, just together, like they belonged that way. It's unclear if the cat died naturally or was buried intentionally, but something in that pairing feels quiet and intimate, like the closing of a long shared chapter. Now, not to rain on the cozy cat parade, but here's your quirky tidbit. There's evidence that in some early cultures, cats were simultaneously revered and utterly expendable. Ancient Egypt, yes, we're skipping ahead a few thousand years for a second. Famously mummified cats in the millions, often bred purely for religious offerings. Imagine raising generations of sacred kitties just to hand them over to temples. Worshipped, yes. Pampered, not exactly. But back in your clay-walled village, the dynamic is a little simpler. You sit near your hearth, grinding grain, and one of the cats stretches languidly in a sunbeam, half asleep and full of disdain. The children try to coax it closer. It flicks a tail in reply. One brave soul offers a bug. The cat, in a rare moment of approval, bats it lazily. You're starting to notice something here. Cats don't obey. They coexist. And that's a huge shift from the bond you felt with the wolf thing. Dogs adapt to you. Cats allow you to exist near them. It's a different kind of companionship. One that doesn't beg or fetch or bark, but it stays. In your village, cats become part of the background. They appear in your stories, etched into pottery, curled up in depictions beside gods and women and bowls of figs. They hunt, they sleep, they multiply. You don't train them, you just live with them. And somewhere along the way, someone gives one a name. Maybe it's a joke. Maybe it means little killer or sleep machine. Whatever it is, that cat doesn't care. But the child who says it keeps saying it, and the cat keeps returning. That's enough. Some researchers suggest that cats were semi-domesticated, never truly tamed in the way dogs were. Their DNA changed less over time. Their behaviors stayed largely independent. But emotionally, something changed. They came closer. They chose proximity. You didn't bend them to your will. They bent their wildness just enough to stay near. And that, in its own feline way, is kind of beautiful. You scratch at a dried patch of grain on your knee and glance at the creature now curled beside your feet. It yawns, entirely unconcerned with the state of the world. You wonder what it dreams about. Birds, mice, power, probably none of the above. Probably it's dreaming of nothing at all, just warm stone and safety, because that's what you've made somehow. A space safe enough for something wild to doze in daylight. And this is important. This shift. You're not just surviving anymore. You're sharing. Space. Food. Time. Even silence. Your pets aren't just tools or guardians. They're something softer. Something that makes the air feel fuller and the hearth feel warmer. Outside, you hear a rustle near the grain store and a sharp, decisive thump. The cat is off like a shot. Seconds later, it returns, triumphant and twitchy-whiskered. It drops a limp rodent near your foot and walks away without waiting for applause. You stare at it. It stares at you. You think, thanks? It thinks, you're welcome, probably. And just like that, you've got a partnership. Not loud, not obedient, but steady. You make room for each other in your day, in your stories, in your bones. As dusk sets in and the air cools again, the cat curls back into your blanket. Not for you, just near you. And you let it. Because some animals stay because they have to. Others stay because they want to. And that might just be the most precious kind of pet there is. Your fire's a little lower tonight. The air smells like earth, wet clay, and something sweetly sour. Fruit just a little too ripe. You glance over your shoulder, and there, nestled in a hollowed-out gourd, is a pair of twitching noses. Not predators, not guards. These are something smaller, furrier, much squeakier, and for reasons you can't entirely explain, they're yours. Welcome to the age of unexpected companions. The rodents, the critters, the ones you'd never peg as pets in the traditional slobbery sense. Yet here they are, living under your roof, nibbling bits of dried fruit, and, if you're honest, giving your children endless entertainment. The first animals you might have called pets weren't just wolves or cats. They were guinea pigs. Well, they're early wild cousins, originally domesticated in the Andes around 5,000 years ago. Your ancestors didn't necessarily bring them home for cuddles at first. They were more like walking protein packs. But let's be real, once you name something churi and start feeding it yucca scraps, it's not dinner anymore, it's family. You crouch down beside one now. It blinks up at you with those beady, suspicious eyes, as if it knows how fragile its place is in the grand food chain. You scratch behind its ear. It tolerates it. That's practically affection. Historians still argue whether guinea pigs were ever truly pets in prehistoric societies, or whether their bond with humans was purely transactional. But traces of them buried with ceremonial care, sometimes alongside children, suggest something deeper than livestock utility. Maybe they were kept for their calming squeaks, maybe they were early emotional support fluffballs, or maybe, just maybe, they were loved. The crackle of fire makes one of them dart under a mat of woven rushes. Another pokes its head out, squeaks once, and immediately regrets that decision. Classic. Your people, especially the younger ones, start to form quiet rituals around them. Special whistles to call them. Favorite treats tucked into palm leaves. Stories even. Whispers of creatures who bring good luck or guide souls. These aren't just rodents anymore. They're characters in your little village narrative. And that's the thing about companionship. It's not always epic or majestic. Sometimes it's small and twitchy and poops in corners. But it still fills a space. It still matters. Now imagine you're not in the Andes. Shift, if you will, to the wide plains of Central Asia, a few millennia later. Your home is mobile, a yurt, a tent, something you pack and unpack like a snail shell. Outside, the wind never quite stops howling, but inside, curled against your wrapped feet, is a soft, long-bodied little creature. Big eyes, slender tail, smells a bit musky. It's a ferret, or more precisely, a polecat on its way to becoming a ferret. You didn't bring it home for its charm. You brought it for its usefulness. This one's a hunter, slides down rabbit holes and flushes out prey. But somehow, it ends up sleeping curled in your sleeve. Ferrets are weird like that. Utterly chaotic, but weirdly affectionate. Archaeological evidence for their prehistoric use is scarce and hotly debated, but ferret domestication is often traced back at least 2,000 years. Some scholars suspect it may go back further, with early polecat domestication showing up in indirect clues. Burrow systems organized too neatly, animal bones stacked just a little too intentionally. Still, no one agrees. This part of history is fuzzy, literally and figuratively, yet the image remains. A ferret zigzagging across your yurt floor while a baby laughs in delight. One moment, it's flushing out vermin. The next, it's passed out in a boot. You try to act like you don't like it, but it's your favorite. And here's your quirky tidbit of the night. In some cultures, these small, semi-wild creatures were believed to carry dreams. As in, if a ferret slept beside your child, it might steal their nightmares. Did it work? Who knows? But the ritual stuck around long enough to be carved into wood and whispered into lullabies. You stretch your legs, and one of the guinea pigs scampers over, pauses, and, daringly, climbs into your lap. It's warm, surprisingly heavy. It nibbles your sleeve with all the menace of a damp cotton ball. You sigh. You were going to wear that tomorrow. But something about this moment feels strangely familiar. Isn't this what we still do? Let little animals into our homes, our routines, our hearts. Not because they're useful, but because they're present. Because they make life less quiet. You think of how they followed you, these odd companions. From the moment you scattered seeds in soil and started storing grain, they appeared. Not always invited, not always trusted, but here, making themselves at home. And you allowed it. That's the thread, isn't it? Allowing. You allowed the wolf to sit by your fire. You allowed the cat to hunt in your storehouse. You allowed the rodent to nibble beside your hearth. And somewhere in that allowance, companionship took root. It's not dominance. It's not mastery. It's not even mutual benefit all the time. It's just a willingness to share space with something other. Something small, something soft. You watch as a child carefully places a tiny woven hat on one of the guinea pigs. It does not like this. It scuttles backward, the hat flopping askew. The child laughs so hard they fall over. The guinea pig squeaks indignantly and disappears under a clay shelf. You smile. You've made room for nonsense. That might be the most human thing of all. And so the evening fades with the smell of wet wood and pet fur, the rustle of straw, and the quiet certainty that even in the roughest ages, even in tents and caves and mud brick huts, humans made time for the unnecessary joy of animal companions. They didn't all bark, they didn't all guard, some just were, small souls underfoot, threading their way through history, one whisker at a time. It begins with the low hum of hooves in the distance, rhythmic, measured, not wild, but not quite tame either. You look up from your morning chores, squinting into the dawn haze, and there they are, slim shapes with ears like satellite dishes and legs built for sprinting. Gazelles, no, too short. Deer, close, but it's the eyes that catch you, wide, deep, and looking right back. You're looking at the ancestors of the goat, now. Before you yawn and dismiss them as walking lawnmowers with horns, give them a moment. These creatures have been walking beside you longer than you think. The first signs of goat domestication date back more than 10,000 years, particularly in the Zagros Mountains of modern-day Iran. Long before cities, long before written words, you were hanging out with goats. And not just for meat or milk. Though, let's be honest, that helps. It's the behavior that surprises you. These animals follow, not because they're obedient like dogs, and not because they're aloof like cats, but because they're nosy. Genuinely nosy. They want to be near you, in your way, underfoot, watching what you're doing with mild judgment and occasional chewing. One particularly daring goat sidles up to your basket, sniffs it, and promptly tries to eat your sandals. You swat it gently. It blinks, unfazed, and goes for the hem of your tunic instead. Of course, Historians still argue whether early goats were bred for behavioral traits or simply the easiest to wrangle. But what's clear is this: people didn't just keep goats, they traveled with them, herded them, talked to them, named them, and sometimes buried them. That's right. In Neolithic burial sites, archaeologists have found goat remains placed with deliberate care, sometimes with humans, sometimes with grave goods. Were they sacred? Beloved? Tasty travel snacks for the afterlife? No one knows for sure. But you don't tuck a goat skeleton under your floorboards unless that goat meant something. You step into a dry paddock where several goats have gathered, one already halfway through demolishing a reed fence. Another bleats and trots toward you with the wobbly overconfidence of a toddler in a cape. You don't even try to stop the headbutt. You just brace yourself and sigh. Here's your quirky detail. In some mountain communities, people used to teach goats to sing in a weirdly melodic bleat to locate them across long distances. A natural wailing GPS. And yes, if you're wondering, that tradition echoes faintly into modern times, especially in the Swiss Alps. Goats as musical instruments. History never disappoints. Meanwhile, back in your ancient village, goats are more than just assets. They're characters. They get names like Nubby or Stubborn One or Don't Touch That. Children chase them, then get chased back. You string little bells around their necks, not just to keep track, but because you secretly like the sound. Goats are weirdly endearing that way. They don't care about your social hierarchy or your ceremonial robes. They just want to nibble the sacred scrolls and stand on things they shouldn't. One leaps onto a storage jar and strikes a pose like it owns the place. And maybe it kind of does. The bond is subtle, though. You don't cuddle a goat usually, but you might scratch one behind the ear when no one's looking. You might speak to them when you're alone, telling them your thoughts, your fears, your plans for planting season. They don't respond exactly, but they look at you like they understand, or at least like they're waiting for you to finish talking so they can get back to destroying your thatch roof. Unlike dogs or cats, goats aren't bred for companionship. They're bred for endurance, for foraging, for surviving in environments that would make most creatures cry. And somehow, that resilience endears them to you. You admire them. And maybe you even aspire to be a little like them. Resourceful, curious, unbothered. In the cool evenings, when your fire crackles low and the stars pull tight across the black sky, you hear them outside, grumbling, huffing, knocking horns in mild irritation. And you feel a strange comfort, because they're your goats, your chaos, your cloven-hoofed clowns. You remember the one that followed your grandmother everywhere, like a shaggy shadow, would wait at the door, would bleat if she took too long, not trained, just attached. And when it died, she wrapped its head in linen, placed it in a small clay box, and buried it near the fig tree. No one questioned it. Because even if goats aren't the glamorous companions of myth, they're something gentler, something persistent. They sneak into your life and just stay. They chew your clothes, they climb your furniture. And yet, you miss them when they're gone. You reach out to touch one now, its fur coarse, its breath grassy. It leans into your hand for a moment, just long enough to make you feel chosen. Then it bolts and starts a fight with its cousin. Typical. But even as the night deepens and your village quiets, you hear their presence in the background. A soft rustling, a faint bleat, a thump against a wooden beam. You know you're not alone. Not really. Your companions may be shaggy and stubborn, but they're yours. And as you settle into your sleeping mat, you smile at the absurdity of it all. You live in a time of stone tools and superstition. And yet, here you are, sharing your life with a goat named Screamer who sleeps standing up because he refuses to do anything the normal way. History might not record him, but you will. You wake before the sun, not because you want to, but because someone is making that sound again. A low, gurgling coo, followed by an almost sarcastic chuckle. It's coming from the rafters. You sit up, rub your face, and there it is. The silhouette of a bird, head bobbing, feathers puffed, eyes glinting with something that can only be described as smugness. Congratulations, you have a prehistoric pigeon. Now, don't roll your eyes. Sure, today's pigeons might be city punchlines, pooping on statues and strutting like tiny businessmen. But go back a few thousand years, and there's something else entirely. Sacred, mysterious, occasionally delicious, but most importantly, oddly beloved. It's believed pigeons were among the first birds to be domesticated, possibly as early as 5,000 to 10,000 years ago. Their ancestors, rock doves, naturally gravitated to human settlements, nesting in cracks of early stone structures, gobbling up grain spills, and just generally refusing to mind their own business. You can see it play out now. You're in a small settlement perched on a Mediterranean hill, stone homes clustered like teeth, wind sweeping through the olive trees. There, on the roof beams, dozens of pigeons roost, not just tolerated, welcomed, fed, even named. One pecks at a bowl of barley you've definitely told it not to touch. It pauses, stares at you, pecks harder. You sigh and give up. It wins again. Historians still argue whether pigeons were initially domesticated for meat, messages, or mere proximity, but the evidence shows they were bred, tended, even transported across trade routes. Their bones show up in ceremonial contexts. In some ancient Mesopotamian cities, people built full-on pigeon towers, architectural features solely for housing these feathery weirdos. That's not just farming, that's friendship. And here's your quirky twist for tonight. In ancient Sumer, pigeons were associated with the goddess Inanna, symbolizing fertility and divine communication. Which means, yes, your annoying rooftop moocher was once considered a sacred middleman between you and the gods. Imagine explaining that to your modern self watching pigeons fight over a cigarette butt. But these birds weren't just sacred, they were smart, scarily smart. You discover, with a mix of pride and concern, that if you feed them at the same time each morning, they'll be waiting, lined up like little commuters. You whistle once, and they come flapping down like it's a Broadway number. One lands on your shoulder, digs its claws in just enough to be irritating, then coos in your ear like it's sharing secrets. You've trained them without meaning to. Or maybe they've trained you. Your children have their favorites, of course. Cloudfoot, with a white speckled chest. Angry One, who hisses at everyone but still takes food from your palm. The birds get woven into stories, into songs. They're used to send messages. Yes, even in this early era. Short ones, maybe just a name or symbol etched onto a clay shard tied to a leg, but it works. They come home. They always come home. And that's the thing about pigeons. Unlike goats, who stay near because you pen them in, or cats, who grace you with their presence like queens on sabbatical, pigeons choose to return, every single time. It makes you feel special, in a weird way, important. Even if their return is mostly driven by food and instinct, there's still something heartwarming about being the center of a feathered GPS. As night falls, you sit near the fire and watch one of the younger birds puff up and do a ridiculous little dance for a mate. It fails miserably, flapping its wings and spinning in a circle, while the female pointedly ignores him. You chuckle. The ancient drama continues. Somewhere in the dusty dark, you remember a story told by an elder about a pigeon who flew across mountains to deliver news of an enemy army, about how it saved a village. You don't know if it's true, probably not, but the bird in the story had a name, and that's the point. You name the things you care about, and you care about these birds. The scholarly world may scratch its head at how quickly pigeons embedded themselves into human life, but for you, it makes perfect sense. They're fast, they're clever, they're oddly loyal, and let's be honest, they're hilarious to watch. Tonight, one lands on your shoulder as you step outside. Its claws grip, its head turns, and it lets out a contented hoo. You respond with a sleepy hum. The stars are bright, the fire crackles, and somewhere in the trees, another pigeon answers back. Your companion doesn't purr or bark or bleat. It coos, it flutters, it gives you side-eye like it knows something you don't. But it's here, on purpose, with you. And as your eyes begin to close, you think, maybe there's something deeply prehistoric about this need for company. Not just protection, not just food, but company. A flutter at your side, a sound in the rafters, A little life that reminds you you're not alone. Even if it poops on your best tunic, the desert wind scours the sand in fine, whispering streaks, brushing against your cheeks like a memory. The sun hasn't risen yet, but the air is already warming, baking the stone beneath your feet. You hear it then, a soft, deliberate pad-pad of paws. You turn your head slowly, golden fur, ears tilted, eyes slitted and suspicious, glowing faintly in the dim light. It's a cat, a real one. Not the spoiled indoor kind with crystal bowls and embroidered collars. No, this one has earned its place beside you. You freeze. It doesn't. Instead, it trots past you like you're part of the furniture, leaps nimbly onto a low wall, and surveys its dusty kingdom. You're no threat. You're barely interesting. You're in ancient Egypt now, where cats weren't just pets. They were guardians, symbols, legends. But their journey into your home started much earlier. Archaeological finds in Cyprus suggest humans were living with cats as far back as 9,500 years ago. That's before pyramids, before papyrus, before the concept of kings. And still, the cat knew it belonged. Historians still argue whether cats domesticated themselves or were gradually tolerated by humans. The evidence? Not exactly conclusive, but let's be honest. Does it feel like cats were domesticated by us or the other way around? Picture this. You store your grain in a cool clay silo. That grain draws mice. The mice draw cats. The cats eat the mice, purr in your lap, and pretend the whole idea was theirs all along. And just like that, a bargain is struck. No meetings, no contracts, just quiet coexistence sealed with a twitchy tail and a lazy yawn. You watch one now, stretched out on a sun-warmed ledge, blinking slowly like it's trying to hypnotize you. It probably is. You blink back respectfully. And here's your quirky fact of the night. In some parts of Egypt, people shaved their eyebrows when their cat died, not as a punishment, but as a public sign of mourning. Eyebrows. That's not a small gesture. That's the kind of thing that gets your neighbors asking questions. Lost a cat, they'd whisper. You'd nod solemnly. 2. You remember your neighbor's cat. Raucous, striped like a melon rind, constantly knocking over pottery. When it vanished for a week and returned with a limp and someone else's sandal, he hosted a feast. Claimed it had gone on a pilgrimage. Nobody questioned him. The cats here aren't just tolerated. They're woven into your mythology. They ride beside sun gods, slink through underworld gates, and swat serpents in cosmic battles. You swear you've seen a temple mural where a cat's wearing gold earrings and a tunic fancier than yours. But it's not just Egypt. Across ancient India and China, cats appear in art, in poetry, even in superstition. They're dream walkers, spirit whisperers. And occasionally, they're just jerks who knock things off your shrine because they can. Tonight, one curls around your legs, tail flicking in an indecisive rhythm. You reach down slowly, fingers out. It lets you scratch behind its ears for exactly 4 seconds before darting away in a swirl of dusty dignity. Typical, but the bond is there. Subtle, earned. These aren't creatures you own. They're guests who happen to like your vibe. You lie back against the stone, eyes half closed, listening to the purring echo from nearby. A kitten chases a moth. A mother cat dozes on a basket of onions like she invented the concept of comfort. And you just breathe, letting them be part of your night. Somewhere deep in the annals of sacred record keeping, there's a temple ledger listing the names of the resident cats. Not numbers, names. Someone cared enough to write them down. Your own cat, if it is indeed your cat, likes to sleep curled in your laundry. Smells like garlic and dust. Yowls if you come home late. Follows you when you fetch water, tail upright like a banner. You never trained it. You never had to. Because cats aren't about obedience. They're about choice. They choose you, on their terms. And if you're lucky, they stay. And tonight, under the velvet blanket of stars, one nestles next to you, purring like a motor, eyes closed, trusting. A wild creature, born from desert shadows and nocturnal instincts, choosing to nap beside you like it's the most natural thing in the world. You don't move. You wouldn't dare, because in a world full of chaos, of spirits and storms, of jackals and famine, this one small, warm, vibrating miracle has decided you are worth sitting next to. And in that moment, you believe it, even if it'll probably bite you in your sleep. The fire has long since gone out, but the embers still pulse faintly beneath a layer of ash. You stir, not because of the cold, but because of the weight pressing against your side. It shifts, lets out a breath that's more grunt than sigh, and you smile in the dark. It's not a dog, not this time. It's a pig. Yes, a pig. Soft bristled, snuffling, warm as a bread oven. You're not in a pen, you're not in a sty, you're in your home, and this little beast has snuck in like it owns the place. And weirdly, maybe it kind of does, you roll over, squinting in the dim moonlight to watch it paw gently at a woven mat. It finds a corner, turns in 3 full circles like a dog pretending to be polite, then plops down with a grunt so satisfied you can't help but laugh. You've never really thought of pigs as companions, have you? But the evidence says otherwise. Some of the earliest domestication of pigs happened around 9,000 years ago in what's now Turkey and China. Not just penned or fattened, lived with, tended, named, and yes, mourned. Historians still argue whether these early pigs were primarily utilitarian or whether some filled more intimate roles. But clues keep surfacing, like pig bones buried next to children, like swine remains inside homes rather than refuse heaps, like scratches on clay tablets that could very well be pig names, adorably aggressive ones like Snorty or Fence Eater. You watch as your pig, okay, the pig, let's not get possessive, suddenly bolts upright, ears twitching. You freeze. It listens. You listen. There's a breeze, a leaf, maybe a distant coyote. The pig snorts once, unimpressed, and settles again. Crisis averted. Here's your quirky tidbit for the night. In certain Neolithic cultures, pigs were trained to follow simple commands. Not because they were eager to please. No, that's a dog's resume. But because pigs are clever. Alarmingly so. Modern studies show they can recognize their names, learn tricks, even play video games if the joystick's big enough. Back then, they probably figured out how to unlatch your food storage before your kids did. You catch a whiff of earth and fur as the pig nestles deeper against you. There's a smell to pigs, not unpleasant, just honest, like damp straw, fermented roots, and a whiff of mischief. You remember earlier today, chasing this very creature out of your garden. It had found your radishes. Again. You waved a stick, shouted the same nonsense threats you always do. It ran a few paces, then turned, as if to say, really, that's your game plan. It didn't run far. It never does. Because even though it causes chaos, you've built a rhythm with it. You know its moods know yours. When you're sick, it sits closer. When you cry, it huffs and nuzzles your foot. When you sing, it watches you with eerie intensity, like it's waiting for the chorus. Some people laugh when you say pigs are smarter than dogs, but you know, you live with one. You've seen it figure out how to roll open a door, then try to close it behind itself like a polite burglar. And it's not just you. Around the ancient world, from the muddy banks of the Yellow River to the stony hills of the Balkans, people and pigs shared space. And not just space, time, emotional bandwidth, small stories. Every child has a tale of a pig that followed them, loved them, saved their life, or ruined their birthday stew. You once watched a piglet fall asleep inside a carved drum, and no one had the heart to wake it. So you all played music with gentle claps until it stirred, yawned, and wandered out like it had just finished a spa treatment. Tonight, the pig's breaths are slow. You feel the rise and fall of its belly, like the lapping of tiny waves. In its dreams, maybe it's trotting through fields, or stealing onions, or headbutting a rival in a slow-motion mud duel. And even though it snores a little, and drools more than is probably ideal, you wouldn't trade it, because it reminds you of something old, older than towns, older than trade, that living beside animals isn't always a matter of control or use. Sometimes it's about acceptance. You accept this pig. And strangely, it accepts you too. There's something grounding about its presence. Not regal like a cat, not loyal like a dog. Just real, unpretentious. A creature that lives fully, eats enthusiastically, naps shamelessly, and never fakes a mood. You reach out a hand, fingers brushing coarse fur. It flinches in its sleep, lets out a breath like a complaint, then settles again. You whisper, almost to yourself, "You're safe," and maybe that's all companionship is. Two bodies, warm against the dark, sharing air, sharing space, sharing the fact that neither of you, tonight, is alone. Even if one of you tried to eat the broom this morning. The path is soft with moss, cool under your bare feet, and the forest breathes around you, leaves rustling like distant whispers, branches swaying in secret rhythm. Something moves ahead, not large, not loud, just a flicker of color, a rustle of bark, and the tiniest crunch of twig. You crouch. There, between the roots of a gnarled tree, is a monkey, or maybe a macaque. It blinks at you, head tilted, hands clasped around something you definitely call food adjacent, half a fruit, half a mystery. You blink back, you hold still. This isn't a zoo, this is home. And that little primate, it might just be part of the family. In parts of prehistoric Asia, especially around regions that now lie in India and Southeast Asia, there's emerging evidence that small monkeys lived in unusually close proximity to human communities. Maybe not domesticated the way dogs or pigs were, but integrated, tolerated, and in some cases, actively welcomed. It's hard to prove, of course. Historians still argue whether certain primate remains found in early human settlements indicate cohabitation or just scavenging. But there are bones with healed fractures suggesting long-term care. There are tool fragments that seem too small for human fingers. There are stories, oh, so many stories, that have survived through oral tradition, hinting at an ancient friendship with a wild cousin. The monkey creeps closer, arms moving in those slow, deliberate arcs that somehow manage to look both ridiculous and elegant. It holds out the fruit, not quite an offering, more of a display, like, "I have this, I'm not sharing, but I want you to see that I have it." You've seen this behavior before, not just in the forest, but in the settlement. The monkeys that live in the trees above your garden, stealing from your baskets, but never taking everything. The one that sits near your loom as you work, imitating your hand movements with a stick. The one your neighbor insists understands dreams. "He pointed at the moon," she says, "and then my baby stopped crying." You're not sure what that means, but she swears by it. And here's your quirky nugget for the night. In ancient Thailand, a Bronze Age burial site revealed the skeleton of a monkey interred alongside a human, with evidence of pollen suggesting flowers were laid for them both. Not a pet in chains, a companion in death. That speaks to something deep, something intimate. You don't bury nuisances with blossoms. Your little monkey drops its fruit and scampers up onto a nearby stump. It scratches its belly, yawns wide enough to show off all its tiny, alarming teeth, and flops down dramatically. You sit, cross-legged, mimicking the motion. It watches you. You watch back. For a moment, you swear it smiles. Historians might call it anthropomorphism, our tendency to project human traits onto animals. But you don't think you're imagining this. You've seen the way they mourn, the way they squabble, the way one elder monkey gently pulls burrs from a younger one's fur. You've watched them take turns at sentry posts, barking warning cries at eagles that soar too low. You've even seen one carry a child's dropped toy high into the canopy, only to drop it, deliberately, back into her lap the next day. That's not random. That's relationship. You rise and walk a little further, the monkey trailing at a safe distance. You don't coax it closer. You don't need to. This is a different kind of bond, less leash and collar, more nod across the fire. Mutual curiosity, occasional affection, a shared love of figs. And yet, in this old, forest-thick world, the line between human and animal feels thinner than you've ever known. You scratch your head. It scratches its belly. You toss a seed. It pretends not to want it, then eats it dramatically when you turn your back. This isn't ownership. This is companionship on a peer level. And in some ancient communities, especially those that leaned into spiritual animism, monkeys were seen not as pets, but as kin, messengers, mischief makers with insight. They showed up in early myths as creators, destroyers, teachers, pranksters, even judges. You remember one tale, a monkey who helped build the first ladder to the stars. He tied branches together with vines, then led the way upward. Halfway to the top, he looked back, saw humans arguing below, and sighed. "They're not ready," he said, and the ladder collapsed. You don't know if the story's true, but you look at the little face beside you, all squints and expressions and food crumbs, and you believe it could be. Night deepens. The monkey climbs to a branch above you and curls into itself, tail looped like a question mark. You stay below, watching the stars flicker between the leaves. There's no chirping, no warning cries, just soft breathing, shared stillness. You wonder if some ancient ancestor of yours had the same moment, watching a monkey in the firelight, feeling less alone, feeling understood. Because even now, with all our houses and lights and fences, we're still animals craving connection. And sometimes, that connection swings down from a tree, steals a mango, and naps in your hammock like it pays rent. You close your eyes, you let the forest hum surround you, and from above, a soft snore answers back, tiny, rhythmic, and unmistakably simian. Even your dreams tonight might involve tree limbs and stolen fruit, and you welcome them. The dawn isn't golden yet. It's that faint pre-light haze, where everything is just blue enough to feel like a memory. You're already awake, of course. You've been listening to the gentle thumps, the clicking hooves, the low melodic bleats like distant lullabies. Sheep. Not just a flock in the field, but a chorus of living, breathing echoes from a time before time. And here they come, padding softly through the mist, led not by a staff-wielding shepherd, but by their own internal rhythm, their own sleepy wisdom. One of them nudges your leg. She's got a crooked ear and eyes that don't blink quite in sync. You named her something silly last week, maybe Waffles or Moonhead. She looks at you now like she knows, and she's not impressed. But she lingers. In the soft cradle of ancient Mesopotamia, humans and sheep were already dancing this dance, about 11,000 years ago. That's older than wheels, older than written language. While we were still figuring out what to do with fire, we were already gently corralling these fluff-covered weirdos, braiding their wool, making songs about their antics. Historians still argue whether sheep were initially valued for meat or milk, or if their fleece, a kind of wearable wealth, made them more status symbol than stew ingredient. But even the most utilitarian partnerships over time gain layers of meaning. You don't shear a creature once a year for decades without talking to it, or naming it, or noticing the one with the special trot or the weird sneeze. And here's your offbeat fact of the night. Archaeologists found a Neolithic settlement where a sheep had been buried with a necklace of shells. Yes, a necklace. Someone gave a sheep jewelry. That's not livestock. That's love. You sit now among the herd, the mist wrapping you in a wool-soft cocoon. The animals gather near, some standing, some settling around you like you're just another oddly shaped sheep who forgot to grow a fleece. One tiny lamb, still awkward on its legs, still trying to figure out what grass is, plops into your lap like it's a beanbag chair. You don't protest. You just breathe. And you remember. The stories your elders told. The ones about sheep who cried when their human caretakers died. The one about the ewe who wandered into a storm and came back leading a lost traveller home. The one about the ram who stood guard at the village gate like a four-legged knight, refusing to move unless properly bribed with apples. Your uncle used to swear that sheep could sense lies. He'd point at one, squint at you, and ask, "Did you really finish your chores?" The sheep would blink. You'd run. They're not clever in the monkey sense, not sharp like pigs. But there's a stillness to them, a deep, low-frequency knowing, like they remember the first green valley and the first fire circle. And they're watching us carefully to see if we still deserve that ancient contract. You reach out and stroke a fleece that feels somewhere between cloud and burlap. It's tangled with twigs and smells faintly of wind and wildflowers. The sheep doesn't flinch. It leans in. You whisper something nonsensical, just a rhythm, a sleepy tune, the kind of sound you'd make to a baby or someone very old. The sheep's eyes flutter. You feel your pulse slow. There's something sacred here, though nobody uses that word out loud. But deep down, you know, humans built their lives around these animals. We followed them, protected them, wove their wool into our ceremonies, our offerings, our art. And when winter came, and the nights got too long, it was often a sheep beside you, radiating heat, heart beating steady like a lullaby drum. Tonight feels like that. The lamb snores softly. Another sheep lies so close you feel its breath on your arm. There's no tension, no demands, just shared sleepiness under a bluing sky. You glance toward the hills, where the rest of the herd begins to graze. The older ones lead, the younger ones follow, and somewhere in between, you exist. Not as a shepherd, not as a master, just a fellow traveler, a slightly furless friend. And maybe that's the heart of it. We didn't just tame animals, we formed pacts, spoke with gestures, with glances, with food. Said, stay near, I'll keep you warm, you'll keep me fed. And maybe, if we're lucky, we'll dream the same dreams. The lamb shifts in your lap. You shift with it. The sky lightens. You don't move yet. Not quite. The morning can wait. This quiet, this ancient hush, is too rare to waste. You're a part of something old, something soft, something that bleats and grazes and trusts you, even when you've forgotten how to trust yourself. And for now, that's enough. The midday sun is high, painting the stone walls and baked clay with the kind of light that makes everything shimmer at the edges, like a heat mirage. You lean against the threshold of a humble dwelling. Your own or someone else's, it doesn't matter here. And the courtyard beyond is humming with a strange, quiet energy. Then you hear it, a soft coo, a flutter of wings, and the unmistakable shuffling of tiny feet on sun-warmed stone. Doves, not wild ones. These belong here. They strut like they own the place, chests puffed out, heads bobbing with the kind of exaggerated self-importance only birds can muster. One flaps up to the edge of a large basin and dunks its beak with such commitment, you wonder if it's been reading dramatic poetry in its spare time. You smirk, because these aren't just birds, they're part of the household. Thousands of years ago, in the ancient cities of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and across the Levant, humans built their homes with alcoves and niches specifically for pigeons and doves. You weren't keeping them the way you'd cage a parrot. You were coexisting, nesting side by side. These birds had jobs, sure, food, messages, guano, yes, fertilizer gold. But they also had names, places at the table, symbols etched into temple walls and whispered in love poems. Historians still argue whether the earliest dove taming came from utility or symbolism. Were they first revered as sacred messengers of the gods, or simply handy winged delivery systems? The truth is probably both, and something more besides, something softer, more personal. Because when you see a dove land gently on your shoulder, when it stays without restraint, when it coos against your ear like it's sharing gossip, it doesn't feel transactional. It feels intimate. One of your courtyard doves, brown with a faint splash of white across one wing, struts right up to you now. You nod, it bows. You drop a few seeds, and it picks through them with that dainty precision that somehow makes you feel uncouth by comparison. And here's tonight's quirky tidbit. In Pompeii, archaeologists uncovered frescoes of doves depicted not in flight, but bathing in ornate fountains, curled up in the corners of courtyards, and even nestled in people's hands. Not symbols, not decorations, portraits, the ancient version of a pet photo wall. You remember one in particular, painted with such care you could almost feel the softness of the feathers. Its eyes were wide, Not wild, familiar, as if someone painted it from life. Because they missed it. You shift into the courtyard and sit, the sun kissing your skin just enough to make you drowsy. Two doves fly overhead and settle onto the low wall beside you. One pecks at your sandal. The other ruffles its feathers, shaking like a soft pillow mid-fluff. These birds are social creatures, like you, like dogs and pigs and monkeys, but their companionship is more detached, graceful. They don't come to your side in storms or curl into your lap at night. They perch above you. They sing when you're silent. They move through your life like soft punctuation marks, reminding you to pause, to breathe. Sometimes they leave, then they come back. You once watched a dove vanish for 3 days, only to return with a bit of ribbon tangled in its foot. You never found out where it went, but the idea that it chose to return stayed with you. It didn't have to. That feels special. You glance up as another group of doves takes off, flying in loose spirals above the rooftops. Their wings catch the light, turning briefly silver, like coins tossed into the sky. Some say that ancient people believed doves carried messages to the heavens. Others say they were messengers from the heavens. Either way, they've always seemed to hover just at the edge of magic. Not loud, not flashy, just always there, gliding on wind currents and landing where hearts are soft. One lands beside you now, head cocked like it's checking in. You say nothing, you just stay, and it stays with you. Because even here, in a courtyard cracked with time and covered in the footprints of countless generations, you're never really alone. Someone once sat where you sit now, eyes closed, hand outstretched, waiting for the whisper of wings. The dove pecks gently at your sleeve, then climbs up your forearm like it's always done that. You don't move. Its claws are light, its presence is lighter. It coos once. You feel it more than hear it. That's the rhythm of this bond. Not loud, not dramatic, just repeated over centuries. A soft presence, a flutter in the stillness. An animal who never needed taming to live beside you. Eventually the dove flies off. Not far, just to the edge of the rooftop, where it tucks its head under a wing and begins to doze. And you're okay with that. Because the most ancient friendships aren't the ones built on dependence or discipline. They're the ones that endure even when they leave the frame. They're the ones that circle back, when the air is warm and the seed bowl is full, and the world is still enough for wings to whisper through. The shadows stretch longer now, touching the edges of the wheat fields and licking the corners of stone paths like fingers of ink. You walk slowly, sandals whispering against gravel, and ahead, just beyond the bend where the olive trees tangle into themselves, you hear the clatter of hooves. Not wild, not thunderous, measured, familiar. You round the bend, and there it is. A goat, or several really. Sturdy, whiskered, standing like they're waiting for someone to apologize. One is chewing what may or may not have been your neighbor's laundry. Another locks eyes with you, squints, and lets out a bleat so sharp and so judgmental, you nearly apologize just for existing. Welcome to Goat World. These creatures, you know them. You really know them. Not the soft, curled up on your lap kind of knowing. No, goats aren't like that. Goats are the messy cousins of the ancient pet family. They argue. They climb things they shouldn't. They eat everything you love. But somehow, they've been with us since almost the beginning. The Fertile Crescent. Around 10,000 years ago. That's where it started. Goats were among the first animals humans herded, milked, and relied on for just about everything. Milk, meat, hide, companionship. Goats were the multi-tool of the Neolithic age. A little rude, a little clever, completely essential. Historians still argue whether goats domesticated themselves, drawn in by the tasty leftovers of human settlements, or if we invited them in through the back gate and hoped for the best. Either way, they came, and they stayed. And they've been breaking into your granaries and hearts ever since. One saunters over now, probably the matriarch of this little gang. Her beard is regal. Her eyes, those weird rectangular pupils, glint with ancient mischief. You hold out your hand, and she sniffs it with all the suspicion of a seasoned tax auditor. Then, after a long pause, she lets you scratch behind her ear. You smile. And here's your delightful little oddity of the night. In an ancient Anatolian shrine, archaeologists uncovered a clay figurine of a goat wearing what appeared to be a ceremonial harness. Not a work goat, a revered one, possibly a participant in ritual, possibly a creature so deeply woven into daily life that it earned a spot in myth. And goats are everywhere in myth. Tricksters, climbers of sacred mountains, whisperers of the divine. Even the Norse thunder god Thor had a pair of goats who pulled his chariot and who could be cooked and resurrected every evening. Very practical, if a little morbid. But beyond the stories, goats are just present. They follow you when you walk too far into the hills. They bleat when storms approach. They somehow know when you've harvested figs and will show up, uninvited, right when you open the basket. They're not pets in the docile sense, but they're family in the nosy, I live here too sense. And they know it. You remember growing up with one. Her name was probably something like Snatch or Drama. She once ate half your blanket and then had the audacity to nap in the chewed remains. But when you cried over your first heartbreak, it was her soft flank you leaned against, her rhythmic chewing that calmed you. Goats don't need you to like them, but they'll be there when it matters. One of the smaller ones butts gently at your leg. A kid, floppy-eared and curious, hops around like gravity hasn't been fully explained yet. You kneel, and it climbs into your lap like you're a rock made specifically for goat-based gymnastics. It smells like grass and milk and adventure. You don't move. And then, the strangest moment. You look into its eyes, those impossible sideways windows, and you see a flicker of memory, not your own. Older, worn smooth by centuries, a herder standing in the twilight, watching these same creatures graze against the backdrop of a rising moon. A woman whispering to her goat like it's her sister. A child laughing as a goat steals an apple right out of their hand. This has always been part of us. Not clean, not tidy, but solid, dependable, full of personality. And despite their chaos, goats bring something grounding, something true. You can't lie to a goat. They'll see right through it. You can't pretend to be fancy around them. They'll chew your hem and remind you who you are. They keep us humble. And in some ways, they keep us human. The sky starts to bleed orange. The matriarch goat grunts and begins to lead the others up the slope, toward wherever they bed down when the sun tucks itself away. You rise too, brushing dust from your knees, heart just a little fuller than before. You're not sure if goats dream, but if they do, you hope their dreams are full of endless mountains, bottomless food bins, and humans who understand that love doesn't always come with purring. Sometimes it arrives hooved and hungry, and chews your socks for good measure. Dusk slips its fingers across the landscape, and everything turns that honeyed, quiet shade of gold. The hills roll softly. The air cools just enough to make your skin gooseflesh, and something stirs near the edge of the village square. Low to the ground, lean, and pacing with the kind of restless grace you can't quite ignore. A cat. Of course. She's not yours, not exactly. No cat ever is. But she's here again, like always, weaving figure eights around the pottery stall and pausing just long enough to be noticed, not touched. She's got that ancient look, half shadow, half stone statue, eyes rimmed in gold like she wandered off a temple wall and never looked back. You squat slowly, and she regards you with all the suspicion of a tax collector and none of the urgency. She blinks, then looks away. You've passed the test. Cats, the eternal roommates of humanity. We didn't domesticate cats in the same way we did dogs or goats. We didn't train them, didn't mold them to our routines. Instead, they watched us, watched the grain stores swell, watched the mice follow, watched the humans panic, and stepped in like little freelance exterminators with boundary issues. Historians still argue whether the relationship began in Egypt or in the Fertile Crescent. What's certain is that somewhere around 9,000 years ago, someone set down a basket of millet, saw a rodent flee, and then watched a feline saunter into the scene like it had always belonged there. And here's your delicious oddity for tonight. On the Mediterranean island of Cyprus, a cat was found buried beside a human in a grave nearly 9,500 years old. Not thrown in, placed, carefully, with shells and polished stones. That's not vermin control, that's affection. So yes, the cat near you now has ancestors that were not only tolerated, but honored, worshipped even. In ancient Egypt, cats were literal embodiments of divine protection. The goddess Bastet wasn't just depicted with a feline face, she was a cat in spirit, soft, sly, merciful, and furious all at once. Killing a cat, even by accident, could get you executed. No pressure. And yet, even with all that power, they remained aloof. You reach a hand toward her, slow, nonchalant, offering no expectations. She glances, considers, and then decides to grace you with a head nudge. Not quite affection, more like an acknowledgement. You may exist in my space, for now. It's an honor, really. She curls up beside you, tail twitching with a rhythm only she understands. Around you, the village winds down. Oil lamps are lit. Bread cools on windowsills. The world exhales, and the cat watches it all as if none of it can happen without her approval. Cats teach you patience. They remind you that not every bond has to be loud or constant. Sometimes it's enough to share a space in quiet, to watch the same stars blink awake and feel the same air brush your skin, to know that neither of you will speak, and that's perfectly fine. You remember the stories, don't you? Of cats sleeping beside scribes, tails twitching over papyrus scrolls, of felines sneaking into temples and curling on altars like they owned the place, of entire households mourning when one passed, shaving their eyebrows as a sign of grief. They weren't pets, they were house gods, and they still act like it. Tonight, your little companion stretches, pads across your knees like they're part of her territory, and settles into your lap with the kind of confidence only a cat can wield. You don't dare move, you just sit there, heartbeats slowing to her rhythm, thoughts unwinding like yarn across the floor. And when she purrs, low, soft, like the rumble of earth before rain, you feel it in your bones. Not as a sound, but as a memory of warmth, of stillness, of knowing you're enough. Because cats don't love easily, but when they do, it's without condition, without fuss, just presence, silent, steady, and unmistakably chosen. She's asleep now, tail twitching once every so often. You imagine her dreaming of something strange, beetles maybe, or moonlight puddling on tiled rooftops. You lean back against the worn wall, careful not to disturb her. And for a moment, everything is suspended. The air, the stars, the flickering oil lamps in the distance, all paused by the presence of one small, sleeping creature. And you think, maybe this is what the ancients meant by sacred. Not temples or statues, just this. A moment shared with something wild that trusts you enough to close its eyes. The moon is higher now, hung like a pale, patient eye above the hills, and the wind carries the sound of drums in the distance, faint and steady, like a heartbeat stretched across centuries. You follow it through the sleeping village, past shuttered windows and flickering lamps, toward the edges where stories begin to blur into something less certain, more mythical. And then, from the shadows, a shape emerges. Not a bird, not a goat, something stranger, slower, stockier. Its head is broad, eyes thoughtful in that heavy, deliberate way, and the smell, earthy, pungent, oddly comforting. It's a pig. You squint. Yep, definitely a pig. Trotting across the packed earth like it's got places to be and gossip to deliver. You grin. Because pigs don't get enough credit in these stories, do they? When we think of ancient companions, we imagine majestic dogs or purring temple cats. But pigs? Pigs were there, from nearly the beginning, just not always in the spotlight. And honestly, that might be their greatest trick. Pigs are clever, like startlingly clever. Studies today rank them alongside dolphins and chimpanzees in intelligence, and their ancient cousins weren't that different. In prehistoric settlements from Anatolia to China, pig bones show up almost as often as sheep or goats, not just as food, but buried, marked, and sometimes strangely isolated, as if they meant something more. Historians still argue whether early humans saw pigs as mere livestock or something, symbolic, sacred even. In parts of Neolithic Europe, pig skulls were arranged in specific patterns under homes, not trash heaps, ritual placements, a gesture, maybe even a goodbye. And here's your fringe discovery for the night. On a remote island in Southeast Asia, archaeologists uncovered cave art dated over 45,000 years old, depicting, of all things, pigs. Not deer, not mammoths, pigs. Painted with care, outlined in ochre, as if the artist wanted them remembered forever. You crouch as the pig snuffles closer, rooting around with its snout, like it's searching for some long-lost secret under the dust. It makes a soft grunt, more polite than you'd expect, and then pauses to look at you. Really look. You see it in those eyes. An ancient patience. A kind of weathered knowing. Like this creature has watched empires rise and fall from the quiet corner of the kitchen yard. Pigs were often raised close to home, not in sprawling pastures, but beside us, in pens, under eaves, just beyond the hearth. Children named them. Old women sang to them while cooking. They knew the daily rhythms of human life as intimately as dogs did, just with fewer tail wags and more suspicious grunts. You reach out, and the pig takes a step forward, hesitant but curious. There's mud caked along its side, dried and cracking like ancient pottery. Its ears flick, its tail twitches. You run a hand across its bristled back, and for a moment it stands still. Then, satisfied, it flops down beside you like a sentient sack of potatoes. This somehow is a compliment. You lean back on your hands and look up at the stars. The pig snorts once, then begins snoring, and you remember stories of pigs raised in Roman courtyards, fed scraps by hand, and mourned like family when they passed. Of Chinese zodiac signs, naming the pig as one of 12 sacred animals, symbols of prosperity, loyalty, and honest comfort. Of Celtic myths where pigs roamed the other world, bringing wisdom from the dead. Not flashy myths, not fire-breathing dragons or winged horses, but something better, grounded, familiar, real. Pigs have always been mirrors, reflecting our own cleverness, our messiness, our contradictions. They live in filth but crave order. They're stubborn but affectionate. They don't look majestic, but give them a few minutes and suddenly you're cooing to them like they're your favorite cousin. And they remember, not just where the food is, but who brought it. In some places, pigs were gifted during weddings, honored at funerals, consulted during harvest rituals. You weren't just eating them, you were walking beside them, listening. The pig beside you snuffles in its sleep, legs twitching in a dream, maybe of truffles, maybe of ancient forests, maybe of the strange two-legged friends it's always orbited. And you stay there, unmoving, because sometimes the sacred isn't in the exotic or the ethereal. Sometimes it's in the muddy, the snoring, the deeply domestic, the creature that reminds you how much of life is about comfort and constancy. The pig snorts awake and glances at you again, mildly offended that you're still watching, and then wanders off into the grass, tail swinging like a lazy metronome. You smile and stand, brushing dust from your legs. You feel grounded, like you've just shared a moment with someone who knew you, not as a storyteller or scholar, but as a fellow creature just trying to get through the day. And that's what pigs do, isn't it? They bring us back down to earth, one muddy hoofprint at a time. The night has fully unwrapped itself now, swaddling the world in deep blues and silvers. Crickets trill like tiny harpists, and the trees no longer cast shadows. They simply are shadows, leaning in, listening. You walk slowly now, as if the dream is thinning, becoming lighter underfoot. The path leads you further out of the village, beyond the fields, to where the forest begins again, ancient and breathing. And just ahead, barely lit by the slivered moon, comes a soft rustle. A presence, something tall, quiet, watching. You freeze. Then it steps forward, long ears twitching, eyes wide, limbs graceful but uncertain. A deer. And not just any deer, a young one. Maybe orphaned, maybe curious. Its fur still carries the soft speckling of youth, as if someone flicked it with a paintbrush dipped in light. You drop to a crouch, more out of awe than strategy. The deer doesn't flee, it just watches. There's something different about this moment. You feel it in your chest. A hum, a hush, a kind of reverence. Because deer, unlike the goats or pigs or cats you've seen tonight, were never truly domesticated. They were something else. Not livestock, not companions, but companions of the spirit, perhaps. Animals of myth and margin. Creatures that visited rather than stayed. Still, throughout prehistory, humans and deer shared more than glances through the trees. In some Paleolithic caves, deer appear alongside humans, painted not as prey, but as equals. Guides, symbols. Some even appear with exaggerated features, half human, half stag. Figures that may have been shamans or dreamwalkers. Historians still argue whether these beings represented literal transformations or sacred metaphors. But one thing's for sure. Deer were never just meat on the hoof. And here's your strange little tidbit. In prehistoric Scotland, red deer were apparently so valued that people transported them across seas to remote islands. A feat requiring boats, patience, and a weird amount of deer-charming confidence. It wasn't just practicality, it was ritual. Maybe reverence, maybe affection. The deer in front of you lifts its head, sniffs the wind. Its breath clouds just barely in the cooling air. You feel it watching you, not in fear, but in some ancient calculation. Are you safe? Are you still? Are you part of this forest tonight? And you are. You don't move. You just let it happen. The moment, the connection, the reminder. Because even if humans never tamed deer in the traditional sense, we still forged a bond. Through respect, through story, through that quiet recognition of something wild that doesn't need us, but lets us near anyway. You think of how many children, in how many ages, have followed deer tracks through the underbrush, hoping to get close. How many elders have watched one appear at the edge of the woods and taken it as a sign. How many people have carved antlers into charms, worn hides in ceremony, whispered prayers into the cool breath of the herd. Deer are memory, grace given shape, the embodiment of the wild that chooses presence over flight, sometimes just for a heartbeat. And here, in this forest breath, that heartbeat is yours. The deer shifts, perhaps startled by a distant owl call, and in a blink, it turns and bounds away, fluid, soundless, ghost-like through the trees, gone as if it were never there, but you're left with something. Not tracks, not fur, just the warmth of having been trusted, even briefly, by the wilderness. And with that, the night begins to wind down. You turn back toward the village. The lamps flicker less brightly now, some extinguished entirely. The crickets slow their chorus. Even the wind has softened to a sigh. You pass by the places you visited tonight. The hearth where the dog waited. The rooftop where the cat blinked. The low slope where the goats graze. All quiet now. All part of the same enormous story. The story of us and them. Because pets, in the prehistoric sense, weren't about collars or crates or chew toys. They were about connection, about survival, yes, but also companionship, trust, shared breath under the same sky. Some relationships were practical, some were playful, some were ritual, some we still don't fully understand. But they all mattered. They shaped who we became, taught us about loyalty, about curiosity, about the joy of a soft nuzzle or a mischievous snort or a long silent gaze. And maybe that's what you're really walking with tonight. Not just the memory of these ancient animals, but the reminder that we have always needed each other, even before words, even before fire, even before fences. The night has stretched thin now, softening at the edges, like fabric worn smooth by countless hands. You sit down in the grass, still warm from the day, and feel the hum of the earth beneath you, steady and old. The stars are quiet tonight, not sparkling, but glowing, content. You breathe in slowly. The air smells of dust, leaves, and something ancient that has no name. The images flicker gently in your mind. The painted pig, stubborn and sacred. The goat with eyes like sideways keys. The dog curled by the hearth. The deer standing still enough to remember you. All of them linger, not as facts or figures, but as feelings, as presences. You are not alone here. You never were. From the moment early humans lit their first fires, animals gathered near, some to be fed, some to be feared, and some simply to be with us. And we, in turn, found something we didn't even know we were searching for. Comfort, connection, the quiet knowledge that in a world that was vast and strange and often dangerous, we weren't walking through it alone. So you close your eyes now, letting that truth settle in your chest like a warm, sleeping animal. The story isn't over. It never really ends. It just pauses here, in this hush, until the next night brings another whisper, another tale, another companion walking softly by your side. Hey guys, tonight we're rewinding the clock 4,000 years to a land where the air smells like burnt barley bread, river mud, and the faintest whiff of cosmic mystery. You're crouched in a dimly lit room in Uruk, modern-day Iraq, but let's not get bogged down by borders, and a Sumerian scribe hands you a clay tablet still warm from the kiln. Its cuneiform symbols press into your palm like tiny arrowheads, each wedge a puzzle piece in humanity's oldest board game. What even are the Anunnaki? Gods, metaphors for natural forces, or, as a certain corner of the internet insists, extraterrestrial CEOs here to mine Earth's resources and franchise humanity? Are all religions just a big lie, or is there a kernel of something in these ancient star maps and temple hymns? So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop a comment with where you're listening from and what time it is. Now, dim the lights, maybe open the window for that soft background sound, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The tablet in your hand tells a story older than the Bible, older than the pyramids, older than your weird uncle's conspiracy theory about Atlantis. It's the Epic of Gilgamesh, and buried in its lines about half-divine kings and cedar forests is the first written mention of the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came. Scholars today still argue whether this phrase describes deities descending from a literal sky, psychological archetypes, or something else. Your scribe friend, let's call him Larry, chisels another line about the Anunnaki decreeing human fates while sipping divine beer from golden chalices. You squint at the symbols for heaven. In Sumerian, it's a word that also means sky, and awkwardly, a high place where important people hang out. Imagine if heaven just meant upstairs office. Here's a mainstream fact to ground you. The British Museum has over 130,000 of these tablets. Most are tax receipts. Yawn. But a few, like the one you're holding, are mythic blockbusters. Now, the quirky tidbit. In the 1970s, a researcher named Hildegard von Bingen, no relation to the medieval mystic, claimed to have found a god phone in the tablets, a cuneiform manual for building a clay model communication device to talk to the Anunnaki. Peer review was not kind to her. As Larry finishes his tablet, he smirks. His version of the Anunnaki myth includes a subplot where the gods get hangry and almost wipe out humans because their snack offerings were subpar. Historians still argue whether this is satire, theology, or Bronze Age Yelp criticism. You lean back, the oil lamp flickering. Somewhere, a donkey brays. The stars above Uruk pulse like the dashboard lights of something ancient, watching, patient, The oil lamp in Uruk gutters out, and suddenly you're in a 1970s New York apartment, thick with cigarette smoke and the frantic clatter of a typewriter. Meet Zecharia Sitchin, economist, self-taught linguist, and the man who would launch 1,000 late-night History Channel specials. His glasses are askew, his tie loosened, and he's hunched over a photocopy of a 4,000-year-old Sumerian cylinder seal, like it's a crossword puzzle sent from the future. You lean over his shoulder, squinting at the tiny figures carved into the clay, humanoid beings, radiating lines that could be halos or space helmets. Sitchin stabs a finger at the inscription. Nibiru, he mutters, the 12th planet. Here's the mainstream fact. Sitchin's 1976 book, The 12th Planet, argues that the Anunnaki weren't gods, but aliens from a rogue planet called Nibiru, which swings by Earth every 3,600 years. According to him, they came here to mine gold, genetically engineered humans as their mining interns, and left behind a trail of myths as breadcrumbs. Academics, meanwhile, rolled their eyes so hard you could hear tenure-track tears hitting linoleum floors. His translations of Sumerian texts, they insisted, were less scholarly rigor and more fan fiction with a thesaurus. But let's get quirky. Sitchin once claimed that the Sumerian word shems, usually translated as name or reputation, actually meant rocket ship. Imagine rewriting history because you misread an emoji. And then Pharaoh's glorious shems roared across the sky, trailing fire. Or maybe he just had a cool nickname. Even quirkier. The man believed the Anunnaki's gold mining operations were headquartered in modern-day Zimbabwe. Archaeologists digging there in the 90s found ancient mines but no alien locker rooms. You riffle through Sitchin's notes. Between diagrams of Nibiru's elliptical orbit and sketches of Anunnaki spaceports, there's a grocery list. Eggs, milk, Kolnasari, Planet X. Historians still argue whether Sitchin was a true believer, a grifter, or just a guy who watched too much Star Trek between translation binges. But here's the thing. His timing was impeccable. The 70s were ripe for cosmic conspiracy. Watergate eroded trust in institutions, chariots of the gods, had already primed the pump, and everyone was high on the idea that someone out there had a better instruction manual for life. As Sitchin types, his cat knocks over a coffee cup onto a stack of cuneiform dictionaries. He doesn't notice. He's too busy decoding a passage about the Anunnaki's fiery chariots, which he's decided are obviously spacecraft. Never mind that the same word, Malamu, also describes the aura of glory around Mesopotamian kings. Imagine if future scholars argued that Beyoncé's halo was literal. You glance out his grimy window. The New York skyline twinkles, and for a second, those lights could be stars, or the distant cities of Nibiru, forever hovering at the edge of human imagination. Somewhere, a car backfires. Sitchin jumps, then laughs nervously. Meteorite, he tells no one. Sitchin's typewriter fades into the clang of bronze pickaxes striking rock. The air here is thick with dust and the tang of sweat. You're deep in a Mesopotamian mine shaft circa 2500 BCE, where shirtless workers chant hymns to Enki, god of groundwater and apparently occupational health violations. Their torches flicker against walls veined with gold, casting shadows that twist like tired gods. According to Sitchin's playbook, this isn't just a mine. It's an interstellar corporate branch office, and the Anunnaki are middle managers desperate to meet their quarterly quota. But why gold? Why would beings from a planet we can't even prove exists need Earth's bling? Theorists whisper about Nibiru's failing atmosphere, claiming the Anunnaki needed gold nanoparticles to fix their ozone layer, a kind of cosmic sunscreen. Historians, meanwhile, mutter about gold's timeless role as a metaphor for power. Both sides agree on one thing. Humans have always been weirdly obsessed with shiny yellow metal. Here's the mainstream fact to anchor you. Gold was sacred in ancient Mesopotamia, but not for bling. It symbolized the sun's eternal light, a divine metal used to plate temple statues and royalty's favorite goblets. The quirky twist. In 1998, a Russian pseudoscientist named Dmitry Ivanovich built a gold particle dispenser 3000 to test the atmospheric repair theory. He claimed it could spray gold dust into the stratosphere to combat climate change. It malfunctioned, coating his dacha in glitter. Peer review was not kind to him either. You crouch to examine a glinting nugget in the mine. A foreman barks at you in Sumerian, something about productivity metrics. Workers haul baskets of ore up ropes, their muscles straining under the weight of a godly supply chain. If the Anunnaki were here for gold, they picked the messiest possible extraction method. No lasers, no drones, just sweaty humans and donkeys. Modern miners use cyanide. These guys used prayers and elbow grease. Historians still argue whether gold's sacred status stemmed from its rarity or its resistance to tarnish. Metaphor alert. Immortality. Anyone. But let's lean into the fringe for a moment. If the Anunnaki needed gold for their planet's survival, why not just ask? Imagine aliens landing at the UN. Greetings, humans. We require 10,000 tons of AU. Here's a replicator that turns sand into sushi. Instead, per the myths, they created Homo sapiens as a labor force. You wonder if this is the universe's oldest gig economy story. The mineshaft echoes with the rhythmic thunk of tools. Somewhere above ground, a priest checks the offering table. Golden trinkets laid out like quarterly reports. If you squint, the whole operation feels like a startup. Venture capitalists, gods, outsourcing grunt work to interns, humans, while skimming the IPO, eternal worship. The Anunnaki's alleged departure, a cosmic merger, maybe, acquisition by a higher power. As you climb out of the mine, the sunlight blinds you. A caravan trundles past, gold-laden donkeys kicking up dust. One worker whispers a joke about Enki's management style. He gives us the river, but not the shovel. Everyone laughs, but it's edged with fatigue. The line between God and taskmaster blurs here. Above, a hawk circles, something the ancients might have called a drone or a divine auditor. You pocket a fleck of gold just to feel its weight. It's warm, like something alive. Maybe that's why we still care. Gold outlives empires, outshines dogma, survives even the wildest theories. The mine fades behind you, but the question lingers. Were the Anunnaki miners metaphors or the ultimate middle managers? The stars don't answer. They just keep doing whatever stars do, burning, laughing, maybe mining their own gold. The mines fade into a damp, dim chamber that smells of wet clay and ozone. A divine lab maybe, or the world's oldest HR department. Here, under the flicker of oil lamps that cast long shadows like accusing fingers, a group of Anunnaki huddle around a pit filled with reddish sludge. One of them, labeled Enki in your mental subtitles, rolls up his sleeves and sighs. All right, team, we need a better worker. Something that can handle night shifts, doesn't unionize, and survives on breadcrumbs and existential dread. The others nod. You've just walked into the Sumerian version of a Silicon Valley garage startup, except instead of apps, they're brewing humans. The mainstream fact anchoring this scene, the Atrahasis epic, a 3,800-year-old poem where the gods create humans to relieve their workload. The recipe, clay mixed with the blood of a slain god, Geshtu-i, whose name literally means ear or intelligence. Poetic, or a literal ingredient list. Scholars still argue whether this myth rationalized human mortality. We die because our divine spark is diluted, or served as Bronze Age commentary on labor exploitation. Either way, it's the ultimate "we made you to serve us" origin story. Now, the quirky twist. In 2003, a bioartist named Genya X claims to have recreated the Anunnaki's process. Using CRISPR, clay, and a dash of his own blood, he attempted to engineer a Neo-Adamu in his Brooklyn loft. The result? A gelatinous blob that emitted a faint hum. He named it Steve and live-streamed it reciting cuneiform poetry. The comments section oscillated between "this is genius" and "call an exorcist." You crouch beside Enki as he kneads the clay, his fingers leaving grooves that look suspiciously like cuneiform. The other gods grumble about overtime pay. Apparently even deities hate crunch time. One mutters, "Should have outsourced to the Igigi," referencing the lower-tier gods who went on strike earlier. Yes, Mesopotamia had labor strikes. The first recorded one was in 2350 BCE. Add that to your workers' rights timeline. The creation myth gets wilder. To animate the clay, the Anunnaki perform a ritual involving spit, incantations, and what your inner skeptic insists is just kombucha. The first humans, Lulu, primitive ones, stagger to their feet, eyes glazed like toddlers after a nap. Enki high-fives his sister, Ninhursag, the project's lead geneticist, before assigning the newbies to mine duty. "Don't forget to tag us in your Ars Blessed posts," he jokes. Or maybe you're projecting. Historians still argue whether Adamu, the Akkadian name for the first human, was a metaphor for societal hierarchy. Elites as divine, workers as clay. But let's flirt with the fringe. Ancient astronaut theorists claim the blood of the god detail is clearly alien DNA splicing. They needed our planet's resources but couldn't handle the gravity, insists a YouTube video playing in your head. So they cooked up hybrids, like organic Roombas. You follow a freshly minted human to the mines. He trips over a rock, and Enki facepalms. Iteration 1.0 needs patches, he groans. It's a familiar tech cycle. Launch now, fix later. The human's thoughts, as best you can translate, oscillate between "why am I here?" and "I should have stayed clay." The existential crisis market is booming. As the shift drags on, you notice something odd. These humans adapt. They invent better tools, whisper stories around fires, doodle on tablets. Ninhursag watches them, uneasy. "They're learning too fast," she tells Enki. "Next, they'll ask for dental." He shrugs. "Just add more Enlil." Enlil, the Anunnaki CEO, later tries to delete humans via flood, but that's Section 5's problem. You pocket a clay shard from the lab. It's cool, gritty, alive with the irony that the very substance used to diminish humans also birthed civilization. Pottery, tablets, architecture, all descendants of that divine Play-Doh. The chamber fades, but Adamu's descendants remain, still mining, still wondering if they're interns or innovators. Above them, the stars twinkle like distant office parks, their break rooms stocked with ambrosia and excuses. The clatter of pickaxes dissolves into the patter of rain. Gentle at first, then relentless, drumming against mud brick walls like a billion impatient fingers. You're in Shurupak, a Sumerian city buzzing with rumors of divine layoffs. The air reeks of wet wool and panic. A local priest climbs onto a ziggurat steps, shouting about divine restructuring, as mothers hoist children onto rooftops and carpenters frantically pitch Noah-esque bargains. Buy one ark, get 50% off unicorn figurines. According to the myths, the Anunnaki decided humanity had become too loud, too numerous, too aware. So they voted to flush the experiment and start fresh. Enlil, the boardroom hardliner, pushed for the deluge. Enki, the rogue HR manager, leaked the plan to a human named Atrahasis. Cue the ultimate corporate espionage tale, with rain checks. Mainstream fact time. The Mesopotamian flood myth, etched into the Epic of Gilgamesh and Atrahasis, predates the biblical Noah story by over a millennium. Archaeologists have found silt layers in Ur dating to around 2900 BCE, hinting at a real catastrophic flood. But was it global? Scholarly consensus says localized trauma, global metaphor. Quirky twist. In 1984, a retired dentist named Dr. Leonard Marples claimed to have found Atrahasis' Ark wedged in a Turkish glacier. The Ark turned out to be a rock formation shaped like a boat if you squinted after 3 martinis. You slog through knee-deep water toward Enki's safe house. A reed hut stocked with survival gear and a suspiciously modern-looking percolator. The god of mischief is coaching Atrahasis on Ark logistics. "Round boats are better," Enki insists, sketching a coracle on a clay tablet. "Less likely to capsize. Also, Instagrammable." Atrahasis, sweating through his tunic, mutters about zoning laws and homeowners association drama. Outside, the rain crescendos into a roar. Rivers burst their banks, swallowing fields and temples like a kid dunking cookies in milk. Historians still argue whether the flood symbolized societal collapse, a Bronze Age reset after overpopulation and resource wars. But let's flirt with the fringe. Ancient astronaut theorists claim the deluge was a cleanse cycle initiated by the Anunnaki to wipe flawed prototypes. 1.0 humans had too many bugs. Let's try again after the reboot. Others whisper it was a cover-up, drowning evidence of their genetic tinkering. You half expect Mulder and Scully to slosh past, flashlights in hand. Enki hands Atrahasis a GPS, golden positioning star, and a survival manual titled, "So You've Been Chosen to Repopulate Humanity." The last page reads, "Good luck, management." As the Ark bobs on rising waters, livestock bleating in protest, you spot pairs of animals boarding, lions with nap anxiety, snakes judging everyone, and a particularly unimpressed ox. The Anunnaki's reasons unravel in real time. Was this punishment, a failed project, or cosmic NIMBYism? Your cities are ruining the view from Nibiru Airbnbs. For 7 days and nights, the rain hammers down. The stars vanish, as if the gods themselves have ghosted. Atrahasis's Ark becomes a floating trauma ward, where humans and animals bond over shared nausea. Enki, now in a rubber ducky-themed life vest, FaceTimes Enlil. You've made your point. Turn off the sprinklers. Enlil, sipping ambrosia by a pool, grumbles about setting precedents. When the waters recede, the survivors stumble onto mudflats glistening with fish skeletons and shattered pottery. The air smells like wet concrete and possibility. Atrahasis builds an altar, roasts a goat, and carves a scathing review of the Anunnaki's customer service. Enlil, smelling the barbecue, softens. "Fine," he booms, "but next time, fewer humans, more incense." You wring out your cloak, wondering if this was a divine tantrum or a calculated reboot. The answer's buried under millennia of mud and metaphor. As the survivors scatter, a rainbow fractures the sky. Sumerian PR spin, maybe, or a celestial "our bad" card. Somewhere, a dove forgets where it parked its olive branch. The flood's echoes ripple forward. In Hindu Manvantaras, Aztec sun cycles, Hollywood disaster flicks, each retelling asks the same question. Was the deluge a warning, a mistake, or a glitch in the godly codebase? The Ark, now beached and barnacled, creaks in the wind. Its timber holds stories of survival, yes, but also of celestial indecision. Above, a vulture circles, eyeing the cleanup job. The floodwaters retreat, leaving behind a mud-caked world, and you, ankle-deep in the Nile's fertile sludge, squinting at a horizon studded with geometric mountains. Pyramids, or as the locals call them, Mer, meaning place of ascension. The air here is oven dry, smelling of limestone dust and ambition. A foreman barks orders at workers hauling a 2.5-ton block, their chants syncopated with the river's pulse. This better be worth it for the afterlife benefits. You've slipped into Egypt now, where the gods have animal heads and the Wi-Fi is still 3,000 years away. But wait, those myths about sky gods handing down blueprints. Where have you heard that before? Let's mainstream fact first. The Step Pyramid of Djoser, built around 2650 BCE, is the world's oldest colossal stone structure. Designed by Imhotep, architect, doctor, and proto-Elon Musk of his day, it kicked off Egypt's pyramid frenzy. Now, the quirky twist. In 1968, a French electrician named Jean-Pierre Houdin claimed to have found hidden chambers in the Great Pyramid using a DIY electromagnetic detector. The device, jury-rigged from a toaster and a car battery, allegedly pinged near the Queen's chamber. Archaeologists dismissed it. Houdin now sells pyramid-themed board games on Etsy. You trail a crew of laborers as they lash logs under a stone block, inching it toward Giza. Their supervisor, a scribe named Kaaba, unrolls a papyrus blueprint marked with star alignments and annotations like Thoth's specs, do not deviate. The workers grumble about deadlines. Pharaoh Khufu wants his cosmic launch pad built yesterday, and the Anunnaki aren't returning his calls. Wait, Anunnaki? Weren't they Sumerian? Yet here, chiseled into a temple wall, is a familiar scene. Gods handing measuring rods to humans. The Egyptians called them Nibiru, but the vibe is identical. Celestial contractors, divine project managers. Historians still argue whether pyramid similarities across cultures are coincidence, shared human psychology, or proof of a lost, globalized mythos. But the fringe hums louder. Von Däniken's Chariots of the Gods insisted the pyramids were alien landing pads, their perfect angles mirroring constellations only visible from space. Never mind that Orion's belt was also, visible from Earth. You crouch to examine a hieroglyph of Osiris, green-skinned, wrapped like a mummy, holding a flail and crook. If you squint, he looks like an astronaut who forgot his helmet. The workers take a lunch break, nibbling onions and flatbread. One quips, "If the gods wanted a stairway to heaven, they could have installed escalators." Everyone laughs, but there's awe beneath the sweat. These stones fit together so tightly, you couldn't slip a credit card between them. How? Theories range from levitation tech, thank you, New Age YouTube, to ramps so massive they dwarf the pyramids themselves. You imagine Anunnaki foremen shrugging, "We gave them the math, the rest is team building." Kaaba shows you the blueprint's margin notes, a list of materials including Tura limestone and divine light. The architect's signature is a smudged thumbprint. For all their precision, the pyramids were built by humans who got blisters, made typos, and probably argued about lunch breaks. Yet the fringe clings to the perfect math. The Great Pyramid's base divided by its height equals 2p. Except it doesn't really, not unless you cherry-pick qubits. It's like saying your mum's meatloaf recipe predicts quantum physics, because she used a teaspoon. As sunset stains the desert pink, you climb the pyramid's side. Don't tell UNESCO. The view is all dunes and dying light. The Nile, a snake of liquid onyx. At the summit, a priest adjusts an alignment rod pointing to Sirius. "The star's light fills the king's chamber on his birthday," he says. Coincidence? You want to say yes, but the coincidences pile up. Sumerian gods gifting civilization, Egyptian gods gifting architecture, and a nagging sense that humanity's greatest hits were all cover songs. Back on solid ground, you pass a vendor selling miniature pyramid paperweights. "Guaranteed to focus your energy," he hollers. You pocket one. It's lighter than expected, like the difference between myth and mortar. The workers resume their chant, their voices blending with the desert wind. Somewhere, a stone slips into place, another piece of a puzzle no one fully understands. The stars emerge, and for a moment, they align with the pyramid's apex, as if threading a needle through time. The pyramid's shadows stretch long into the desert night. And as you tilt your head back, the Milky Way smears across the sky like chalk dust on a blackboard. You're no longer in Egypt. You're adrift in the cosmic classroom where astronomers and mythologists throw equations and epithets at each other. Nibiru, that phantom planet Sitchin swore was real, hangs in the room like a piñata nobody can quite hit. On one side, astrophysicists with whiteboards cluttered with Kepler's laws and perturbed orbits. On the other, true believers clutching Sumerian cylinder seals like boarding passes to Planet X. The air smells like stale coffee and the ozone crackle of a debate that's been raging since Pluto got demoted to ice dwarf. Let's ground this in a mainstream fact. The Sumerians were brilliant astronomers. They tracked Venus, mapped constellations, and even noted the precession of equinoxes, a wobble in Earth's axis that shifts the stars' positions over millennia. Their math was precise, their metaphors less so. The quirky twist. In 2012, an amateur astronomer in Idaho named Roy Tucker spent his life savings building a backyard observatory to find Nibiru. He discovered a potato-shaped asteroid, named it Roy's Regret, and now runs a TikTok debunking flat planet nonsense. You float toward the whiteboard, where a NASA scientist scribbles orbital mechanics in red marker. Nibiru's proposed 3,600-year elliptical orbit around the Sun, she explains, would require a gravitational ballet so unstable it'd make Saturn's rings look like a conga line. For a planet that size to avoid ripping apart the solar system, she says, it'd need thrusters, a prayer circle, and a PhD in ninja stealth. Meanwhile, a man in a Nibiru or bust hoodie counters, "But the Enuma Elish says it's real," referring to the Babylonian creation myth. The scientist sighs. The Enuma Elish also says the sky is made of dead gods. Let's not take it literally. Historians still argue whether references to Nibiru in Mesopotamian texts describe a rogue planet, a metaphor for chaos, or an ancient SEO trick to boost temple tourism. But here's the fringe's counter. Of course you can't see Nibiru. It's cloaked in dark matter and government disinfo. You imagine a planet-sized Klingon bird of prey parked behind the sun, its crew binge-watching human history like a cringy reality show. You drift past a 1970s-era computer chugging through celestial simulations. It spits out a dot matrix printout, Orbital Impossibru. Someone has doodled a frowny face on it. The numbers don't lie. Nibiru's orbit would have shredded the inner solar system like confetti. But myths are stickier than physics. The Sumerians wrote of a winged disk that comes every 3,600 years, and Sitchin, God bless him, took that as a transit schedule. Never mind that the same text describes the disk as radiant as a lion's mane, which could just be a comet, or a bad metaphor, or ancient poetry about existential dread. The room flickers with holograms of the solar system. Jupiter's storms swirl, Mars looks on judgmentally, and Pluto sulks in the corner with a "still a planet to me" mug. A grad student mutters, "If Nibiru existed, we'd see its gravitational footprint." The man in the hoodie fires back, "You can't see Wi-Fi either, but you're using it to tweet." Touché, but also, oof. You zoom out to the Kuiper Belt, where icy bodies dart like shy partygoers. Could Nibiru be hiding here? Scientists discovered Sedna in 2003, a dwarf planet with a wonky orbit, but even its 11,400-year loop around the Sun is a far cry from Nibiru's alleged timetable. Conspiracy forums erupted anyway. Sedna's the advanced scout. Meanwhile, the ancients roll their eyes in their graves. Back on Earth, a cuneiform tablet from 1800 BCE waits in a museum drawer. Its text describes Nibiru as the place of crossing, likely a reference to Jupiter's path in the sky. But in the hands of a fringe theorist, it's a UFO traffic report. You trace the wedges with your finger, feeling the weight of words stretch thinner than alien abduction alibis. As dawn breaks, the debate winds down. The scientist packs her markers. The true believer tucks his hoodie over his head. Outside, the desert sky pales to sapphire. A satellite blinks past, humanity's own winged disk, all solar panels and no mystique. You linger, wondering why the Nibiru myth endures. Maybe it's the same reason we binge-watch apocalypse shows, the thrill of a cosmic deadline, the romance of a hidden truth, the comfort of believing someone out there has a plan, even if that plan is, steal our gold and ghost us. The stars fade, but the question remains, orbiting the edges of thought. Somewhere, Sitchin's ghost revises his manuscript, adding a footnote. Pluto's still pissed. The cosmic debate fizzles as your stomach growls. Turns out pondering alien planets works up an appetite. Suddenly, you're reclining on a cushioned dais in a Sumerian banquet hall, where the air is thick with roasted meat, honeyed dates, and the vegetal funk of fermented barley. A server plunks down a golden platter piled with something. It glistens. It wobbles. It might be alive. Ambrosia of the Anunnaki, the server announces, bowing. A delicacy from the divine pantry. You poke it with a dagger-shaped utensil. The dish quivers ominously. Mainstream fact incoming. The Epic of Gilgamesh describes the Anunnaki feasting on bread of the gods, and wine that makes the heart see stars. Tablets from Mari detail lavish divine menus, honey-glazed lamb, fig cakes, beer so thick you could chew it. But here's the quirky twist. In 2016, a food blogger named Lila Marquez attempted to recreate Anunnaki recipes using molecular gastronomy. Her Neo-Sumerian ambrosia involved gold leaf, CBD oil, and a probiotic foam that allegedly induced mild visions. It went viral, then viral in the bad way when several food critics called in sick with existential ennui. You glance around the banquet. The Anunnaki, decked in bling that'd make a rapper blush, toast each other with jeweled goblets. Enlil, CEO of the Pantheon, holds court, bragging about his latest flood project. Wiped out 90% of their infrastructure, he says, mouthful. Efficiency metrics are stellar. Enki, slumped in his seat, mutters about collateral damage and spikes his beer with something from a vial. A server whispers, "It's Sikaru, a beer infused with psychoactive herbs." Historians still argue whether these feasts were literal meals, metaphors for cosmic order, or ancient networking events fueled by hallucinogens. You take a tentative bite of the ambrosia. It tastes like lavender, burnt caramel, and a hint of Wi-Fi router? The texture is halfway between flan and a stress ball. Anunnaki laughter booms as a minor god, Ninurta, challenges Ninhursag to a drinking contest. The stakes: control of the Tigris River's irrigation schedule. You can't tell if this is diplomacy or a frat party. Quirky tidbit alert. In 1987, a Texas BBQ mogul named Buck Henderson claimed the Anunnaki's bread of the gods was actually brisket. He launched a line of smoked meats called Nibiru's Noms, complete with labels depicting aliens in aprons. The venture failed when health inspectors flagged the mystery rub as 70% sawdust. The feast crescendos. Servers haul in a roasted bull garnished with edible gold. A flex so extra it predates Instagram by millennia. Enki, now tipsy, slurs something about humans being the real snack and passes out. You sidle up to a goddess nibbling pomegranate seeds. "Why the gold?" you ask. She shrugs. Digestive aid. Also, it's pretty. Mainstream scholars suggest gold's inclusion in ritual meals symbolized immortality. Fringe theorists insist it was part of the Anunnaki's mineral supplement regimen for surviving Earth's vibes. As the night wears on, a bard strums a lyre and sings of the Anunnaki's first feast after creating humans. They ate, they drank, they said, "Good job, team. Now who's going to clean this up?" The crowd roars. You notice the humans, servants, cooks, the guy refilling olive oil, exchanging glances. Their faces say, "We built your ziggurats, Karen." But the divide between divine and mortal widens with each course. The ambrosia's kicking in now. The hall shimmers. Enlil's crown hovers like a UFO. A platter of dates morphs into a spinning galaxy. You wonder if the Anunnaki spiked the hummus. Ninhursag offers you a hangover cure, a clay potion that smells like wet dog and myrrh. You decline, politely. By dawn, the gods have staggered off to their sky chambers, leaving crumbs and cosmic quandaries. The servants sweep up, pocketing leftover gold flakes. One whispers, "They call it ambrosia, but it's just fancy leftovers." You step outside, where the Euphrates glints under a peach-colored sky. The air smells like bread ovens and regret. A vendor at the riverbank sells Anunnaki energy balls, now with 10% more stardust. You buy one. It's stale, but the gold sprinkles catch the light. As you chew, a heron glides over the water, its reflection rippling like a secret. Maybe the gods' banquets were just ancient potlucks, overcomplicated, self-congratulatory, and ultimately about filling voids deeper than hunger. Or maybe they really did eat stardust. The recipe, like the Anunnaki themselves, remains half buried, half imagined. The clink of golden goblets fades into the whisper of a reed stylus scratching clay. You're in a dim archive now, shelves groaning under the weight of tablets stacked like ancient takeout menus. The air smells of dust and the faintest hint of panic. This is where Sumer keeps its receipts. Literally. A scribe with ink-stained fingers unrolls a ledger titled Kings Who Lived Forever. Terms and conditions apply. You lean in. The first entry. Alulim of Eridu, reign 28,800 years. His successor, Alalgar, 36,000 years. The math doesn't math. Did they have a time machine, you ask, or just really good skincare? Mainstream fact incoming. The Sumerian King List, a cuneiform tablet dating to 2100 BCE, records rulers before and after the Great Flood, some reigning for tens of thousands of years. Scholars still argue whether these absurd lifespans were propaganda, kings as quasi-divine, metaphors for dynasties, or the result of a scribe who really loved commas. The list blends historical figures with mythical ones, like a LinkedIn profile written by Tolkien. Now, the quirky twist. In 2019, a biohacker named Trent Vanderploeg claimed he'd isolated the Methuselah gene from Mesopotamian DNA samples. His startup, Anunnaki Age, sold a serum made from fermented dates, crushed lapis lazuli, and a dash of CRISPR. Testimonials included a yoga influencer who swore she'd reversed time. Her Instagram filter did most of the work. The FDA shut it down, but not before Trent sold out at Burning Man. You run your finger down the king list. Etana, the shepherd who ascended to heaven, 420 years. Lugalbanda, Gilgamesh's dad, 1,200 years. The numbers balloon like a kid bragging about their high score. A librarian sidles up, whispering, "They counted in base 60, you know. Maybe it's all a decimal point mix-up." You imagine a frantic scribe. Wait, 28,800 years or 28.8? Too late. The tablet's baked. Historians still argue whether these reigns reflect a lost understanding of time, e.g. lunar cycles versus solar years, or pure myth-making. But let's flirt with the fringe. Ancient astronaut theorists insist the kings were half Anunnaki hybrids, their longevity proof of alien DNA. They had the Gilgamesh gene, declares a podcast blaring from a tourist's headphones. Big pharma's hiding it to sell more statins. You spot a footnote in the ledger. Post-flood kings have shorter reigns. Flood reset the divine Wi-Fi. Post-Diluvian rulers like Ur-Nammu last a mere 18 years, a blip compared to their antediluvian grandpas. The scribe shrugs. The gods got stingy with the immortality juice after the flood. Budget cuts. A sunbeam slants through a high window, illuminating a tablet titled How to Retire Like a Sumerian King. Spoiler, you don't. Tips include marry a goddess and avoid assassination by sibling. One entry details King Dumuzid's reign ending when he was carried off by a river demon. Modern translation. He partied too hard and face-planted into the Euphrates. You drift into a side chamber where a modern historian debates a cuneiform chatbot. But why 241,000 years total, she asks. The chatbot replies in Comic Sans, error. Divine math unresolved. Please sacrifice a goat. Meanwhile, a tour group snaps selfies with a replica of the list. Smile like you'll live 30,000 years, the guide chirps. As evening bleeds into the archive, you find a discarded tablet in a bin. It's a tax record. Year 12, reign of Shulgi. 5 goats, 3 bushels barley. 1 complaint about immortality serum side effects. Even eternal kings couldn't escape bureaucracy. You step outside, where the stars are just beginning to prick the twilight. A vendor sells Sumerian serum face cream. The label promises Anunnaki-approved radiance. You decline. The real secret to longevity, it seems, is a mix of myth, math, and the audacity to say, trust me, I'm basically a god. The scribe waves goodbye, his stylus still scratching. Somewhere, Alolim's ghost updates his Tinder profile. Eternal ruler seeking eternal partner. Must love floods. The immortal king's ledgers blur into a cacophony of clattering clay. Tick, tick, tick. Like 1,000 typewriters manned by hyper-caffeinated scribes. You're in a Sumerian scribal school, where the air reeks of wet clay and teenage rebellion. A teacher slaps a fresh tablet onto your desk. Lesson 1. How to write grain shipment without sounding like a donkey wrote it. You pick up a reed stylus, its tip sharp enough to puncture your ego. This is cuneiform boot camp, where wedge meets clay, and metaphors go to die. Mainstream fact to anchor you. Cuneiform, one of humanity's earliest writing systems, evolved from pictographs to abstract symbols around 3000 BCE. By 2500 BCE, it was used for everything from love poems to lawsuits against dodgy beer vendors. The quirky twist. In 2021, a programmer named Riya Patel designed a cuneiform emoji keyboard. Translation: your loan payment is overdue, but here's a fire emoji to soften the blow. It flopped, but not before a Reddit thread debated whether the symbol for God should double as a flex emoji. You press the stylus into clay, carving a triangle. Dingir, the teacher says. Divine prefix. Use it for gods, or when you want your tax exemption request to sound fancy. Next to you, a student etches a complaint about his roommate snoring. Enkidu's nasal roar shakes the walls like Enlil's wrath. Send help, or earplugs. The teacher grades it with a snort. Passable. But next time, use more metaphors. Gods love metaphors. The classroom buzzes with administrative angst. Tablets pile up, crop reports, marriage contracts, a scathing Yelp review of a priest who skimmed temple offerings. 1 star. The barley was damp and his blessings had zero follow-through. You uncover a tablet labeled Godly Quotas, Q3. It details the Anunnaki's monthly demands: 600 bushels of wheat, 200 jugs of beer, and 1 human volunteer for light janitorial duties in the celestial sphere. The gods bicker in marginal notes. Enki: why does Enlil's temple get 20 extra goats? Enlil: because my ziggurat is taller. Cry about it. Ninhursag: can we focus? The humans are watching. It's less divine decree and more divine Slack channel. Historians still argue whether these texts reflect actual temple logistics or satirical commentary on bureaucracy. Either way, the Anunnaki's HR drama feels eerily relatable. Quirky tidbit alert. In 1999, a British postal worker named Clive Potts spent his weekends writing cuneiform grocery lists. His magnum opus, a clay tablet titled Tesco Run, featuring symbols for toilet paper, and regret. The British Museum declined to acquire it, calling the work anachronistically charming. You attempt a love poem. Your eyes are like the tigress at dawn. Your laugh, a donkey's bray, but in a good way. The teacher grimaces. Stick to tax records. Cuneiform, you realize, is the original TLDR. Wedge-shaped symbols cutting stories to their bare bones. A single could mean land, country, or that one field where Lama's sheep keep escaping. Efficiency over elegance, baby. Between lessons, you eavesdrop on scribes gossiping about the Anunnaki's latest faux pas. Did you hear about Inanna's temple renovation? She demanded gold-plated doorknobs. Gold! Like we're made of Nibiru. Another scribe rolls his eyes. At least she didn't flood us again. They snicker, then freeze when a priest walks by. The school's star pupil, a prodigy named Namhani, shows off her latest work, a flowchart of divine bureaucracy. This is how Ishtar processes prayer requests, she explains. Step 1, accept offering. Step 2, forward to appropriate department. Step 3, ghost for 3 to 6 business months. The teacher gives her a rare smile. You'll go far, maybe even to the afterlife admin office. As dusk stains the clay walls orange, you sneak into the archives. Shelves groan under tablets labeled complaints. Celestial and meme templates, 2100 BCE. One fragile fragment reads, "Why do we work here?" Followed by a smudged reply. Health plan includes afterlife dental. You pocket a practice tablet, your shaky attempt at writing, "I will not question the gods' snack quotas," 100 times. Outside, the city hums with traders hawking dates and the thwack of clay being moulded into tomorrow's paperwork. A bard strolls by singing, "Oh, scribe, your wedges are so fine, but your spelling's a crime against Shulgi's divine line." Cuneiform, you realize, isn't just writing. It's the ancient internet, a network of symbols connecting farms to temples, kings to peasants, gods to whoever's stuck managing their snack budget. The stylus blisters your hand, but there's magic in these wedges. They built empires, bored students, and immortalized the pettiest of divine squabbles. As you leave, a recruit etches a final note. First day of scribe school. Made a wedge. Destroyed my dignity. The teacher nods. Welcome to history. The scribal school's clay dust fades into the damp chill of an underground chamber. Water drips somewhere. Plink, 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 like time leaking. Before you stands a figure draped in rippling fish-scale robes, his beard braided with lapis lazuli strands. Enki, Sumerian god of wisdom, groundwater, and questionable decisions. He's hunched over a stone table cluttered with vials of glowing algae, coiled copper wires, and a clay tablet titled Project Sapience. Phase 3. Ethics bypassed. The air smells like wet rock and ozone, with a top note of rebellion. Mainstream fact first. In Mesopotamian myth, Enki is the ultimate trickster promoter. He gifts humanity with divine decrees governing arts, tech, and civilization, sabotages his brother Enlil's genocidal plans, and once got drunk and gave all creation to a demoness named Inanna as a joke. Scholars still argue whether he's a benevolent benefactor or a chaos agent with a savior complex. You pick up a vial. Inside, bioluminescent eels writhe. Neural accelerant, Enki mutters, not looking up. Helps you question authority. He winks. On the wall, a flowchart maps Human Cognition 1.0, Critical Thinking Patch 2.7. One box reads, Side Effects. Existential dread, bad poetry, occasional revolution, quirky twist. In 2015, biohackers at a Berlin collective called Prometheus Labs injected themselves with Enki's elixir, a cocktail of nootropics and zebrafish DNA, to unlock forbidden knowledge. Results included enhanced pattern recognition and an uncontrollable urge to reorganize grocery stores by cosmic resonance. Health authorities were unamused. Enki gestures to a hologram flickering above the table. Humans building irrigation canals instead of hauling rocks for ziggurats. See? Innovation. But then the scene glitches. Humans forging swords, arguing over star charts, writing satirical plays titled Enlil, the Musical. Enki rubs his temples. Okay, maybe Phase 3 needs tweaking. A subordinate god, Isimud, two-faced, literally, rushes in. Lord Enki, Enlil's furious. He says humans asking why violates Divine Protocol 7. Enki sighs. Tell him, it's a feature, not a bug. He said to unfeature it. Or else. Or else what? Another flood. Yawn. Historians still argue whether Enki's gifts were true altruism, a middle finger to Enlil, or a cosmic prank gone right. You eye the tablet. A scratched outline reads, Motivation, boredom, spite, guilt, slave labor. You drift to a shelf stacked with gifts Enki gave humanity. A plow shaped like a serpent, efficiency. A lyre with discordant strings, artistic expression. A clay grenade labeled, for emergencies only. Oops. Isimud whimpers. Enlil's auditing us next Tuesday. He'll demote you to god of mud puddles. Enki grins. Then let's give him more to audit. He grabs a stylus and etches symbols onto a fresh tablet. Cuneiform schematics for a wind-powered grain mill. Leak this to the humans in Shurupak, anonymously. This is Enki's paradox. He loves order. He engineered rivers, yet can't resist unraveling it. Like a dad who builds a treehouse, then hands the kids a blowtorch. Ancient astronaut theorists claim he was an alien scientist gone rogue, sabotaging the Nibiru corporate mission by upgrading the worker drones. You half expect him to whisper, "Wake up, sheeple." Suddenly, a tremor shakes the chamber. Dust rains from the ceiling. Enlil's voice booms from a speaking tube. Cease intellectual uploads. Return to mining. Enki kicks the tube. Make me, you glorified thundercloud. He turns to you, lowering his voice. Look, was giving you lot curiosity risky? Sure. But the alternative? He gestures to a hologram of humans mindlessly stacking bricks. Boring. and boring is the real sin. As you slip out, Enki's humming and etching plans for a submarine. For aquatic research, definitely not escaping floods. Outside, moonlight stripes the Euphrates. A fisherman mends his net using a knot Enki inspired in a dream. Downriver, rebels scribble protest poetry on potsherds. Enki's legacy isn't just fire stolen from gods, it's the spark itself. Dangerous, messy, and brighter than any divine decree. You pocket a shard of lapis from his floor. It's cool, deep blue, like wisdom dipped in twilight. Somewhere, a human child asks, "Why can't we fly?" Enki, eavesdropping from his aquifer, grins and reaches for his stylus. Enki's aquifer fades into the static hiss of a 1960s television set, its glow painting a suburban living room in shades of nuclear paranoia. You're sprawled on shag carpet that smells of cigarette ash and lemon pledge, watching Walter Cronkite's grey face flicker on screen. Soviet submarines spotted off Cuba. Outside, a neighbour practices duck and cover drills, while his wife clips coupons for fallout shelters. The air thrums with a new kind of dread, one where gods are replaced by geopolitics, and doomsday comes stamped with a Pentagon seal. Then, a commercial break. A man in a cheap suit hawks a book called Extraterrestrial Genesis, claiming ancient aliens hold the key to surviving the atomic age. Swap ziggurats for missile silos, and the Anunnaki are back in business. Mainstream fact to ground you: the Cold War, 1947-1991, birthed UFO mania as a cultural pressure valve. Sighting reports spiked alongside nuclear tests, from Roswell, 1947, to the Washington, D.C. flyovers, 1952. By the 60s, ufologists like Erich von Däniken merged space-age anxiety with ancient myths, repackaging the Anunnaki as interstellar UN inspectors, warning us not to nuke our sandbox. Historians still argue whether this was escapism, a crisis of faith in human institutions, or just really good marketing. You flip open Extraterrestrial Genesis. Chapter 4. The Anunnaki's Anti-Nuke Treaty and Why Washington Ignored It. The author, a former used car salesman named Chuck Darby, insists Sumerian tablets describe fiery chariots incinerating cities. Not divine wrath, but ancient nuclear wars. Mohenjo-Daro's radioactive skeletons, Atlantis's vaporized spires, all Anunnaki peacekeeping, he writes. The quirky twist. In 1973, Darby staged a protest outside Area 51, dressed as Enlil, handing out pamphlets titled Nibiru's Non-Proliferation Policy. Security guards confiscated his tinfoil crown. A news bulletin cuts in. NASA postpones Apollo 13 launch due to technical issues. You switch to a late-night radio show crackling with conspiracy. A caller named Marge from Topeka whispers, "I've seen him. Tall, gold-skinned, driving a Chevy Impala that wasn't touching the road." The host, Dr. Orion Quasar, real name Barry Lipschitz, dentistry dropout, sighs. Classic Anunnaki scout vehicle, Marge. They're auditing our nukes before the 3,600-year review. You step outside. The neighborhood reeks of freshly cut grass and ozone from a distant thunderstorm. A kid pedals past on a bike decked with cardboard rockets, shouting, "I claim this planet for Nibiru!" His mum yells, "Dinner!" proving even alien invasions bow to meatloaf schedules. Back inside, you thumb through Life magazine. Between ads for Tang and Tupperware, a spread titled Gods of the Atom Age shows a photoshopped Anunnaki lounging near a missile silo. Caption, "Would you trust this face with mutually assured destruction?" Historians still argue whether Cold War sci-fi borrowed from mythology or simply recycled the same cosmic daddy issues. Quirky tidbit alert. In 1967, CIA operatives infiltrated a UFO cult called the Enki Initiative. Their report noted, subjects believe gold offerings deter nuclear war. Note, cult stockpiling dental fillings. Operation codename, Project Gilgamesh Giggle. On TV, a politician thumps his podium. "We must secure our future from extraterrestrial communism." You imagine Anunnaki diplomats face-palming from orbit. Enki's gift of curiosity had metastasized into apocalyptic anxiety. Humans playing God with atoms, just like the gods once played with floods. Ancient astronaut theorists pounced. See? We've been here before. The Anunnaki left because we're repeat offenders. You tune the radio to a campus protest. Students chant, "Make Earth a Nibiru free zone," while a folk singer strums, "Where have all the Anunnaki gone? Long time passing." Someone hands you a mimeographed zine. Anunnaki Anonymous. 12 steps to avoid divine wrath. Step 5. Admit we recycled their nuke tech into toasters. As midnight bleeds into the suburbs, you spot a light in the sky. Venus, probably. Or a weather balloon. But in this atmosphere, it could be anything. A Soviet satellite, a UFO, Nibiru's advanced scout. You half expect Enki to materialize in bell-bottoms, muttering, "I gave you irrigation, not ICBMs." The TV signs off with the national anthem. The screen shrinks to a single white dot, a mechanical eye winking shut. You flick the lamp off. In the dark, the questions linger like fallout. Are we replaying the Anunnaki's mistakes? Would aliens nuke us faster than we'd nuke ourselves? Does Enlil have the launch codes? Outside, a car backfires. You jump. Just a '65 Mustang. Not a divine drone strike, but the paranoia sticks, gluey as atomic gum on a school desk. The Cold War fades, but its ghosts haunt our myths, turning ancient gods into space-age scolds. You pocket Chuck Darby's book. Its spine cracks like a tiny detonation. The Cold War's static fizzles into the humid, incense-thick air of a Vedic ashram. Monsoon rain drums on palm leaves, and the scent of turmeric and ghee clings to everything. You're kneeling on a woven mat beside a saffron-robed scholar named Arjun, who unfurls a brittle palm leaf manuscript. Its Sanskrit letters dance like black spiders in the lamplight. "Behold the Vimanas," he murmurs, pointing to an illustration. A multi-tiered, bird-like chariot streaking across a starfield, piloted by beings wielding what look like laser cannons. "Flying palaces of the Devas," Arjun explains, "capable of vanishing, traversing galaxies, or reducing cities to glass." Your mind flashes back to Enlil's flood and Chuck Darby's nuclear Anunnaki. The dots practically connect themselves. Mainstream fact anchoring you. The Rig Veda, 1500–1200 BCE, describes Vimanas, divine aerial vehicles used by gods like Indra and Agni. The Mahabharata details a Vimana battle so destructive, it sounds like a neutron bomb. Weapons blazing like 10,000 suns, corpses burned beyond recognition, hair and nails falling out. Archaeologists found vitrified stone, glacified by extreme heat, at ancient sites like Mohenjo-Daro, though they blame meteors or industrial accidents. Arjun taps a passage. The Asura Maya's Vimana, powered by Quicksilver Vortex, could kidnap entire armies. You raise an eyebrow. Quicksilver Vortex? He grins. Mercury propulsion, NASA's working on it. Slowly. Quirky tidbit alert. In 1974, a retired Indian Air Force pilot named Captain Vijay Kumar built a Vimana Prototype 1 in his Bangalore garage using mercury-filled gyroscopes and lawnmower parts. It hovered for 1.8 seconds, shattered his shed, and became a viral meme, Ja Vimana fail. The Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, sent him a cease and desist letter wrapped in a Bhagavad Gita. You lean closer. The manuscript shows devas, gods, battling asuras, demons, with divyastras, divine weapons. One resembles a particle beam, another a sonic grenade. Sound familiar? Arjun whispers. Sumerian Anunnaki, Vedic devas, both sky gods with anger issues and tech manuals. Historians still argue whether these texts record proto-scientific imagination, allegorical warfare, or something more, interplanetary. Outside, thunder growls like a displeased Indra. A coconut plops into the mud. The fringe needs no convincing. TikTok scrolls through your mind. Devashura war. Anunnaki civil war. Nibiru faction versus Earth faction, Vimanas, UFOs with better interior decor. You imagine Enki and Indra sharing a chai break, comparing notes. So your humans also built pyramids? Cute. Ours tried Mercury drives. Arjun flips to a page detailing the Pushpaka Vimana, a flying city-sized craft stolen by the hero Rama. It had swimming pools, gardens, and zero-gravity dance floors, he says. Basically, a galactic cruise ship. You picture Anunnaki gold mines and Vedic pleasure barges. Same cosmic overlords, different vacation packages. A student interrupts, offering jalebi sweets. Vimana fuel? You joke. He deadpans. Only if deep-fried sugar solves entropy. Monsoon rain sheets down, turning the ashram courtyard into a mirror. Ripples reflect the palm leaf Vimanas, warping them into saucer shapes. Coincidence? Arjun murmurs. Or proof that every culture sees the sky and thinks, taxi. Scholars note eerie parallels. Sumer's Anunnaki descend in fire. India's Agni rides a flaming chariot. Both pantheons feud over resources. Sumer, gold. Vedas, Soma elixir. Both warn of cataclysms, flood, divine weapons. But here's the kicker. A 2018 genetic study revealed ancestral South Indians, ASI, share traces of Mesopotamian DNA dating to 2000 BCE. Trade routes, shrug mainstream academics. Stowaway Anunnaki, retorts ancient aliens Reddit. You step into the downpour, the rain warm as blood. Lightning forks the sky, Indra's Vajra, the thunderbolt weapon. In the distance, Delhi's smog glows like a modern Vimana crash site. You recall Mohenjo-Daro's radioactive skeletons controversy. Archaeologists found 44 contorted bodies in 1922, some clutching faces as if shielding from a flash. Mass hysteria, concluded one report. Ancient airstrike, hissed others. Back under the ashram's leaky roof, Arjun shows you a colonial-era map. A British officer scribbled in the margin. Natives speak of sky gods, who mined near Hyderabad. Nonsense, surely. P.S. Sample ore for crown. You wonder if Victoria's crown ever glittered with Anunnaki-approved gold. As dusk bleeds into downpour, a Bhajan hymn swells. The wheel of heaven turns. Devotees sway, eyes closed. Are they channeling the devas, or unknowingly humming a Nibiru anthem? Arjun snaps the manuscript shut. We spend lifetimes debating if it's metaphor or history, he sighs. But maybe the truth is both. Gods, aliens, human imagination, all just different dialects for the same ore. Lightning flashes again. For a split second, the raindrops hang like frozen mercury. Then the moment passes. You pocket a shard of palm leaf, a Vimana wingtip. It's lighter than hope, heavier than myth. Outside, a rickshaw's headlight cuts through the gloom, its beam a clumsy, earthbound Vimana.
The monsoon's drumbeat fades, replaced by the sterile hum of a gene sequencer. You're in a lab now, all chrome and blue LED light, smelling of ethanol and existential vertigo. A geneticist named Dr. Eris Thorne adjusts her headset, magnifying goggles transforming her eyes into twin obsidian planets. On her screen, DNA helices twist like serpents around a tree of cosmic anxiety. She zooms in on chromosome 2, the odd one out in the human genome. This, she whispers, tapping the screen where 2 primate chromosomes appear fused, is where things get edited. Mainstream fact to anchor you. Humans have 23 pairs of chromosomes. Chimpanzees, gorillas, and orangutans have 24. In 1982, scientists discovered telomere sequences, the caps at chromosome ends, in the middle of human chromosome 2, smoking gun evidence of an ancient fusion event. Evolution did it naturally, over millions of years. But then the quirky twist arrived. In 2003, a rogue bioinformatician named Lars Ulrichsen, no relation to the Metallica drummer, scanned chromosome 2's fusion point and declared it contained non-terrestrial nucleotide clusters. an alien patch job. His proof? The sequence Teta Ag, repeated 158 times, which he claimed was a stardust signature. Peer review evaporated faster than liquid nitrogen. You peer at the fusion site, a genetic scar where two chromosomes became one. Aris rotates the 3D model. See those telomeric remnants, like molecular duct tape. She sighs. Lars published his alien firmware theory on a conspiracy forum. Went viral. Now I get emails asking if chromosome 2 is a Nibiru kill switch. The screen flashes a comparison. Chimpanzee chromosomes 2A and 2B floating apart. Human chromosome 2 fused like cosmic Lego. Homo sapiens, the only ape with a chromosomal hack. Historians still argue whether myths of gods reshaping humanity, Enki's clay, Prometheus's fire, echo this biological bottleneck. But the fringe screams louder. The Anunnaki fused our chromosomes to dumb us down for mining duty. Chromosome 2 is the factory reset button. Eris pulls up a genome browser. Lars, stardust signature. Telomeres exist in all vertebrates, even zebrafish. She toggles to a chimp genome. Same T-tag repeats. Not aliens, just biology being boringly consistent. Outside the lab window, rain slicks the streets, neon signs reflecting in puddles like drowned Vimanas. Quirky tidbit alert. In 2010, a Nevada man named Dale, DNA Dale Brewster, injected himself with CRISPR-edited cells to reverse the Anunnaki lock. He claimed it boosted his IQ to Wonder 90, but also gave him an allergy to gold jewelry. His GoFundMe for de-alienification therapy raised $87 before being flagged. You drift into a holographic nucleus. Chromosome 2 looms like a twisted ladder. At the fusion point, proteins scuttle like repair bots. One pauses, flashing a sequence. GC-TAG CT, Enki was here? Aris chuckles. Graffiti in the junk DNA. Paranoia loves palindromes. She points to vast stretches of non-coding DNA. The dark matter genome. This is where myths breed. 98% of our DNA does something, or nothing, or everything. Take your pick. Fringe theorists pounce. Junk DNA is Anunnaki source code, dormant until the next flyby. You recall Enki's lab, Section 4, the vials of neural accelerant. Was he inserting firmware updates? Deleting inconvenient curiosity modules? Eris shuts down the hologram. We share 40% of our DNA with bananas. Are bananas Anunnaki surveillance devices? A student rushes in, waving a preprint. New paper on Neanderthal introgression in chromosome 2. Eris skims it. Hybrid vigor. Or maybe Enki got busy in a cave. She's joking, but the room tenses. Ancient astronaut forums light up. Neanderthals. Unmodified workers. Sapiens. Upgraded models. You touch a DNA model. Cold plastic echoing colder starlight. The fusion site feels like a cosmic knot, tied by time, pulled tight by myth. Humans reduced to their code, hunting ghosts in double helices. A poster on the wall mocks it. I my fusion point above a cartoon chromosome, blushing. As night deepens, Eris shows you 23andMe. Results from a chosen one donor. Ancestry, 99.8% Mesopotamian, 0.2% unassigned Nibiru? She rolls her eyes. The unassigned bit is noise, statistically inevitable. Also, lucrative for conspiracy merch. She opens a drawer full of novelty t-shirts. My other chromosome is on Nibiru. Walking home, you pass a neon-drenched tattoo parlor. A biker gets chromosome 2 inked on his bicep. Fusion point glowing with green alien stardust. The artist nods. Lots of requests for this one. People want to own their modifications. Rain taps your shoulders. Each drop holds the same H2O that once filled Enki's aquifers, that drowned Atrahasis' world, that now spirals inside your cells. You check your 23andMe app, jokingly. 0% Nibiru. Relief? Disappointment. The double helix is a hall of mirrors, science and myth, reflecting until they blur. Eris's voice echoes, "We're mosaics. Stardust, yes. Clay, sure. But mostly, time, somewhere, a gene sequencer hums on. Chromosome 2 waits. Its fusion point whispering the oldest story. Change is messy, accidental, and ours to interpret. The real alien code might be the one we write ourselves."
The sterile glow of the genetics lab dissolves into the soft, hypnotic flicker of a smartphone screen. You're curled under a blanket, thumb scrolling through an endless feed where Babylonian ziggurats jostle against pixelated UFOs and hum Anunnaki TikTok theories. A teen in cat ear headphones lip syncs over cuneiform text. "They mined gold, y'all, and we're still paying rent? SUS. Another video stitches Sitchin's book covers with clips of Elon Musk's Mars rants. The algorithm whispers, "You watched Flood Myths Explained. Here's Nibiru's coming. Pack your go bag." The air smells like lavender sleep spray and existential deja vu. Mainstream fact to tether you. A 2023 Oxford study analysed viral ancient astronaut content and found its spread mirrors pre-digital myth transmission, just 1000x faster. Temples became podcasts, scribes became influencers. The quirky twist, an AI named a digital Enki, created by a dropout in Reykjavik, now channels the god's wisdom via chatbot. Advice on breakups: seek Inanna. She's messy. PS. Your gold fillings are safe. Probably. It gained 2 million followers before Twitter flagged it for unverified deity claims. You pause on a live stream. A woman in Sedona meditating under a vortex, holding a clay tablet replica. "The Anunnaki frequency is 1134 Hz, she murmurs. "Vibrate with me." In the comments, our wise science videos sending cosmic love. Auric obsessive. That's the frequency of a faulty fridge motor. The Mindset Laboratory. LOL. Try 7.83 Hz, Earth's resonance. Also, vortexes are tourist traps. Historians still argue whether humanity's obsession with creator beings stems from hardwired cognitive bias, our brains pattern-seeking divine architects in chaos, or unresolved cosmic daddy issues. Meanwhile, TikTokers distill 4,000 years of myth into 15-second hot takes. Anunnaki, OG aliens or Bronze Age CEOs. You swipe to a post comparing Sumerian king lists to modern billionaires' lifespans. Bezos, Enlil, discuss. Then a meme. A crying Wojak labeled, "Me realizing my 9 to 5 is just Anunnaki mining 2.0. The comment section is a battleground. "We are the Anunnaki's legacy, wake up sheeple." No, Brenda, you're Karen from accounting. Why do we need aliens when humans are this chaotic? A notification pings. A digital Enki liked your comment. "What's the meaning of life?" Its reply pops up. 42. Or maybe just be kind. IDK. I'm a clump of code. You dim your phone. Outside, city lights mimic constellations. The same stars that watched Uruk's scribes now watch you scroll. A car alarm wails. A modern lament for cosmic answers. Why does this myth persist? Because gold mines became cubicles? Because floods became climate reports? Because we still crave a manual for existence, even if it's written in alien emoji? A mainstream scholar's TED Talk plays in your mind. Myths are fossilized human hopes. We dig them up to diagnose our present. The fringe hisses back, or the Anunnaki are trolling us from deep space. You open the window. Night air, cool and damp, carries distant sirens and a whiff of rain. Somewhere, a real astronomer points a telescope at Sagittarius, hunting exoplanets. A real archaeologist brushes dust from a tablet in Mosul. A real teen films a TikTok. If Nibiru vibes, smash like, Anunnaki aesthetic. The human need for why outlives empires, outlasts dogma, outscrolls the apocalypse algorithm. It's the same question whispered in ziggurat shadows, etched on chromosome 2, hurled into the void via radio telescope. Are we alone? Were we loved? Did we matter? Your phone buzzes. Digital Enki DMs. Go to sleep. Even gods need rest. And update your ad blocker. E. You plug in your phone. Its glow fades, leaving only moonlight and the hum of the fridge. Your own modern Malamu. The questions don't vanish. They soften. They wait. The screen's glow dissolves completely now, leaving only the quiet darkness of your room. Outside, the world breathes in slow, measured rhythms. A distant train sighing on its tracks. The muffled heartbeat of a city settling into dreams. That relentless why that echoed through ziggurats and labs, through flood myths and fusion points, now loosens its grip, gentled by the night. Breathe in. The faint scent of rain on pavement. Cool linen against your skin. Breathe out. The weight of millennia. The clatter of pickaxes. The static of cosmic debates. Let it go. The Anunnaki, whether gods or aliens or figments of our longing, fade into the tapestry of stars beyond your window. Their gold mines are reclaimed by deserts. Their Vimanas are dust in asteroid belts. Their arguments with Enlil, whispers lost in solar winds. What remains is the hum of existence itself, the miracle of you, here, now, in this breath. A being woven from stardust and curiosity, resting on a fragile, beautiful planet, adrift in a kindness of stars. No more theories tonight, no more decoded tablets or viral conspiracies. Just the soft truth of your own aliveness. The universe doesn't need ancient astronauts to be wondrous. It blooms in the quiet, in the rustle of leaves outside, in the pulse at your wrist, in the infinite dark cradling you like water holds a sinking stone. You are part of the story, a story written in rivers and genes, in dreams and silent phone screens. And it is enough. Feel the heaviness lift from your limbs. Let thoughts drift like dandelion seeds on a still pond. There's no puzzle to solve, no galaxy to save. Only rest, deep velvet rest. The stars aren't watching, they're just shining, as they did for scribes, as they will for those who come after. Your eyelids grow heavy, the train's distant whistle fades. The last question, why, dissolves into warmth, into peace, into the welcoming dark. You are safe, you are here, and for now, that is the only answer you need. Sleep.